This is Missy Me Maya, Volume 3, written by Carlos Alexander Murray, narrated by Kimberly Von Steele. Chapter 1. As the night rose in like a flowing tsunami, the doorbell chimes echo through the luxurious franchise stadium side loft. Sitting on his throne with his chin placed on his bald fist, like the great man of thought, AK turns to the left, facing his right-hand man. Who the fuck is that? Posing with a puzzled look, King John grabs his .50 caliber Desert Eagle and slides to the intercom. Faced with the rare occasion that someone would show up without phoning first, King John takes a double look at his boss, making sure it's okay to answer. Receiving a positive head shake, King John presses the button, speaking in a dry voice. Who this? As seconds of silence linger through the airwaves, laughter is heard in the background. Open the fucking door, we got a search warrant. With the most crucial statement soaring in and out of every ear in the house, all eyes race towards AK's position, knowing this is not a test, because if somebody were to be playing, one might as well start pulling out the body bags. Standing at attention, AK searches his mind for the right words or the right action, saying, Who is it? Racing to hide drug paraphernalia, stuntman and numbers cry simultaneously, It's the police. Pausing as the news stuns the household, the seven begin to tear into action, flushing drugs and hiding weaponry. Charging all with orders, AK points, Blood, check the windows. Stuntman, flush the shit. Numbers, get a rag and wipe down the tables. Prince Ahmed, stick this kush up your ass. Rain, already on his job, loads all weapons into the locked safes. Hearing the now beating on the door, King John looks out the peephole, unable to see, hunching his shoulders. AK, what you want me to do? Deciphering the call of the situation, AK hears, Open the door before me and my men kick this piece of shit down. AK becomes puzzled. Racing to the door, he shoves King John out of the way, realizing if this was the laws with the warrant, why they ain't been kicked the door in. Who the fuck is it? It's the police, you rich-ass nigga. Then a burst of laughter follows. Now irritated to the highest degree of irritation, AK yells, Well, get in the best way you know how, and you better be ready to die. King John, blow the door down. AK looks at King John with shrugged shoulder and glistening eyeballs. Sensing the thrust in AK's voice, a soft voice responds, This Iowa, followed by other mixed voices. Yeah, nigga, open the motherfucking door. Now feeling like the greatest sucker alive, AK barks, Wrath, Bates? Looking out the peephole, he swings the door open. Falling into the sights of all, Wrath and Bates pour in, wearing the signs of freedom with Iowa 4 feet behind them. Ha, got your ass back. Bates points with a reaching hug. I'm gonna kill you. AK fights to smile, with open arms for his followers to the death. With a bashful smile, Iowa Che asserts, I made them come in first, in case you started shooting. You right, because they playing a very dangerous game. AK extends his hand to his longtime close friend lawyer. Iowa adds, You know, I would never play like that. Knowing the high alert situation, they gagged me. Laughing with Iowa, Y'all got me? Just know I'm gonna get you back. I'm just happy to bring them home. Looking back over his shoulder, Prince Ahmed, get that sack to Bates to roll up something now. Giving a batting eye. Well, boys, have fun. I have to get back to the missus. Iowa dips. Locking the door after Iowa's departure, AK wishes, May God continue to bless you. Wearing the looks and styles of hellhole prisoners. What the fuck? Bates cries, running to the bathroom. This doodle? He slams the sticky plastic bag of kush to the floor. Yeah, motherfucker. Don't come out till you wash that ass up. AK says, only needing 5.5 seconds to get even with anyone. Pulling up to the forefront, Wrath says with a too clear of a mind, What a blow. Receiving stares of you gotta be kidding, Stuntman preaches, Nigga, fucking around with you, we flushed all that shit. Being brought up to speed of all the engagements of the nation, Wrath inquires about the news and funerals of his fallen comrades. So what up? I done heard so many rumors flooding the joint about our peeps. Stuntman, the wildest soldier in the ranks, Speaks while sucking on his cut finger he injured in the shootout. Those bitches hit us and hit us hard. To make a long story short, Chico, El Rook, Shorty Lee, and Hussein didn't make it. With a dropped head of mourning, Rath downs a shot of brandy. Where the fuck is everybody else at? Other than us here, everyone is at the hospital in their beds healing. You know the rules. If you hurt, you can't roll with the team. Blood adds, kicked back on a red velvet armchair with one of AK's acid cigars to his lips. With a questioning eye, Rat checks the atmosphere. AK, what I need to do? I've been locked down too long for nothing. Looking at his faithful subject, AK gestures with a smirk. Rain will debrief you on the details. Funerals are off limits. Sprinting from the bathroom, hearing the end of the conversation, Bates, dressed in one of AK's old iceberg outfits, can't believe his ears. AK leaves the room saying, "It is what it is." Meanwhile, hours prior in another area in the projects, where spirits are more uplifting, Yvette talks with her lover on the telephone. Yeah, boo, I miss you too. Uh-huh. I wish I had my lips on you too. Just come over and spend the night, Yvette says to Double R. Hell no, the nearby sitting Maya screams as she watches the television, adding, This house too small for all that shit. Don't nobody want to hear y'all fucking all night. Go get a room like respectable people, Maya declares to the horny lovebirds. Finishing her discussion with her Double R, Yvette swears, She's just jealous. My man won't be back until tomorrow. Just come get me. We don't have to go far. Okay, baby. I'm on my way. I just need to make one last drop for seed. Double R filled with lust states. Sickened with hearing Yvette's fantasies and tired of texting Big C with cute messages, Maya decides to call him. Dialing Big C with her manicured nails, she cries repeatedly until she makes contact. Sitting with his Midwest coalition along the shores of the Lake of Michigan comprised of his four heads, Big C sees his phone struggling to keep service as he sits back in the high-rise estates of downtown Chicago. Noticing fading incoming calls, he sees Maya's number constantly appearing. Caught in the middle of a drug transaction, trying to resculpture the face of the drug industry, Big C alerts one of his street brothers, of whom's apartment is holding the meeting. Modi, I need to go to the streets and make a phone call. Leaving the circle of Gee Whiz, Casper, Colo, 150 unwrapped chickens, custom leather imported fashions of original splendor, and a triple bird's eye view lakefront spectacle, Big Seed exits the front door. Stepping out into traffic, dressed fresher than the 21st century Dapper Don himself, Big Seed holds his instincts sail high until his signal receives full force. Leaning against the black iron-gated security fence, Big Seed daydreams for a second. Watching the speedboats race by, lovers hand in hand with children, and roller skaters spin in the wind with no worries in the world, Big Seed's Echo shirt collar waves in a nipped breeze. With each ringing tone of Maya's phone, grains of sand brush up against Big Seed's exotic purple Mari gator boots. Hello? Hearing the soft, hypnotizing voice, Big Seed smiles. Hey, Mommy, what's cracking? Just missing you, Maya says with a long sigh. Uh-huh. Feeling closer, whispering in each other's ear, Maya asks, Are you safe, Daddy? Always, little mama. As the conversation spirals in all directions, Maya wonders, Is Slim Jim around? In a calm voice, Big Seed states, He just left. Smacking her lips in disgust, Maya hates, Man, I can never catch him. Big Seed only assures her, He's all right. I'm taking good care of him. Have faith. Furthering the conversation, So what's your sister doing? Cheerfully explaining, Maya asserts, She about to get the fuck out of here. Double R on his way to play house. Overwhelmed by the aspects of Maya's character, Big Seed ends. Well, baby, I need to finish this last piece of biz. Then I'll be making way. And I'm gonna bring you back a nice surprise. Okay, Daddy. I love you. Big Seed passionately states in return, I love you more. Feeling Maya cheesing on the other end, he hangs up wearing a smile on his heart. Standing in the cool breezes of the Midwestern winds, Big Seed blocks the blistering rays of raining sun. Deciding to make another phone call, he dials. What the deal? Answering the phone in the middle of his hastened adjustments. Yo, Seed, talk to me. Double R responds in good spirits. You ain't having too much fun, is you? Man, I'm handling mine. I got the party set up. I've networked with some old guys, some new guys, and I've gotten word on Slim Jim, along with those mutts of yours. Only worried about Slim Jim's situation, Big Seed states. So what's popping with Jimbo? No straight, they said in about a week he could move out. Confused to the answer, they said. Did you go see him or did you call? Pausing for a second, Double R retaliates. I called. Sighing in disbelief, Big C cuts deep into Double R's spine. Damn, Playboy, you said you was going to see him face to face. If I can't depend on you, let me know. I need to know what's in the man's eyes and his voice. Squinting at his phone with a sour attitude, Double R exhales. Man, I've been doing tons of stuff. I didn't have time to actually make that 5-hour round road trip. Okay, I feel you. So what you about to do now? Big Seed asked with a repeated nod and pulled-out lip. Man, I'm about to go handle some business. Knowing the truth, Big Seed asked, does this business have anything to do with Yvette? With a delayed, stunned reaction, Double R stutters. Yvette? Why you say that? Click. Big Seed hangs the phone up. Returning to Mo D and the coalition, Big Seed doesn't sit down, but paces without words from the woodworks across the pine plank to the woodworks again. Looking at the mind-boggled Big Seed, Mo D curiously asks, What up, Joe? Enlighten me on your problems. You're making me nervous. With a hand flanked across his forehead, Big Seed's tongue falls out with heartfelt words attached. Man, I'm just sick of this shit. I'm tired of explaining the importance of what I need done and why. Cutting off about his personal worries, jumping right back to the business, Big Seed declares, Okay, this ain't gonna be a long, drawn-out spectacle. I'm trying to be out. Everybody gets 37 apiece. It's 2 extra. Time to spread your wings. Price is the same for everybody. 20 apiece cash. 18 if you come get them. Looking at the fashionable crew, dressed in high-end designs from Carlotti to Cartier glasses, Cavalli to Elan minks, Cellini Orchard to Van Cleef and Arpels watches. Yeah, man, we made it. I got 15 more hundred on deck. Laid back, cuddled in the fresh Habersham cushions, with a double shot of Ciroc in the left hand and a burning General Cigar Macanudo 1968 in the right hand, Casper blurts with a magical puff. Underboss was at the Sag and Nipple. He said hit him up if you on strong. That's what I'm talking about. Big C cracks his phone open. Standing up, walking under the brown wooden flat case fluorescent bulbs, Gee Whiz grunts. Gee, I could push this 37 in K-Town right now. The folks ready. Sitting down next to Colo while he text messages his crew in the Twin Cities on his BlackBerry Storm, Big C collects his platinum briefcase, filled with a minimum deposit of $350,000, which was guaranteed to cover at least half of the consigned product. Approaching Big Seed, gliding in Prada house shoes, Modi swears, Man, all this shit gonna be gone before the end of tomorrow. Every week. Same bad time, same bad channel. The deal is, I'll triple what you pay for, drop out what you owe in full, then you only need 500 stacks to get 75 bricks. Big Seed explains in full detail. Faced with an offer they can't refuse, the party of 5 gather in prayer for a blessing of safety and fortune. Loving every minute of his newfound success and victory, OG Rollo's demeanor is everything but humbling. Mocking the morning's funeral services, OG Rollo lounges over his gold tray, containing mounds of raw cocaine, while exploiting the possibilities of the future. We are back in control of our streets. Throwing up a 3-fingered pitchfork to his followers. GD, my gangsters, he constantly states, abusing snorts of his heavily supplied white powder. We should go finish those Vicky Lou's off at the funeral and call it a death party. Ha! Passing the raw substance to GDBD and the rest of the organization, OG questions Big Vic. Gangster, what do you think about that? Stone-minded from the sandstorm of the blow, a chinky-eyed, still always serious Big Vic responds. Think about what, my gangster? Think about shooting up and finishing our enemies at the funeral. With a punishing frown, Big Vic throws a pitchfork next to his chest. It's all on you. You let me know what I need to do. Looking back at young Shorty as he reads the book titled The Art of War, OG Rollo asks with a lean nod. What about you, Shorty? If you asking me what I would do if I were king, for one, we wouldn't be getting high right now. And for two, we wouldn't be waiting for our enemies to rebuild and strike us back. Never amused by Shorty's theories and big words, Maximus, leader of the gangster tycoons, also being more ranked than others with decision-making outside of the project's fronts. Why your little ass ain't in school or something? Man, fuck school. English is nothing. I read novels every day. Math? Huh? I count millions. And science? I'm a master chemist when it comes to whipping, cooking, and experimenting. The only class I'm failing is in PE, because I ain't got time to play no games. Besides, I got my GED. I'm taking college classes online. What you doing? Shorty fronts back and could care less of Maximus, Schizo, Fat Folks, and Denox's replacements, Jig and Mako, his legions of leading gangster disciples to the area awaiting an anticipated retaliation. OG Rollo orders as his heads drop off their collected hundreds of thousands of currency. GDBD, have the soldiers take the bricks in full force. I want lookouts on every corner, security on every street. Make sure they packs are fat as ever. We got too much work and too much muscle to miss out on any more money. I want it all. Standing up with a tightly clenched fist, OG Rollo roars to the skies. Looking back, GDBD asks, what about that thieving ass Lucky and Hustler number 1? Kill him. Find out who they stealing from, because whoever it is, they stealing from me to recoup their losses. Kill them too. As the multitudes leave with their orders, young Shorty, the 13-year-old phenom, closes the door behind after their departure, smiling in peace. Now where was I? OG Rollo grins, climbing back on the lounge sofa with his pinky finger first in the session he was ill-timed disturbed from. Big Vic excuses himself also. Yo, G, I'm about to clear the motherfucking house and put these niggas to use. It's time to get this paper, dawg. Big Vic suggests, marching away with his 50 cal Desert Eagle in his hand. Shorty, count that money, OG Rollo says, powdering his nose. Riding back seat of his second-choice vehicle, the Hummer H2 SUT, AK enjoys sips of the Louis. Cruising in the jammed bumper-to-bumper Titan lanes of airline terminals, AK scans for faces. From across a great distance, AK spots his target with an eagle eye. Yo, Wrath, pull over, that's my man right there. Fading into an open parking spot, AK peeps out the open moonroof. Phoenix! Phoenix! AK yells. Noticed by one of the parking patrols, the H2 is immediately hated on. Walking directly up the showroom-floored chromed-out Hummer, a white officer irately states, Keep it moving, balls. This is a loading zone, not a hangout, G. Hearing the sarcastic demeanor of the officer, AK responds, Suck, I got diplomatic immunity. You better check these that's been sitting here. The sign says 5 minutes, nigga. I mean, cracker. Pulling out his ticket pad, the officer declares, Well, in my eyes, you've been sitting here longer than 15 minutes, boy. Emerging from the pool of strange faces, the light-skinned one known as the Phoenix breaks between the negative wordplay of the disgruntled gentleman. Further ignoring the officer, seeing the package has arrived, AK cracks the door. Get in, peeps. Also announcing to Wrath, Take us out of here. Mashing off with a still face, AK gives the officer the middle finger, realizing he's already written down the license plate for no reason. Falling back into the plush ostrich interior of the mothership, AK extends a hand. Grabbing that same hand with a bond of trust, the Phoenix says, AK, you a real nigga. It's whatever while I'm here. If a nigga need killing, robbing, or even slapping, nigga, I'll bust their ass up and jump back on another flight. Cheesing with one gold in his mouth, the new arrival dressed in a red New Era cap, off-red Rocawear pants, with black Lexani shoes matching a block Rocawear jacket, wonders of the plans for the day. It's simple, every day is the same. Get high, get money, and add to the hit list. Handing the Phoenix a champagne glass of Louis, they both toast to whatever. Clink. Lounging back in the comforts of his newfound dwelling, Travis J. sits deeply engaged in the video game Grand Theft Auto. Head leaned on his shoulder, Belinda rubs his leg full of gratitude. Thanks, Vicky. I love the plasma you bought for me and the Xbox you bought for the kids, 'cause Christmas didn't even come this year, Belinda says, holding a tear back. Eyes glued to the visual actions of the video game, Travis J states, "You my baby now, this my home. Whatever you and my family need, I got it. Your kids are mine. Whenever they ready, they can call me daddy." Used to having only secondhand items and a nothing-ass nigga, Belinda is amazed at the widescreen 50-inch monitor. "How much did Hustle Man charge you? It must have cost a fortune." With a look of non-concern, Travis J only states, "Ain't no price too much for my baby." As the two further their conversations, Belinda's impatiently awaiting oldest two boys are seen standing at a distance. Noticing her sons, "Why y'all standing over us? Go to your room and clean it up. You know I can't stand it when y'all looking over my back." Knowing the deal, Travis J signals the two boys over. "Come here." Approaching hesitantly, Travis J asks with face-to-nose confrontation, "Where y'all daddy at?" Surprised by the easily answerable question, both boys speak simultaneously. "Mama says he dead." Placing a hand on both of the boys' shoulders, Travis J squeezes. "Well, he ain't dead no more. I'm y'all daddy." Handing over the two controls, Travis J starts to stretch. "Belinda, I'll be outside smoking a square." Parading to his personal bags, Travis J finds his cell phone still charging but sees something is wrong. "There's some bullshit. I don't even know how to work a charger." Replugging his cell phone up, Travis J grabs his wet ones with a decoy cigarette to blanket the piercing aroma. Standing outside, he lights the cigarette, then lights one of his dipsticks with the cherry of the lit cigarette. Deeply inhaling, he exhales Big India, peace clouds, when suddenly, Belinda opens the door, startling him. "Vicky, let me hit that." Swallowing what smoke he didn't have time to exhale, he almost hands her the dipstick instead of the cigarette. Taking a puff, Belinda's senses are brought to attention. "Vicky, you smell that? Something out here reeks." Quickly engulfed by the rage of the water, Travis J sniffs. "I think these bushes stink." Not paying any attention to his comment and unable to notice his bucking eyes from the darkness, Belinda asks, "Vicky, where my gun?" Feeling like he's being watched and growing more paranoid as the seconds race, Travis J nervously hands her the gun, taking the bullets out. "What the hell you do that for? I can't shoot nobody with an empty gun. Give me the bullets." Holding out her hand, Travis J purposely drops the bullets an inch from her palm as his psyche is playing games on him. "Damn, Vicky," Belinda states, disappointingly having to bend over to pick the bullets off the ground. Loading the weapon at a squatting position, she arises with Travis J nowhere to be found. "Vicky! Vicky!" she shouts repeatedly, only finding shades of darkness as the moon rays are blocked by the towering trees of the backgrounds. With a wrinkled face of confusion, Belinda waits and calls for a few more minutes, but with no sign of Travis J, she retreats indoors, locking the deadbolt behind her, scratching her head. "Sometimes I wonder about that Vicky." Mobbing through their hood, the tag team duo, Shu and 2 Seconds, stop at Shu's house for a second. Walking into the house, the armed 2 Seconds asks Shu, "Gangsta, I thought we was going to bust some heads." "We are, nigga, but I need to handle something right quick. Just wait right here. It should only take me about 15 minutes at the most." As the two enter the astonishing clean duplex, 2 Seconds asks sarcastically, "I wonder who cleaned this motherfucker up." Escaping the insinuations, Shu says, "Gangsta, I ain't hurt no more. I'm a grown-ass man." "Okay. What's been stopping you before from cleaning this nasty motherfucker up?" 2 Seconds inquisitively asks, taking a seat on the black couch with no name. Brushing off 2 Seconds' jokes, Shu slides a mirror under his cushions containing loose grams of grade A perp. "Gangsta, roll up while I handle this business," Shu orders, heading back toward the door. Forgetting all that was discussed, 2 Seconds asks, "Nigga, where you going?" "Gangsta, I said I had to take care of something, damn." With a pointing finger, "Oh, it's like that? We keeping secrets now?" 2 Seconds says. Twisting his lips, Shu answers, "Man, I need to take care of something personal." "Nigga, if you going to Maya, I can sit in the car. I won't laugh at you." Catching a breeze of a heightened temper, Shu blasts, "Man, that bitch can die, all I care," then slams the door behind himself. Exiting the highway, with the tunes of Al Green's For the Good Times playing in the background, Double R hangs up the phone from conducting business. Feeling like he's let Big C down, he gives a character call to reveal his true role, defined as Man, you can always depend on me, but I got everything in order, Double R assures. Yeah, man, sure, just go chill with your girl. Big C blows him off. Cutting through the games, Double R declares, good news. Just got off the phone with Slim Jim. Quickly changing his demeanor from a low idle drag to an uplifting smirk. What they say? Laughing, Double R states, he wants two things, a T-bone steak and then a bat so he could crack you upside the head with. Feeling overwhelmed with joy, Big C asserts, see man, that's all I'm saying. We gotta check on your inner circle. Whether a stranger or a longtime friend, once you join us, it's damn near blood in, blood out, unless we kick you out. Oh yeah, earlier, when you hung up on me, I forgot to tell you I met your boy Shoot. Creeping back to his low-dragged voice, Big Seed asked, where you see that bitch nigga at? He popped up over Maya's house. He even asked about you. Oh, that nigga dare run my name through the bumping of his gums? Big Seed questions in anger. Knowing his game is stronger than battery acid, he suggests, yeah, that ain't nothing. Maya a good girl and a big one. She'll handle that situation the best way she sees fit. She'll bum and she know it. Changing the subject, Double R inquires of Big Seed's whereabouts. So where you at and when you coming back? Pausing to swallow an ice-cold beverage, Big Seed responds, man, I'm at the Trump Casino in Gary, Indiana. I got some niggas bringing some scratch to me. I moved all the Purdue's in the frozen section. I'm just waiting to collect my fees. You know I ain't missing the party. Yeah, I got some new victims. They got that capital punishment money. Nah, Double, it's over for us. No more licks. It's time to use these baby chicks. Big Seed is ready to give up being the bad guy. Hanging on up the phone, Big Seed calls his Floridian connect. Oh, Shay, what be the deal with you? Seed, you sound good. You missed Miss Super Bowl party. It was an event to attend. The whole pack was here. I really have something. I needed to show you for witness. Anyway, I have good news and the bad. Only brown soil for the condo. No white sands if you're still in need by the beachfront. Oh, Shay, I found it like I said. It's beautiful. I'm sending a page as we speak. Beep, beep, beep. O'Shea checks his other phone's text messaging, reading the lighted screen which says, 22 milli a ton, 2,000 keys for 11,000 apiece. Whoa, me man, I see you. But if you make 1.5 for 30, 3,000 for 30 million, me call your dead bygones. O'Shea agreeing to knock off the roughly estimated 200,000 tab off, quickly doing the math in his head. I'm paying $9,000 apiece. That's 3 million profit. Big C calmly exhales. Consider it done. Me just need time and place. I come to you as you would do me. I'll text you the time, Big Seed says, scrolling through the memory of his cell. Hanging up the phone, Big Seed calls his West Coast Connect. Big Seed, amigo, you call back fast. Speak to me, friend. It's on and poppin'. Send Cabron ASAP. He tells Hernandez. Me call you back, me friend. Mr. H hangs up the phone. 5 minutes later, Big Seed receives a page from Hernandez. The eagle has left its nest. Immediately sending a page out himself, he texts O'Shea, the Nigerian, I'm waiting on you. 10 minutes later, the Nigerian sends a text reply, I'm on my way. At the same time, Big Seed ends his conversation with King Service's top commodore. Exactly right, underboss. I await Service's call. Chapter 2. Arriving in the heart of the infamous Maya's Gardens, Double R sits in a parked position in front of Yvette and Maya's house. Exiting the vehicle, Double R notices an unwelcomed homely feeling of the orange bricks. Walking to the doorstep, his seventh sense alerts him. Damn, I feel like I'm being watched. Paranoid by his inner alarm system, he bobs his head from left to right. Pulling out his black steel pistol, taking a deep breath, he immediately clicks the latch off safety. Making a 360 scan of his surroundings, he knocks on the door with the butt of his 9mm. Not realizing the heavy bangs of the weapon against the door, Yvette quickly snatches it open. Dang, boy, you all right? You banging like the boogeyman after you. Playing it off with a soft smile, Double R responds, scared of what? The rabbit got the gun now. Always sarcastic, Yvette says, yeah, that's how all pretty boys feel when they come to the projects. But I'll hold your hand. Grabbing Double R's empty hand, He snatches it away. Girl, I ain't scared of no man. Grinning ear to ear, Yvette asserts, I know, you just scared of me, and it better stay that way. Entering the household, Yvette greets him with a long, seductive kiss. Walking in on the kissing bandits, Maya throws her hand over her ears. Oh my God! Can't you guys wait till you get where you're going? Pausing for air, the smiling pair focus on the young Maya. Maya, do you want to stay at my house tonight while me and your sister get lost? Double R asks, hoping for a yes. Boy, boo, I've been staying home alone since I was 9 years old. You might be the only one scared to be here at night, Maya says, retreating to the next room with her hand on her hip. Grabbing a light jacket, Yvette says to Maya, come lock the door behind me. Walking behind her sister, Maya playfully pushes Yvette on the back of her shoulder. I know you're using rubbers. Turning back with a none of your business stare. Who uses rubbers when they're in love? And I'm not on a pill either, since you're asking. Yvette grins with lust. You tramp, you, Maya blurts out, with Yvette responding with a raised middle finger. Exiting the door, Yvette states, your dick should be in town soon. Better use it. I'm using mine. Yvette brushes her off in the wind, darting to the passenger side of Double R's sport utility vehicle. As the lovebirds speed away from the premise, a predator's eyes watch as Maya closes the door. Faded into the wee hours of the deadened night skies, the distinct lurking eyes quickly shorten the distance from across the street to seeing his own breath fogging against Maya's bedroom window. Catching a glimpse of the very young, attractive, slender-built model, an uncontrollable lust forces the stalker to desperately find some vulnerable entry point. Thirsting like a wolf in the night's full moon, the inner house of the perpetrator causes him to sweat and become very nervous. Checking each window with rotating eyes and shaking hands, Maya is suddenly alerted by a feeling of mystic paranoia. Jumping to her feet barefooted, wearing white shorts and a BB t-shirt, Maya turns down the television and stands in total silence, awaiting another sound. Fooled by the drought of noise, she turns the TV back up and sits back on a plastic-covered couch. Feeling like a lion, the king of his jungle, the desperado begins to make uncalculated bold moves. Finding a meter box mounted to the outside of the house, the prowler opens the door and starts reading the levers on the panels. As he can see Maya with his right eye and the levers with his left, he finds himself in an erotic trance, glancing at Maya, then back to the main power-off switch. Continuing to drool with lust, the peaking Tom fights with himself. Yes, no, yes, no. Looking back and forth, attracted by the smooth, shiny legs and bare wiggling toes, the predator begins to speak his illicit thoughts out loud. Do it. No. Do it. No. Yes. She wants it. She wants me. I know she does. Playing mind games with himself, from visually undressing the young, attractive Maya, the predator continues with his desperate illusions. Yes. No. Yes. No. She wants me. I want her. She loves me and I love her too. The prowler growls, soiling himself. Looking to his left, he wildly swings, hitting the main power switch. Seeing the house in total darkness, he strikes in full stride. Diving through the double pane glass like a monster on PCP, Maya's screams echo through the house. Unable to run or notify help, she can only scream, hoping someone hears her cries. Rushing like a rhino toward his victim, the predator identifies her exact location by her screams, and with one menacing backslap, he knocks her to the floor. Shut up, bitch. With clothes-ripping left hand and a fist-pounding right hand, the intruder pulls down his pants and inserts his tainted flesh into her untouched virgin walls. Unable to fully scream from shock and abuse, Maya can only moan as her attacker penetrates back and forth between her legs. I love you. I love you. I've always loved you. The Tom cries out after every thrust. Showing no mercy, he makes love to her, kissing her in her bloody mouth, begging her, tell me you love me. Tell me you love me. Forced by more than being intimidated, Maya can only scream, I love you. I love you. Mind broken by the crazed tactics, Maya admits defeat when her stalker orders her, hold me, baby, hold me. Unable to fight the bone crusher off, she can only do what she's told. Lying underneath the still penetrating psycho, Maya freezes all muscles except her vocals. Please don't kill me. Please don't. The delicate little girl pleads for mercy. After agonizing minutes from the assault, a voice of a good Samaritan is constantly heard. Hey, Maya, Yvette, what's going on in there? Startled, the once relaxed womanizer briskly jumps into full alertness, rising to his feet. Leaving with an even more dehumanizing and disgracing ending mark, the predator kneels down, engaging in 15 more grueling seconds of oral sex, while expected help still calls their name from outside. Hearing loud pounds on the front door, the attacker reacts with cat-like jolting at the sound. Licking Maya from her clit to her lips, the rapist says, I love you too, suddenly disappearing from the same window he appeared through. Expecting failure from hearing no words from Travis J., AK looks at the posted time for the last time. Man, it's 4:30 a.m. With a shaking head of negativity, King John proclaims, I would have told you I told you so, but you always want me to focus on being positive. Pulling out his last straw, AK calmly says with a glistening eye, if you don't think your head will fit in my trophy case, say something else slick, and I'll show your fat ass who the big game hunter is. Staring at his resting soldiers, AK orders a passionate cry. We attack after the funeral. Slowly being brought into play, the relaxing cognac-slipping China White snorting, light-skinned one, known as the Phoenix, asserts, I want to ride for your fallen comrades and earn my keep. I put the ride for your fallen comrades and earn my keep. I put the bleed in bloodshed. With a certainly made-up mind, AK squints his eyes with a negative head movement. Nah, you roll by my side. We'll have front row seats. Wanting to prove the size of his heart and the aim of his pistol, the Phoenix adds, Almighty, I forgot to tell you I served in Desert Storm, and I'm a marksman and an overqualified sniper. AK passed the mood of explaining counters. I understand, but you don't know the terrain. Enough said. Calling out the roles of the riders, AK demands, Prince Hamid, you stand posted, no buts. Rain, you'll take blood and numbers. And Wrath, you'll take Bates and Stuntman. Kill everything moving. With a grin of no mercy, Bates asks, on behalf of the others, is OG Rollo and Big Vic fair game? With a raised eyebrow, AK looks belittlingly at King John. I wonder, why the fuck my third in command would ask me some crazy shit like that? King John declares now with a true heart, no friends, no peace. They was chopping at us. Let God sort 'em out. Finally hearing the right words from his second in command, when dealing with his so-called friend Big Vic, who's on the other side of the equation, AK congratulates King John. After a statement like that, you show me you're ready. If only you weren't second in command already, I'd promote you. AK sarcastically burst. Addressing his soldiers, AK announces, I want y'all to get some rest. Tomorrow'll be a long day. Keep your minds clear and your hearts cold. Don't think about the morning's funeral. Our fallen soldiers are here with us. I bet my last dollar OG and his crew gon' stake it out, but we won't be there. Reaching for a gold bottle out of the freezer of Drop Boy's champagne, AK toasts to his fallen soldiers. We ride, we die. Still gonna survive. All is always well. Taking a long swig, he pours a mouthful along his pampered imported plush. For my dogs. Then he passes the bottle on. Enjoy. AK leaves, retiring to his master bedroom saying, now is the beginning, and the war wages on. Beef intensifies till the enemy is gone. Entering the house, finding a sleeping 2 seconds, she wakes him up by snatching a dimly lit blunt out of his mouth. Fuck, gangster. What you trying to do, burn my shit down? Shaken by the outburst of words and snatched whiskers of his mustache, 2 seconds roars back, damn, G, where the fuck you been? We should have been handled this business. Distracted by noticing something wrong with Shu, 2 seconds asks with a nearing glance, gangster, what's wrong with you? Rubbing his bandage on his right arm, Shu says with a distantly cry, nothing, I cut myself. Changing the subject, Shu waves his fingers. Let's roll out and catch these hoe-ass niggas. We gonna be creeping while they sleeping. Working their way to the door, Shu grips the blunt between his lips, mumbling, 2, where's the other blunt you rolled? Fastly walking past Shu, 2 seconds asserts, yeah, right. I've been smoking those waiting on your bullshitting ass. Sighing in disbelief, Shu growls as he locks the door. Damn, G, you doing it like that? Waiting by the passenger door of black darkness, 2 seconds gestures with a forthcoming waving hand. Come on, after we pop these niggas sacks on me. Pausing with crab closing fingertips, 2 seconds adds. Until then, fire that motherfucker up. However, prior to Shu arriving at his house, Travis J arrives at his newfound home, entering through the unlocked back window. Heading straight to the bathroom to take a shower, Travis J freshens up and crawls in the bed, cuddling up with his darling, darling baby. Feeling Travis J's affectionate groping hand, Belinda says without moving a muscle, Vicky, I don't know how you be getting in and out, but I left you another house key on the dresser. Gripping his big mama tighter, he says with a dry voice, Thanks, baby. Then falls fast asleep. Belinda curiously lies wide-eyed awoke, wondering where Travis J has disappeared to earlier and where he's coming from, but can't find the heart to ask a grown man anything, especially one who shows at times he cares. Popping bottles of the bubbly, Yvette lies in the wet lap of Double R, relaxing under the guns of the multiple. This is Missy Me Maya, Volume 3, written by Carlos Alexander Murray, narrated by Kimberly Yvonne Steele. Chapter 1. As the night rolls in like a flowing tsunami, the doorbell chimes echo through the luxurious franchise stadium side loft. Sitting on his throne with his chin placed on his bald fist, like the great man of thought, AK turns to the left, facing his right-hand man. Who the fuck is that? Posing with a puzzled look, King John grabs his .50 caliber Desert Eagle and slides to the intercom. Faced with the rare occasion that someone would show up without phoning first, King John takes a double look at his boss, making sure it's okay to answer. Receiving a positive head shake, King John presses the button, speaking in a dry voice. Who this? As seconds of silence linger through the airwaves, laughter is heard in the background. Open the fucking door, we got a search warrant. With the most crucial statements soaring in and out of every ear in the house, all eyes race towards AK's position, knowing this is not a test, because if somebody were to be playing, one might as well start pulling out the body bags. Standing at attention, AK searches his mind for the right words or the right action, saying, Who is it? Racing to hide drug paraphernalia, stuntman and numbers cry simultaneously, It's the police. Pausing as the news stuns the household, the seven begin to tear into action, flushing drugs and hiding weaponry. Charging all with orders, AK points, Blood, check the windows. Stuntman, flush the shit. Numbers, get a rag and wipe down the tables. Prince Ahmed, stick this cush up your ass. Rain, already on his job, loads all weapons into the locked safes. Hearing the now beating on the door, King John looks out the peephole, unable to see, hunching his shoulders. AK, what you want me to do? Deciphering the call of the situation, AK hears, Open the door before me and my men kick this piece of shit down. AK becomes puzzled. Racing to the door, he shoves King John out of the way, realizing if this was the laws with the warrant, why they ain't been kicked the door in. Who the fuck is it? It's the police, you rich-ass nigga. Then a burst of laughter follows. Now irritated to the highest degree of irritation, AK yells, Well, get in the best way you know how, and you better be ready to die. King John, blow the door down. AK looks at King John with shrugged shoulder and glistening eyeballs. Sensing the thrust in AK's voice, a soft voice responds, This Iowa, followed by other mixed voices. Yeah, nigga, open the motherfucking door. Now feeling like the greatest sucker alive, AK barks, Wrath, Bates? Looking out the peephole, he swings the door open. Falling into the sights of all, Wrath and Bates pour in, wearing the signs of freedom with Iowa 4 feet behind them. Ha, got your ass back. Bates points with a reaching hug. I'm gonna kill you. AK fights to smile, with open arms for his followers to the death. With a bashful smile, Iowa Che asserts, I made them come in first, in case you started shooting. You right, because they playing a very dangerous game. AK extends his hand to his longtime close friend lawyer. Iowa adds, I would never play like that. Knowing the high alert situation, they gagged me. Laughing with Iowa, y'all got me? Just know I'm gonna get you back. I'm just happy to bring them home. Looking back over his shoulder, Prince Ahmed, get that sack the Bates to roll up something now. Giving a batting eye. Well, boys, have fun. I have to get back to the missus. Iowa dips. Locking the door after Ira's departure, AK wishes, may God continue to bless you. Wearing the looks and styles of hellhole prisoners. What the fuck? Bates cries, running to the bathroom. This doodle? He slams the sticky plastic bag of kush to the floor. Yeah, motherfucker. Don't come out till you wash that ass up. AK says, only needing 5.5 seconds to get even with anyone. Pulling up to the forefront, Wrath says with a too clear of a mind, what a blow. Receiving stares of you gotta be kidding, Stuntman preaches, nigga, fucking around with you, we flushed all that shit. Being brought up to speed of all the engagements of the nation, Wrath inquires about the news and funerals of his fallen comrades. So what up? I done heard so many rumors flooding the joint about our peeps. Stuntman, the wildest soldier in the ranks, speaks while sucking on his cut finger he injured in the shootout. Those bitches hit us and hit us hard, to make a long story short. Chico, El Rook, Shorty Lee, and Hussein didn't make it. With a dropped head of mourning, Wrath downs a shot of brandy. Where the fuck is everybody else at? Other than us here, everyone is at the hospital in their beds healing. You know the rules. If you hurt, you can't roll with the team. Blood adds, kicked back on a red velvet armchair, with one of AK's acid cigars to his lips. With a questioning eye, Wrath checks the atmosphere. AK, what I need to do? I've been locked down too long for nothing. Looking at his faithful subject, AK gestures with a smirk. Rain will debrief you on the details. Funerals are off limits. Sprinting from the bathroom, hearing the end of the conversation, Bates, dressed in one of AK's old iceberg outfits, can't believe his ears. AK leaves the room saying, it is what it is. Meanwhile, hours prior in another area in the projects, where spirits are more uplifting, Yvette talks with her lover on the telephone. Yeah, boo, I miss you too. Uh-huh. I wish I had my lips on you too. Just come over and spend a night, Yvette says to Double R. Hell no. The nearby sitting Maya screams as she watches the television, adding, this house too small for all that shit. Don't nobody want to hear y'all fucking all night. Go get a room like respectable people, Maya declares to the horny lovebirds. Finishing her discussion with her Double R, Yvette swears, she's just jealous. My man won't be back until tomorrow. Just come get me. We don't have to go far. Okay, baby. I'm on my way. I just need to make one last drop for seed. Double R filled with lust states. Sickened with hearing Yvette's fantasies and tired of texting Big C with cute messages, Maya decides to call him. Dialing Big C with her manicured nails, she cries repeatedly until she makes contact. Sitting with his Midwest coalition along the shores of the Lake of Michigan comprised of his four heads, Big C sees his phone struggling to keep service as he sits back in the high-rise estates of downtown Chicago. Noticing fading incoming calls, he sees Maya's number constantly appearing. Caught in the middle of a drug transaction, trying to resculpture the face of the drug industry, Big C alerts one of his street brothers, of whom's apartment is holding the meeting. Modi, I need to go to the streets and make a phone call. Leaving the circle of G-Wiz, Casper, Colo, 150 unwrapped chickens, custom leather imported fashions of original splendor, and a triple bird's-eye view lakefront spectacle, Big Seed exits the front door. Stepping out into traffic, dressed fresher than a 21st century Dapper Don himself, Big Seed holds his instincts sail high until his signal receives full force. Leaning against the black iron-gated security fence, Big Seed daydreams for a second. Watching the speedboats race by, lovers hand in hand with children, and roller skaters spin in the wind with no worries in the world, Big Seed's Echo shirt collar waves in a nipped breeze. With each ringing tone of Maya's phone, grains of sand brush up against Big Seed exotic purple Mari gator boots. Hello? Hearing the soft, hypnotizing voice, Big Seed smiles. Hey, mommy, what's cracking? Just missing you. Maya says with a long sigh. Uh-huh. Feeling closer, whispering in each other's ear, Maya asks, "Are you safe, Daddy?" "Always, little mama." As the conversation spirals in all directions, Maya wonders, "Is Slim Jim around?" In a calm voice, Big Seed states, "He just left." Smacking her lips in disgust, Maya hates. "Man, I can never catch him." Big Seed only assures her, "He's all right. I'm taking good care of him. Have faith." Furthering the conversation, "So what's your sister doing?" Cheerfully explaining, Maya asserts, "She about to get the fuck out of here. Double R on his way to play house." Overwhelmed by the aspects of Maya's character, Big Seed ends. "Well, baby, I need to finish this last piece of biz. Then I'll be making way. And I'm gonna bring you back a nice surprise." "Okay, Daddy. I love you." Big Seed passionately states in return, "I love you more." Feeling Maya cheesing on the other end, he hangs up wearing a smile on his heart. Standing in the cool breezes of the Midwestern winds, Big Seed blocks the blistering rays of raining sun. Deciding to make another phone call, he dials. "What the deal?" Answering the phone in the middle of his hastened adjustments. "Yo, Seed, talk to me." Double R responds in good spirits. "You ain't having too much fun, is you?" "Man, I'm handling mine. I got the party set up. I've networked with some old guys, some new guys, and I've gotten word on Slim Jim, along with those mutts of yours." Only worried about Slim Jim's situation, Big Seed states, "So what's popping with Jimbo?" "No straight. They said in about a week he could move out." Confused to the answer, "They said. Did you go see him or did you call?" Pausing for a second, Double R retaliates, "I called." Sighing in disbelief, Big C cuts deep into Double R's spine. "Damn, Playboy, you said you was going to see him face to face. If I can't depend on you, let me know. I need to know what's in the man's eyes and his voice." Squinting at his phone with a sour attitude, Double R exhales. "Man, I've been doing tons of stuff. I didn't have time to actually make that 5-hour round road trip." "Okay, I feel you. So what you about to do now?" Big Seed asked with a repeated nod and pulled out lip. "Man, I'm about to go handle some business." Knowing the truth, Big Seed asked, "Does this business have anything to do with Yvette?" With a delayed, stunned reaction, Double R stutters. Yvette? Why you say that?" Click. Big Seed hangs the phone up. Returning to Mo D and the coalition, Big Seed doesn't sit down, but paces without words from the woodworks across the pine plank to the woodworks again. Looking at the mind-boggled Big Seed, Mo D curiously asks, "What up, Joe? Enlighten me on your problems. You're making me nervous." With a hand flanked across his forehead, Big Seed's tongue falls out with heartfelt words attached. "Man, I'm just sick of this shit. I'm tired of explaining the importance of what I need done and why." Cutting off about his personal worries, jumping right back to the business, Big C declares, "Okay, this ain't gonna be a long, drawn-out spectacle. I'm trying to be out. Everybody gets 37 apiece. It's 2 extra. Time to spread your wings. Price is the same for everybody. 20 apiece cash. 18 if you come get 'em." Looking at the fashionable crew, dressed in high-end designs from Carlotti to Cartier glasses, Cavalli to Elan minks, Cellini Orchard to Van Cleef and Arpels watches. "Yeah, man, we made it. I got 15 more hundred on deck." Laid back, cuddled in the fresh Habersham cushions, with a double shot of Ciroc in the left hand and a burning General Cigar Macanudo 1968 in the right hand, Casper blurts with a magical puff, "Underboss was at the Sag and Nipple. He said hit him up if you on strong." "That's what I'm talking about." Big C cracks his phone open. Standing up, walking under the brown wooden flat case fluorescent bulbs, Gee Whiz grunts, "Gee, I could push this 37 in K-Town right now. The folks ready." Sitting down next to Colo while he text messages his crew in the Twin Cities on his BlackBerry Storm, Big C collects his platinum briefcase, filled with a minimum deposit of $350,000, which was guaranteed to cover at least half of the consigned product. Approaching Big Seed, gliding in Prada house shoes, Modi swears, "Man, all this shit gonna be gone before the end of tomorrow. Every week. Same bad time, same bad channel. The deal is, I'll triple what you pay for, drop out what you owe in full, Then you only need 500 stacks to get 75 bricks. Big Seed explains in full detail. Faced with an offer they can't refuse, the party of five gather in prayer for a blessing of safety and fortune. Loving every minute of his newfound success and victory, OG Rollo's demeanor is everything but humbling. Mocking the morning's funeral services, OG Rollo lounges over his gold tray containing mounds of raw cocaine while exploiting the possibilities of the future. We are back in control of our streets, throwing up a three-fingered pitchfork to his followers. GD, my gangsters, he constantly states, abusing snorts of his heavily supplied white powder. We should go finish those Vicky Lou's off at the funeral and call it a death party. Ha! Passing the raw substance to GDBD and the rest of the organization, OG questions Big Vic. Gangster, what do you think about that? Stone-minded from the sandstorm of the blow, a chinky-eyed, still always serious Big Vic responds. Think about what, my gangster? Think about shooting up and finishing our enemies at the funeral. With a punishing frown, Big Vic throws a pitchfork next to his chest. It's all on you. You let me know what I need to do. Looking back at young Shorty as he reads the book titled The Art of War, OG Rollo asks with a lean nod. What about you, Shorty? If you asking me what I would do if I were king, for one, we wouldn't be getting high right now. And for two, we wouldn't be waiting for our enemies to rebuild and strike us back. Never amused by Shorty's theories and big words, Maximus, leader of the gangster tycoons, also being more ranked than others with decision-making outside of the project's fronts. Why your little ass ain't in school or something? Man, fuck school. English is nothing. I read novels every day. Math? Huh? I count millions. And science? I'm a master chemist when it comes to whipping, cooking, and experimenting. The only class I'm failing is in PE, because I ain't got time to play no games. Besides, I got my GED. I'm taking college classes online. What you doing? Shorty fronts back and could care less of Maximus, Schizo, Fat Folks, and Denox replacements, Jig and Mako, his legions of leading gangster disciples to the area awaiting an anticipated retaliation. OG Rollo orders as his heads drop off their collected hundreds of thousands of currency. GDBD, have the soldiers take the bricks in full force. I want lookouts on every corner, security on every street. Make sure they packs are fat as ever. We got too much work and too much muscle to miss out on any more money. I want it all. Standing up with a tightly clenched fist, OG Rollo roars to the skies. Looking back, GDBD asks, what about that thieving ass Lucky and Hustler number 1? Kill him. Find out who they stealing from, because whoever it is, they stealing from me to recoup their losses. Kill them too. As the multitudes leave with their orders, young Shorty, the 13-year-old phenom, closes the door behind after their departure, smiling in peace. Now where was I? OG Rollo grins, climbing back on the lounge sofa with his pinky finger first in the session he was ill-timed disturbed from. Big Vic excuses himself also. Yo, G, I'm about to clear the motherfucking house and put these niggas to use. It's time to get this paper, dawg. Big Vic suggests, marching away with his 50-cal Desert Eagle in his hand. Shorty, count that money, OG Rollo says, powdering his nose. Riding back seat of his second-choice vehicle, the Hummer H2 SUT, AK enjoys sips of the Louis. Cruising in the jammed bumper-to-bumper Titan lanes of airline terminals, AK scans for faces. From across a great distance, AK spots his target with an eagle eye. Yo, Wrath, pull over, that's my man right there. Fading into an open parking spot, AK peeps out the open moonroof. Phoenix! Phoenix! AK yells. Noticed by one of the parking patrols, the H2 is immediately hated on. Walking directly up the showroom-floored chromed-out Hummer, a white officer irately states, Keep it moving, balls. This is a loading zone, not a hangout, G. Hearing the sarcastic demeanor of the officer, AK responds, Suck, I got diplomatic immunity. You better check these that's been sitting here. The sign says 5 minutes, nigga. I mean, cracker. Pulling out his ticket pad, the officer declares, Well, in my eyes, you've been sitting here longer than 15 minutes, boy. Emerging from the pool of strange faces, the light-skinned one known as the Phoenix breaks between the negative wordplay of the disgruntled gentleman. Further ignoring the officer, seeing the package has arrived, AK cracks the door. Get in, peeps. Also announcing to Wrath, take us out of here. Mashing off with a still face, AK gives the officer the middle finger, realizing he's already written down the license plate for no reason. Falling back into the plush ostrich interior of the mothership, AK extends a hand. Grabbing that same hand with a bond of trust, the Phoenix says, AK, you a real nigga. It's whatever while I'm here. If a nigga need killing, robbing, or even slapping, nigga, I'll bust their ass up and jump back on another flight. Cheesing with one gold in his mouth, the new arrival dressed in a red New Era cap, off-red Rockaware pants, with black Lexani shoes matching a black Rockaware jacket, wonders of the plans for the day. It's simple, every day is the same. Get high, get money, and add to the hit list. Handing the Phoenix a champagne glass of Louis, they both toast to whatever. Clink. Lounging back in the comforts of his newfound dwelling, Travis J sits deeply engaged in the video game Grand Theft Auto. Head leans on his shoulder. Belinda rubs his leg full of gratitude. Thanks, Vicky. I love the plasma you bought for me and the Xbox you bought for the kids. 'Cause Christmas didn't even come this year, Belinda says, holding a tear back. Eyes glued to the visual actions of the video game, Travis J states, You my baby now, this my home. Whatever you and my family need, I got it. Your kids are mine. Whenever they ready, they can call me daddy. Used to having only secondhand items and a nothing-ass nigga, Belinda is amazed at the widescreen 50-inch monitor. How much did Hustle Man charge you? It must have cost a fortune. With a look of non-concern, Travis J only states, Ain't no price too much for my baby. As the two further their conversations, Belinda's impatiently awaiting oldest two boys are seen standing at a distance. Noticing her sons, Why y'all standing over us? Go to your room and clean it up. You know I can't stand it when y'all looking over my back. Knowing the deal, Travis J signals the two boys over. Come here. Approaching hesitantly, Travis J asks with face-to-nose confrontation, Where y'all daddy at? Surprised by the easily answerable question, both boys speak simultaneously. Mama says he dead. Placing a hand on both of the boys' shoulders, Travis J squeezes. Well, he ain't dead no more. I'm y'all daddy. Handing over the two controls, Travis J starts to stretch. Belinda, I'll be outside smoking a square. Parading to his personal bags, Travis J finds his cell phone still charging but sees something is wrong. There's some bullshit. I don't even know how to work a charger. Replugging his cell phone up, Travis J grabs his wet ones with a decoy cigarette to blanket the piercing aroma. Standing outside, he lights the cigarette, then lights one of his dipsticks with the cherry of the lit cigarette. Deeply inhaling, he exhales Big India, peace clouds, when suddenly, Belinda opens the door, startling him. Vicky, let me hit that. Swallowing what smoke he didn't have time to exhale, he almost hands her the dipstick instead of the cigarette. Taking a puff, Belinda's senses are brought to attention. Vicky, you smell that? Something out here reeks. Quickly engulfed by the rage of the water, Travis J sniffs. I think these bushes stink. Not paying any attention to his comment and unable to notice his bucking eyes from the darkness, Belinda asks, Vicky, where my gun? Feeling like he's being watched and growing more paranoid as the seconds race, Travis J nervously hands her the gun, taking the bullets out. What the hell you do that for? I can't shoot nobody with an empty gun. Give me the bullets. Holding out her hand, Travis J purposely drops the bullets an inch from her palm as his psyche is playing games on him. Damn, Vicky, Belinda states, disappointingly having to bend over to pick the bullets off the ground. Loading the weapon at a squatting position, she arises with Travis J nowhere to be found. Vicky! Vicky! She shouts repeatedly, only finding shades of darkness as the moon rays are blocked by the towering trees of the backgrounds. With a wrinkled face of confusion, Belinda waits and calls for a few more minutes, but with no sign of Travis J, she retreats indoors, locking the deadbolt behind her, scratching her head. Sometimes I wonder about that Vicky. Mobbing through their hood, the tag team duo, Shu and 2 Seconds, stop at Shu's house for a second. Walking into the house, the armed 2 Seconds asks Shu, Gangsta, I thought we was going to bust some heads. We are, nigga, but I need to handle something right quick. Just wait right here. It should only take me about 15 minutes at the most. As the two enter the astonishing clean duplex, 2 seconds asks sarcastically, I wonder who cleaned this motherfucker up. Escaping the insinuations, Shu says, Gangsta, I ain't hurt no more. I'm a grown-ass man. Okay, what's been stopping you before from cleaning this nasty motherfucker up? 2 seconds inquisitively ask, taking a seat on the black couch with no name. Brushing off 2 seconds' jokes, Shu slides a mirror under his cushions containing loose grams of grade A perp. Gangsta, roll up while I handle this business, Shu orders, heading back toward the door. Forgetting all that was discussed, 2 seconds ask, Nigga, where you going? Gangsta, said I had to take care of something, damn. With a pointing finger, oh, it's like that? We keeping secrets now? 2 seconds says. Twisting his lips, Shu answers, Man, I need to take care of something personal. Nigga, if you going to Maya, I can sit in the car. I won't laugh at you. Catching a breeze of a heightened temper, Shu blasts, Man, that bitch can die, all I care. Then slams the door behind himself. Exiting the highway, with the tunes of Al Green's For the Good Times playing in the background, Double R hangs up the phone from conducting business. Feeling like he's let Big C down, he gives a character call to reveal his true role, defined as, Man, you can always depend on me, but I got everything in order. Double R assures, Yeah, man, sure, just go chill with your girl. Big C blows him off. Cutting through the games, Double R declares, Good news, just got off the phone with Slim Jim. Quickly changing his demeanor from a low idle drag to an uplifting smirk. What they say. Laughing, Double R states, he wants two things, a T-bone steak and then a bat so he could crack you upside the head with. Feeling overwhelmed with joy, Big C asserts, See, man, that's all I'm saying. We got to check on your inner circle. Whether a stranger or a longtime friend, once you join us, it's damn near blood in, blood out, unless we kick you out. Oh yeah, earlier, when you hung up on me, I forgot to tell you I met your boy Shu. Creeping back to his low-dragged voice, Big Seed asked, Where you see that bitch nigga at? He popped up over Maya's house. He even asked about you. Oh, that nigga dare run my name through the bumping of his gums? Big Seed questions in anger. Knowing his game is stronger than battery acid, he suggests, Yeah, that ain't nothing. Maya a good girl and a big one. She'll handle that situation the best way she sees fit. She'll bomb and she know it. Changing the subject, Double R inquires of Big C's whereabouts. So where you at and when you coming back? Pausing to swallow an ice-cold beverage, Big C responds, Man, I'm at the Trump Casino in Gary, Indiana. I got some niggas bringing some scratch to me. I moved all the Purdue's in the frozen section. I'm just waiting to collect my fees. You know I ain't missing the party. Yeah, I got some new victims. They got that capital punishment money. Nah, Double, it's over for us. No more licks. It's time to use these baby chicks. Big Seed is ready to give up being the bad guy. Hanging on up the phone, Big Seed calls his Floridian Connect. Oh, Shay, what be the deal with you? Seed, you sound good. You missed Miss Super Bowl party. It was an event to attend. The whole pack was here. I really had something. I needed to show you for witness. Anyway, I have good news and the bad. Only brown soil for the condo. No white sands if you're still in need by the beachfront. Oh, Shay, I found it like I said. It's beautiful. I'm sending a page as we speak. Beep, beep, beep. O'Shea checks his other phone's text messaging, reading the lighted screen which says, 22 milli a ton, 2,000 keys for 11,000 apiece. Whoa, me man, I see you. But if you make 1.5 for 30, 3,000 for 30 million, me call you dead bygones. O'Shea agreeing to knock off the roughly estimated 200,000 tab off, quickly doing the math in his head. I'm paying $9,000 apiece. That's 3 million profit. Big C calmly exhales. Consider it done. Me just need time and place. I come to you as you would do me. I'll text you the time, Big Seed says, scrolling through the memory of his cell. Hanging up the phone, Big Seed calls his West Coast Connect. Big Seed, amigo, you call back fast. Speak to me, friend. It's on and poppin'. Send Cabron ASAP. He tells Hernandez. Me call you back, me friend. Mr. H hangs up the phone. 5 minutes later, Big Seed receives a page from Hernandez. The eagle has left its nest. Immediately sending a page out himself, He texts O'Shea, the Nigerian, "I'm waiting on you." 10 minutes later, the Nigerian sends a text reply, "I'm on my way." At the same time, Big Seed ends his conversation with King Service's top commodore. "Exactly right, underboss. I await Service's call." Chapter 2. Arriving in the heart of the infamous Maya's gardens, Double R sits in a parked position in front of Yvette and Maya's house. Exiting the vehicle, Double R notices an unwelcomed homely feeling of the orange bricks. Walking to the doorstep, his seventh sense alerts him. Damn, I feel like I'm being watched. Paranoid by his inner alarm system, he bobs his head from left to right. Pulling out his black steel pistol, taking a deep breath, he immediately clicks the latch off safety. Making a 360 scan of his surroundings, he knocks on the door with the butt of his 9mm. Not realizing the heavy bangs of the weapon against the door, Yvette quickly snatches it open. "Dang, boy, you all right? You banging like the boogeyman after you." Playing it off with a soft smile, Double R responds, "Scared of what? The rabbit got the gun now." Always sarcastic, Yvette says, "Yeah, that's how all pretty boys feel when they come to the projects. But I'll hold your hand." Grabbing Double R's empty hand, he snatches it away. "Girl, I ain't scared of no man." Grinning ear to ear, Yvette asserts, "I know, you just scared of me, and it better stay that way." Entering the household, Yvette greets him with a long, seductive kiss. Walking in on the kissing bandits, Maya throws her hand over her ears. "Oh my God, can't you guys wait till you get where you're going?" Pausing for air, the smiling pair focus on the young Maya. "Maya, do you want to stay at my house tonight while me and your sister get lost?" Double R asks, hoping for a yes. "Boy, boo, I've been staying home alone since I was 9 years old. You might be the only one scared to be here at night," Maya says, retreating to the next room with her hand on her hip. Grabbing a light jacket, Yvette says to Maya, "Come lock the door behind me." Walking behind her sister, Maya playfully pushes Yvette on the back of her shoulder. "I know you're using rubbers." Turning back with a none of your business stare, "Who uses rubbers when they're in love? And I'm not on a pill either, since you're asking." Yvette grins with lust. "You tramp, you," Maya blurts out, with Yvette responding with a raised middle finger. Exiting the door, Yvette states, "Your dick should be in town soon. Better use it. I'm using mine." Yvette brushes her off in the wind, darting to the passenger side of Double R's sport utility vehicle. As the lovebirds speed away from the premise, a predator's eyes watch as Maya closes the door. Faded into the wee hours of the deadened night skies, the distinct lurking eyes quickly shorten the distance from across the street to seeing his own breath fogging against Maya's bedroom window. Catching a glimpse of the very young, attractive, slender-built model, an uncontrollable lust forces the stalker to desperately find some vulnerable entry point. Thirsting like a wolf in the night's full moon, the inner howls of the perpetrator causes him to sweat and become very nervous. Checking each window with rotating eyes and shaking hands, Maya is suddenly alerted by a feeling of mystic paranoia. Jumping to her feet barefooted, wearing white shorts and a BB t-shirt, Maya turns down the television and stands in total silence, awaiting another sound. Fooled by the drought of noise, she turns the TV back up and sits back on a plastic-covered couch. Feeling like a lion, the king of his jungle, the desperado begins to make uncalculated bold moves. Finding a meter box mounted to the outside of the house, the prowler opens the door and starts reading the levers on the panels. As he can see Maya with his right eye and the levers with his left, he finds himself in an erotic trance glancing at Maya, then back to the main power off switch. Continuing to drool with lust, the peaking Tom fights with himself. Yes, no, yes, no. Looking back and forth, attracted by the smooth, shiny legs and bare wiggling toes, the predator begins to speak his illicit thoughts out loud. "Do it. No. Do it. No. Yes. She wants it. She wants me. I know she does." Playing mind games with himself, from visually undressing the young, attractive Maya, the predator continues with his desperate illusions. "Yes. No. Yes. No. She wants me. I want her. She loves me and I love her too." The prowler growls, soiling himself. Looking to his left, he wildly swings, hitting the main power switch. Seeing the house in total darkness, he strikes in full stride. Diving through the double-pane glass like a monster on PCP, Maya's screams echo through the house. Unable to run or notify help, she can only scream, hoping someone hears her cries. Rushing like a rhino toward his victim, the predator identifies her exact location by her screams, and with one menacing backslap, he knocks her to the floor. "Shut up, bitch." With clothes-ripping left hand and a fist-pounding right hand, the intruder pulls down his pants and inserts his tainted flesh into her untouched virgin walls. Unable to fully scream from shock and abuse, Maya can only moan as her attacker penetrates back and forth between her legs. "I love you. I love you. I've always loved you," the Tom cries out after every thrust. Showing no mercy, he makes love to her, kissing her in her bloody mouth, begging her, "Tell me you love me. Tell me you love me." Forced by more than being intimidated, Maya can only scream, "I love you. I love you." Mind broken by the crazed tactics, Maya admits defeat when her stalker orders her, "Hold me, baby. Hold me." Unable to fight the bone crusher off, she can only do what she's told. Lying underneath the still penetrating psycho, Maya freezes all muscles except her vocals. "Please don't kill me. Please don't." The delicate little girl pleads for mercy. After agonizing minutes from the assault, a voice of a good Samaritan is constantly heard. "Hey, Maya, Yvette, what's going on in there?" Startled, the once relaxed womanizer briskly jumps into full alertness, rising to his feet. Leaving with an even more dehumanizing and disgracing ending mark, the predator kneels down, engaging in 15 more grueling seconds of oral sex, while expected help still calls her name from outside. Hearing loud pounds on the front door, the attacker reacts with cat-like jolting at the sound. Licking Maya from her clit to her lips, the rapist says, "I love you too," suddenly disappearing from the same window he appeared through. Expecting failure from hearing no words from Travis J., AK looks at the posted time for the last time. Man, it's 4:30 a.m. With the shaking head of negativity, King John proclaims, "I would have told you I told you so, but you always want me to focus on being positive." Pulling out his last straw, AK calmly says with a glistening eye, "If you don't think your head will fit in my trophy case, say something else slick, and I'll show your fat ass who the big game hunter is." Staring at his resting soldiers, AK orders a passionate cry, "We attack after the funeral." Slowly being brought into play, the relaxing cognac slipping China white snorting light-skinned one, known as the Phoenix, asserts, "I want to ride for your fallen comrades and earn my keep. I put the ride for your fallen comrades and earn my keep. I put the bleed in bloodshed." With a certainly made-up mind, AK squints his eyes with a negative head movement. "Nah, you roll by my side. We'll have front row seats." Wanting to prove the size of his heart and the aim of his pistol, the Phoenix adds, "Almighty, I forgot to tell you I served in Desert Storm, and I'm a marksman and an overqualified sniper." AK passed the mood of explaining counters. "I understand, but you don't know the terrain. Enough said." Calling out the roles of the riders, AK demands, "Prince Hamid, you stand posted, no buts. Rain, you'll take blood and numbers. And Wrath, you'll take Bates and Stuntman. Kill everything moving." With a grin of no mercy, Bates asks, on behalf of the others, "Is OG Rollo and Big Vic fair game?" With a raised eyebrow, AK looks belittlingly at King John. "I wonder, why the fuck my third in command would ask me some crazy shit like that?" King John declares now with a true heart, "No friends, no peace. They was chopping at us. Let God sort 'em out." Finally hearing the right words from his second in command, when dealing with his so-called friend Big Vic, who's on the other side of the equation, AK congratulates King John. "After a statement like that, you show me you're ready. If only you weren't second in command already, I'd promote you." AK sarcastically burst. Addressing his soldiers, AK announces, "I want y'all to get some rest. Tomorrow'll be a long day. Keep your minds clear and your hearts cold. Don't think about the morning's funeral. Our fallen soldiers are here with us. I bet my last dollar OG and his crew gonna stake it out, but we won't be there." Reaching for a gold bottle out of the freezer of Drop Boy's champagne, AK toasts to his fallen soldiers. We ride, we die. Still gonna survive? All is always well. Taking a long swig, he pours a mouthful along his pampered imported plush. For my dogs. Then he passes the bottle on. Enjoy. AK leaves, retiring to his master bedroom, saying, Now is the beginning, and the war wages on. Beef intensifies till the enemy is gone. Entering the house, finding a sleeping 2 seconds, she wakes him up by snatching a dimly lit blunt out of his mouth. Fuck, gangster. What you trying to do, burn my shit down? Shaken by the outburst of words and snatched whiskers of his mustache, 2 seconds roars back, Damn, G, where the fuck you been? We should have been handled this business. Distracted by noticing something wrong with Shu, 2 seconds asks with a nearing glance, Gangster, what's wrong with you? Rubbing his bandage on his right arm, Shu says with a distantly cry, Nothing, I cut myself. Changing the subject, Shu waves his fingers. Let's roll out and catch these hoe-ass niggas. We gonna be creeping while they sleeping. Working their way to the door, Shu grips the blunt between his lips, mumbling, 2. Where's the other blunt you rolled? Fastly walking past Shu, 2 seconds asserts, Yeah, right. I've been smoking those waiting on your bullshitting ass. Sighing in disbelief, Shu growls as he locks the door. Damn, G, you doing it like that? Waiting by the passenger door of black darkness, 2 seconds gestures with a forthcoming waving hand. Come on, after we pop these niggas, sacks on me. Pausing with crab closing fingertips, 2 seconds adds, Until then, fire that motherfucker up. However, prior to Shu arriving at his house, Travis J arrives at his newfound home, entering through the unlocked back window. Heading straight to the bathroom to take a shower, Travis J freshens up and crawls in the bed, cuddling up with his darling baby. Feeling Travis J's affectionate groping hand, Belinda says without moving a muscle, Vicky, I don't know how you be getting in and out, but I left you another house key on the dresser. Gripping his big mama tighter, he says with a dry voice, Thanks, baby. Then falls fast asleep. Belinda curiously lies wide-eyed awoke, wondering where Travis J has disappeared to earlier and where he's coming from, but can't find the heart to ask a grown man anything, especially one who shows at times he cares. Popping bottles of the bubbly, Yvette lies in the wet lap of Double R, relaxing under the guns of the multiple vibrating jets of a two-man jacuzzi. Double R feeds his princess light sips of the Laurent Perrier champagne. Wiping the steam from her dripping eyeshadow, he asks, Is the water too hot, baby? Melting against his body, she replies, No, baby, I'm fine. What about you? Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but if I pass out, just make sure I don't drown. Double R feels a dizzy spell. Laughing as things couldn't be better, Yvette hears her phone's signature ring from Maya's phone. Damn, that's Maya. I wonder what she wants. Looking over her shoulder, she asks seductively, Double baby, you feel like handing me my phone? Yeah, I would agree if you weren't laying on me. Stunting in a playing fashion, Double R jokingly gestures to lift her up. Oh my God, you weigh a ton, he says, pressing his hand against her scrumptious calipigian. Standing up in the middle of the tub, the water level drops as Yvette's nude backside exits. You so silly, Double. Watching the light of the heat lamps reflect off her sexy round ass. You're so beautiful, Yvette. I can't wait to stick my tongue in there. My tongue won't, but I know my dick will. Sitting in the nearly empty tub, Double R exits, grabbing a towel and cutting off the swirling jets. As Yvette has missed the call, she calls Maya by hitting the send button. Hello? Hearing a man's voice, the now startled Yvette blast, who the fuck is this? In a hesitating low tone, the man's voice responds, Yvette, this JD. JD from across the street. I'm at the hospital. With only one thought on her mind, where the fuck is my sister? Shivering with the answer to call's World War III, JD answers, Someone raped Maya. Ah! Yvette screams, falling into Double R's chest, stuttering, Somebody raped Maya. Prying the phone from Yvette's gripping hands, Double R roars at a high pitch. Tell me where you at, we on our way. Telling Double R which hospital, they are seen entering through the sliding emergency doors minutes later. Finally getting Yvette mentally prepared to tackle the situation, they enter the waiting room. Pointing out JD, There he is. With a hug of support, Double R points to the hospital's registration. Find out what room she's in and I'll handle this. Approaching the jittery dope fiend, Double R sees the nervousness through his body. Not knowing Double R, JD tries to signal Yvette. "No, Playboy," Double R says, pulling down JD's motioning hand, adding, "You only need to talk to me." So what happened? Sorrow and emotional stricken, JD asks, "Who are you?" "Playboy, I'm the one you just got off the phone with. Don't let me ask you again, what happened?" Pulling up his overalls, JD takes a seat, whispering as all the eyes and ears of the quiet, crowded waiting room are listening. "I already told the police everything I know." JD weeps. "Well, tell me again," Double R orders, with a curved vein pulsing around his temple. "I was standing in a window emptying my bathroom buckets when I heard a loud glass crash with a following scream. At first I didn't pay it no mind, but when I stuck my head out, I saw Maya and Yvette house dark as hell. Sort of like mine because I don't have electric power. They shit was pitch dark. Even I have a burning kerosene lighter." Interrupting the now Gabby too informative suspect, Double R cuts him off. "Motherfucker, tell me what I need to know." JD then simply states, "I put on my clothes and when I went across the street, I saw the broken glass from the side window shining from the street light. I got closer and heard voices that gave me bad vibes. I yelled in. I didn't hear nothing, but I said to myself, 'JD, you know something wrong.' Then I said, 'Yep,' and ran around to the front door and started kicking on it." Taking a deep breath with panicking hands, JD tries to fight his shakes off, adding, "Then I heard someone jump back out the window. When I ran around back, he was gone. I tried to look in, but I couldn't see. I called in. I said, 'Maya, Yvette,' and a voice called out, 'Help me.' I knew I had to help then, so I called through the window and called 911 from Maya's cell phone. She couldn't do it. I rode with the ambulance. I had just been pushing numbers, but when I got here, a man helped me with the names on the phone. He found Yvette's name, because I can't read. Nope, I can't. Then Yvette answered the phone. Minutes after gaining all obtainable information, Yvette comes around the corner, far from the shaken girl she was 20 minutes ago, but now back to the on-the-mission go-getter. Still wiping tears from her face, Double R sees her and goes to her. "What's up, baby?" Double R holds her with comfort. "Maya on the third floor. We can go in, but they gave her something so she could rest. They say she was raped and beaten." Entering the elevator, out of the sight of all, Yvette breaks down briefly again. "They say her jaw is fractured and her eye is damaged." Embracing her, Double R ensures with hope, "Baby Maya's a strong girl. She needs you to be stronger for her." As the elevator door opens, police stand in the opening from leaving Maya's room. Passing through the police, Yvette and Double R are noticed going into Maya's room. Following the pair, the investigating officer calls, "Excuse me, are you going into room 324? I'm Detective Mayaz." As both pause to his question, Double R tells Yvette, "Go check on Maya, I'll handle this." Pulling out a pad and a pen, the head detective makes eye contact. "I'd like to ask you some questions. What's your relation to?" Smoothly cutting off the bogus questions aimed at satisfying a police report, Double R snaps, "We ain't got nothing to say, we wasn't there. You tell me what you know. And if you don't know anything, obviously you have nothing to say." Receiving bad vibes from Double R, the other officer, Lieutenant Black, steps in. "Excuse me, but I know Maya. We wasn't there either. That's what we..." Smoothly cutting the second officer off. "Have a good day. You might be asking questions at the wrong place. I think you'll find your answers in the projects." Double R then turns his back on both officers and joins Yvette's side with a holding hand. With the police standing on the outskirts of the room, Double R shakes his pointing finger with a negative wave and motioning of his lips. "This is not the place." Standing speechless, overlooking Maya, the hospital's 24-hour surgeon explains the situation. "It was quick thinking for the one who called 911, and something more than a miracle for her to be alive. She has blood on her brain, and we can't operate until the swelling subsides." After being swamped with the devastating news from the doctor, Double R and Yvette wait in the hallway, coordinating their next move. Hesitant to make the next obligated decision, Double R dials Big Seed. Being close to the time of a rooster's howl, Big C's phone rings a while due to him being in the shower. Yo, what up, Double? Something must be wrong. It's almost 6:30 a.m. Panting, desperately searching for the right words to say. Spit that shit out. It's too early for mind games. Big Seed yells, having no time for guessing. We got problems. Double R blows from his hollow chest. Becoming tired of the rigmarole, Big Seed destroys ear nerves. Nigga, what the fuck is going on? Double R confesses. Maya got raped. Briefly, a pause dissects the conversation. What Maya? Because I know you ain't talking about my Maya. Not knowing how to counter Big Seed's question, Double R can only state, me and Yvette at Methodist Hospital now. Click. Receiving a disconnect, Double R tries to call Big Seed back, but only receives his voicemail. Looking to Yvette, Double R says with an absent stare, he hung up. Chapter 3. Still transmitting words of verbal combat, the diabolical duo pulls up in front of Lucky's house. Exiting the vehicle, 2 seconds slaps a .0mm slug into the chamber of his Mac 11. Bring your ass on so we can get these niggas. Then I can get back to your bullshitting ass. Coming up the rear, Shu trots finger on the trigger with an extra 32-shot round clip in his opposite hand. Playboy, don't hate me. Hate the game. I simply got bitches and you only got crackheads like Deborah, Pam, and the rest of the hood tramps. Feel me? Fuck you, gangster, 2 seconds says, tap kicking his foot against the door, adding, at least I don't love them hoes. Glancing around the side of the house, Shu peeks. Hold that thought, Shu says, running around toward the back, looking through each cracked window. Quickly returning, Shu confirms. Ain't nobody here. Those niggas still out. I can see through the whole house. Walking in their state-claimed territory, the two slowly walk back to their vehicle, with their guns drawn, still conversating about nothing. Man, I just want to know where you disappeared to this morning, Shu. That's all. Hell, I could have went and got me some pussy, too. Stop it, too. Like I said, you ain't got no hoes. Shu laughs. Nigga, how the fuck you know what I got? Both jump into Destiny with 2 seconds starting up the car. I got money, and I can buy any bitch I want. Shu sarcastically points a finger. See? My point exactly. Continuing the verbal debate, the two heavily armed maniacs begin to scour the neighborhood in search of Lucky and Hustler number 1. Smoking on their last blunt, they stumble upon the police surveilling the area. Damn, G. I think they about to raid or something, Shu. We might need to get off the streets. These motherfuckers deep. Identifying with his comrade for the first time of the new morning's day, Shu heads straight back to the crib. We might need to catch them fucks on foot. Answering with a death-defying exhale from a close call, 2 seconds warns, as his job is solely to protect Shu. My nigga, we might want to stay posted till we find out what's going on. Awaking like Dracula from a trustful hibernation, Travis J's eyes pop open from feeling his body fiend for more of his butt-naked medicine. Finding himself in bed all alone, Travis J quickly rolls out of his sheets, tapping his feet on the floor. Seeing his phone signaling a full charge from the green illuminated power button, Travis J snatches it off its base. Calling Rain, the phone rings twice before an angry voice answers. Vicky, what the fuck going on, Lord? You on that bullshit? Just tell me where you at, we bringing you in. In a passive tone, Travis J smacks his lips, taking a deep breath. Let me speak to Almighty. He's asleep, Rain asserts, knowing AK is never asleep when business is concerned. If you let me speak to AK this one time, I'll tell you where to pick me up from. Travis J begs. Accepting the deal of the lifetime, Rain disturbs AK from his morning salat. I know you busy, but Vicky on the line. He says it's a matter of life or death. Taking the phone out of Rain's hands, AK calmly greets Travis J, as his spiritual mind is temporarily uplifted. Hello, Vicky. What is the deemed life or death emergency that couldn't wait? Understanding the missing pieces of the puzzle, Travis J explains, I know everything, Almighty. I know who stole, I know who killed, I know who bad, I know who good. Ho, hold it. You talking too fast. Speak English to me, and slowly. I know who broke into the traps, and I know who killed those GDs. Knowing the phones are clean, AK asks, Who, Lord? That hustle man, Lucky and Hustler number 1, broke in and stole everything, And that lucky and hustler number one killed those GDs and planted the guns. Not doubtful, but just wondering. How you know all this shit? AK questions. Hustle Man told me. I bought some of the stolen merch and I put two and two together. Travis J assures his leader. I know Hustle Man. I want to talk to him. With a less than easy explanation, Travis J stumbles. That might be impossible. Impossible? How, Lord? AK raises his vice. Man, he doing arm curls on the petal of a daisy. A daisy? Lord, you bullshitting. I told you don't make a move until you cleared it with me. AK blasts in fury. Briefly holding his tongue, Travis J struggles. I tried to call, but my battery was dead. Damn, Lord, you way out of control. But you told me I could do me. You told me to pay their ass back. Travis J arguably stresses. You right, but I also said keep me informed in case something goes wrong. AK reminds his servant. Well, I'm telling you now, I'm at those boys' asses. Shut the fuck up, Lord. I know where they live. I want what's mine. I want to see their ass bleed. Do you understand? On my chopping blocks, not yours. With a sobered mind, Travis J agrees. Yeah, Lord, I understand. Somewhat stressed and now restricted, Travis J ends with, Okay, AK, I'll keep in contact, and I won't make any more moves without consulting you first. Satisfied with Travis J's reaction and acceptance of responsibility, Vicky Rain gonna leave you where you be. Just chill. I'll find those soon-to-be dead motherfuckers. You just be ready to catch the big dog. Oh, yeah. It's going down today. AK excitedly assures Travis J, adding, For every one of my soldiers I bury today, 5 gonna die. And I don't need you getting knocked off in any kind of way, being on no bullshit. You dig? I dig. Travis J agrees, with a sinister smile hearing the phone hang up in his ear. Parlaying in the main seating room, section off where the staircase floats above the caramel-dressed living area, Kusei, Uday, and the 3 Mafia Mossberg maniacs sit awaiting Faree's Unc to show up with a shipment of heroin worth $5 million at wholesale. Staring out the stained glass picture window overlooking the open street of the ritzy neighborhood's entrance, there Unc go. Uday turns to Kusei, who was kicked back on a 7-seat walled section sofa. Let him through the garage and bring that shit up. Simultaneously planning to sell the merchandise before it's unloaded, Kusei calls his clients, networks surpassing the Midwest, starting with AK. Answering the phone with war on his mind, AK never lets anyone see him sweat, keeping his conversation on anything but what's important at the time. AK, what's up? You cool? About to go shopping and get some fresh duds for that big-ass party Friday I keep hearing so much about. Whose party? Kusei must ask. Some nigga named Double R. I think you mentioned one of his parties to me before. That nigga having a party and didn't invite me? Kusei says out loud, so the whole household could hear him. Damn, big time. What I gotta do to get on the guest list like you? I got money. AK flaunts. Evidently, I ain't got enough if I wasn't invited. Kusei says with a twist in his voice, realizing Double R is guilty. Giving the peace sign to Faree's relative courier alcoholic uncle, Unc responds dressed like a mechanic in a dirty jumpsuit. Youngin', I'm back. Unc flips his garment. I'll be with you in just a sec, Unc, Kusei says, getting back to his conversation. Anyway, we on deck. Holla at me, AK. Tomorrow, I'll be ready. I need to grab the loot, and I don't just keep tickets laying around. I'ma hit you when I'm ready. Click. Hanging up the phone, AK looks at King John. That nigga Kusei, crazier than a motherfucker if he think I'm dropping loot and he ain't got no cocaine. After Kusei hangs up the phone, he hugs the new fresh-to-death Unc, who just jumped out of his front disguise. Youngin, give me a bottle of the best. I know you slowpokes need a couple of days to money up. I told Faree that broke-ass Kusei and his brother ain't got $5 million laying around. As Uday and Mossberg Mafia maniacs bring the slabs of pure heroin from the hidden compartments of Unc's 2004 excursion, Unc exits from the kitchen to the tan-treated walls of timber that line the living room and the dining room with a bottle of the 17th century's Benedictine monk's president's drink. Y'all got my bread? Dom Perignon 1990? Y'all kill me with that nasty-ass gold bottle shit. Tastes like furniture polish. Inspecting the product packed in 100 silver-packed kilos of untouched purity, Kusei reveals his grief. Man, That double R having a party Friday. And guess who's not on the list for the first time? I told you, let's kill that nigga. Uday rages out of shock. Nah, me and my hitters gonna go up there and snatch his punk ass. I'm tired of this waiting game. Talking and no action. The head Mossberg Mafia maniac stresses, feeling the twins are on some pretty boy shit. Blurting out a hostile comment, Unc rumbles through Kusei's humidor, extracting a Gurkha Black Dragon fire cigar. Youngin', y'all soft. If a motherfucker knew of, or I thought he knew something about my shit missing, that bitch gonna find his ass naked and bleeding, sitting in a tub of kerosene. And if he didn't have shit to do with it, oh well, my motherfucking bad. Can't win 'em all. But a nigga gon' know don't fuck with mine. Unc fires up the stogie, making himself a home. As the hours begin to trickle away, OG Rollo is revving for action, having some of his soldiers draping every street of the projects with product, some staking out the funeral for any LB in sight, and the rest patrolling the outskirts, on the lookout for any disturbances or foreigners. OG Rollo stays up to date, as if he is personally standing on the strip. With the eyes of his cabinet watching everything, he quickly learns from one of his soldiers. OG, it's a heavy police presence around Maya and Yvette's house. Running business, rain, sleet, snow, or show off the popos, OG Rollo orders, work around them, these are streets. What you think I pay lookouts for? Accepting OG Rollo's word as law, the GDs rotate block to block, counter-surveilling the positions of all marked cars in the area. Even as the police are circulating in heavy numbers, every dope fiend on foot and in vehicle are served in an orderly and low-key fashion. At the same time, OG wonders, what the fuck is going on at Yvette's house? Feeling it could be some sort of drug bust, since she is dropping off packs for Big Seed, he contacts his contact at the bureau, working as a radio dispatcher. Calling one of his undisclosed members, he quickly learns, yes, OG, the younger female was raped in the middle of the night. I don't know what y'all doing out there, but y'all bringing unnecessary heat on yourselves. Appalled at the accusations everyone is now blaming him with. A rapist? Are you fucking kidding me? I have zero tolerance for anything pertaining to women or children. OG snaps out. However, his informant doesn't sympathize with his cries. Those are your streets, OG. It's hard to think you losing your grip. Yeah, you're right. I'm doing spring cleaning anyway. I see I need to take out all the garbage. Click. Known for being more vicious than the Grim Reaper himself, OG Rollo connects with his softer side, contacting Yvette immediately. Listening to the long, sorrowful drag of, hello? OG Rollo stresses his condolences. Yvette, have you heard anything? You know you're like a sister to me. I just heard the news a second ago. Soft-spoken with no answers, Yvette says with a promise. I don't know shit. All I know is Shu came over yesterday. I didn't tell the police because as much as I hate him, I can't say he was involved. But if I'm wrong, he better turn himself in, because I'm going to add number 4 to my debt of sins. I'm just waiting for Maya to come too. Pausing due to being out of gas from constantly thinking about worrying, OG Rollo pleads, Yvette, take it easy. I promise I'll do everything in my power to catch this bastard on my streets. And it is Shu, which I seriously doubt. I'll bring him to you myself. I can always fill a position. You get some rest. Whoever did this is an outsider, but it still doesn't clear anyone. If my daddy did a heinous act like this, I'd kill him. That's where I'm at with it. Knowing OG Rollo is a man of his word, she is comforted by his concerns, ending, well, I'm glad you called. It really means a lot to me. Yvette soon hangs up, clutching her arm around Double R. Sitting in the hallway awaiting results from the doctor. Did Big Seed ever call back? Yvette asked softly, shaking his head negatively. His phone has been going straight to voicemail ever since I last spoke with him. But as calling the devil's name, evil appears. Suddenly, loud, hard-bottomed shoes are heard marching down the heavenly lit hallway, with a raspy voice to follow. Where my baby at? Grabbing hold of the both de-energized entities, their spirits suddenly become revitalized, seeing Big Seed standing in the middle of the hallway, holding flowers and balloons in his right hand. Like I said, where my baby at? Being guided into Maya's room, Yvette stands at the door looking at Big Seed. I can't stand to see my sister like this. Patting Big Seed on the shoulder, Double R says with a deep exhale, I know you want to be alone with Maya. I'll be out here with Yvette. She's taking it real hard. Neatly placing the array of gifts around the room, Big C gently holds Maya's hand. Baby, everything's gonna be all right. Your knight in shining armor is here. Rubbing her hair and kissing her on the cheek, he spiritually soul searches with his love, connecting mentally. After 15 minutes of prayer and trying to communicate, Big Seed is asked to leave the room, as the doctors want to run more tests. Briefly finding out just enough information from the doctor to ease his concerns. She will live, and in time she will return to 100%. Big Seed heads out, with only one mission in mind. Looking at Double R, he points. We got a ride. Hesitant, worrying about Yvette, Double R gestures with a head nod toward her. Contemplating the next move, Yvette, let me know something. You rolling or you staying? Big Seed asks, needing an immediate and precise answer. Still teary-eyed, Yvette waves them both off. Just keep in contact with me. Damn, where's Slim Jim when you need him? He'll be here soon, don't even worry about it. Big Seed vows. Then the two exit the building. Walking out the door, Double R stresses. Man, you running out of Slim Jim lies. No, the fuck I ain't. You about to go get him now. Now? How? Double R doesn't understand, knowing Slim Jim can't leave in the middle of treatment. Cutting his cries of doubt off, Big Seed asserts with a balled fist. I don't care how, and I don't want to know. But when I see you, Slim Jim, your daddy, better be with you. Pausing to scan the hospital's parking lot, Big Seed questions, what you driving in? I'm in my black Benz. With an open hand, Big Seed demands, give me the keys. Reaching for the keys, Double R pulls them out. How did you get here? My nigga, I caught the first flight in the dirtiest cab. The same way you gonna get the Slim Jim, comprendo? Handing Double R a bankroll, Big Seed points to the pickup and drop-off points. There's a taxi right there. I'll holler. You say Shu asking about me? It's time to pay the piper, since he was the last motherfucker seen with my baby. I'll start with him. As the day of mourning begins to stick shift into overdrive, AK's armed warriors ride with vengeance on their minds. Knowing most of the GDs will be staked out at the funeral, Ground Zero's target is located at the heart of the projects and any enemy lurking in the vicinity. Traveling in disguised twin Caprice Classics, identical to what the undercover creep in, both vehicles move in a single file line. Quickly noticing the heavy police presence, the riders continue to ride, but notify AK of the situation. Almighty, it's some major shit cracking. Pigs everywhere. We in the house, though. What you want us to do? Targets seem to be scattered on every street. Sitting at his mahogany shot caller's desk, overlooking King John, Prince Amid, and Phoenix, AK fires up a hand roll. You know what? Just at Lucky's house. Our merch is over there. Demonstrate on his ass, dead or alive. Kill all witnesses. Affirmative. Rain states, hanging up the phone. Hitting the two-way speakerphone, Rain contacts Wrath. Yo, it's that bitch Luck. Drop and roll back. Knowing exactly what the code words mean, the vehicles head straight to the target for deployment. Circling the house twice, the two vehicles agree on a pickup spot. Coming around once more, they exit the burner whips in broad daylight, with silencers and extra clips of arm-piercing ammunition. In one wave, 4 shooters tactically engage in a home invasion with no warning. As soon as the troops on foot reach the front door, the two vehicles sped off, heading around back, parking parallel on the next street. Moving as one unit, Stuntman opens the screen door. Numbers then fires multiple shots, destroying the deadbolts and door hinges. As this constant strategy is always performed in the same manner, Bates and Blood dump a round of artillery through the 2 front windows on each side of the door, simultaneously followed by Numbers karate kicking the front door down. Pouring into the house with guns blazing, the soldiers patrol with a kill mission. Kill anything moving. Shooting through walls before they enter the rooms, unchecked space soon runs out. Clear. As the silent, still smoking muscles come to a ceasefire, no one's here. Get everything that's ours, Bates orders. In seconds, every inch of the house is searched from the freezer to the wooden cabinets, under the rugs to tight spots under dressers. Quickly finding weapons and bagged up drugs from their trap houses, the 4 bandits exit the back door, retreating to their awaiting vehicles 2 by 2, jumping into the idled Caprice Classics. Let's go, let's go! Ain't nobody in there, but we got some of our shit back, Bates yells in the heat of the moment. Radioing back to AK, Rain debriefs him on the situation. Peeps, you were right. Those motherfuckers had our shit. Did you get him? AK asked, as death is the only thing to quench his thirst for revenge. Turning a corner, Rain is silent, watching two oncoming squad cars speed to the area of the previous assault. Whoa, that was close. Peeps, the boys everywhere. Still in the dark from his last question, I repeat, did you get him? AK demands an answer. No, no one was home. Realizing the thickness of the situation, AK orders with spit flying. Fuck it. Bring it on, it ain't over. Hanging up the phone, AK frowns at King John. Damn, no one was home. King John now suggests, okay, if Hustle Man was with them, he knows how to find them. Get Hustle Man. With a smirk of disbelief, AK shakes his head in anger. If my understanding is correct, I think Vicky already touched him. Touched him? Touched him how? King John's face sours. Shit, something about curling daisies. He talking so much cold talk. It just didn't sound good for Hustle Man, so I left it alone. Fuck! King John yells, adding, that's the only one who could have shed light on what's really going on. Yeah, well, fuck that. I'm ready to sick Vicky on the whole crew. Fuck 'em, AK declares, reaching for the phone. Checking for a progress report, OG Rollo phones Shu. What's up, gangster? What's the word on Lucky and that other piece of shit? They ain't at the crib. We on foot, because the law's everywhere. We gonna wait on them. They ain't went far. Yeah, well, you know why the hood crawling with pigs, don't you? With a disturbing sense of a pause, Shu wipes his lips. Nah. Well, Maya got raped last night. You didn't know anything about it, did you? Shockingly, looking at 2 seconds, Shu repeats what he hears. Maya got raped last night. With a dropped mouth, Shu blurts, hell no, who told you that? Maya's sister, Yvette. She said y'all had a big fight yesterday. Yeah, we broke up, but I would never harm a hair on her head. Where Maya at? She at the hospital. I think she in a coma. If she don't come out, the police might be looking for you. I know for a fact Yvette is. Lost in thought, searching for his best decision. What hospital? I'm going up there. Shu decides. Gangster, that's not a wise move. If you're labeled as a suspect, you can be held. If she dies, you can be charged. And that forensics bullshit only frees innocent niggas 20 years later. OG Rollo preaches, trying to keep Shu's mind frame on the business at hand. While OG Rollo is gaming Shu with a few words of advice, OG's phone clicks from an incoming call. Wait up, Shu. Clicking to the other line. Yo. OG, we at the funeral. They heading to the gravesite. I don't see none of the LBs anywhere. Them bitches didn't show up, Mako asserts, with a mission of seek and destroy. Hearing the unsavory news, OG Rollo orders for a regroup. Meet me in the projects of the basketball court. Keeping his henchmen up to date with all breaking news, OG Rollo yells to Big Vic, those cowards didn't even go to the funeral. Clicking back to Shu, OG is swamped with more unbelievable news. Noticing the sudden heavy breathing of Shu, what's going on? OG senses a problem. Jogging back in the opposite direction, Shu in 2 seconds are forced to head for cover. OG, the police got Lucky Crib surrounded. Speechless, OG Rollo points at Big Vic. Gangster, you and the rest of the soldiers ride out to those fucking projects. I'll meet y'all around by the basketball court. Shit all fucked up. Getting back to Shu, just go to the crib. I'm on my way there. Hour after hour, day after day, still posted like a billboard on the Las Vegas Strip, Oscar Love and his Crip Killers watch as Mercedes carries out a newly devised plan after finding out more specific details about their target, Big Seed. Strolling through the glass revolving doors guarded by the service of the Five Stars jewels and covered in elaborate high-end fashion designs, nods as the twin bellmen greet her. Ma'am, welcome to the Cincinnatian Hotel. Thank you very much, Mercedes counters, proceeding into the elegant halls of reservation. Step after step, her glass high heels echo across the polished limed floors like punches of shattering glass slates. Carrying a Dunienberg executive duffel, Mercedes approaches guest services, wearing a suited skirt and a pair of Versace specs. Hello, how may I help you? The light-skinned hotel manager offers her assistance. Yes, my name is Olivia Bogotan, handing the hotel manager a fake upscaled business card printed off her print shop home computer program. My company is located in New York and Paris. This is very unusual, but I have an account across the street at Windows. I was scheduled to meet Mr. Big Seed after his return from the Super Bowl. He tells me this is his favorite place to stay. So I'm just checking to see if he's around, to glance at our new brochures and pick up his orders. Peering with a double look, the hotel manager smiles at what she likes, but keeps her sexual desires personal and separate from business. Setting her Dooney duffel on top of the marble countertop, Mercedes pulls out her personal viewing catalog books, posing them as her business fronts. Here are some of our collections. I have all types of fashions. As the Redbone hotel manager flips through the pages, Mercedes tries to gain any type of information. We carry House of Darion, Dear Ohm, Izzy Camilleri, and many more. With guests starting to fill the lobby, the hotel manager closes the book of eye-tempting candies. Just leave me a card. I'll have him call you. He hasn't been in. Okay, I really do appreciate it. I'm leaving in 2 days. Thank you. Mercedes walks away, leaving her forged company card. Gliding out from the lavish presidential lobby, Mercedes calls Oscar Love. Let's move out. He'll call us. Chapter 4. Hours later, the two long sought for Lucky and Hustler number 1 exit the home of Deborah, the neighborhood head doctor. Tall, thick, and light-toned with an acne problem mixed with overwhelming freckles, the sexual madam for hire stands in the doorway smoking a cigarette, wearing house shoes and a red housecoat. Lucky baby, let me get some of those on credit. I'll take care of you and your boy later with all that dick y'all got. I'm still horny. Giving Hustler number 1 the nod. Let her get the fattest 50 in the sack. Jogging back to the porch, Hustler number 1 sets the tone for later. Deborah don't have no niggas over here when we come back. This our shit now. Declaring with a stare an inch away from her face, Hustler number 1 seals the deal with a kiss on her lips. Catching back up to Lucky, Hustler number 1 adds bounce to his strut. Man, we fucked the shit out of that bitch. She got that fire. Lucky looks cross-eyed at his comrade in arms. I know you just didn't kiss that bitch on the lips. Yeah, G, fuck that shit. The fucking rubber broke last night anyway. It is what it is. Hustler number 1 smiles with no fear. Nigga, you better get a motherfucking AIDS test. Then what? Ain't no cure. If I got it, I don't want to know about it. I'm a G, nigga. They say you gotta die of something. I don't know about you, but when I die, it's gonna be with a smile on my face. As the two continue to kick the ballistics, a couple of stragglers, neighborhood friends approach. Y'all still working, Luck? One of the friends asks with a spooked expression running off his face. Still working? Nigga, this Luck, I'm forever on. What you want? Man, I was just asking, 'cause the law's in your shit like a fat-ass bitch or some baby-ass panties. Huh? Lucky exclaims with a dropped jaw. Give me a 50 then. Making the serve, Lucky and Hustler number 1 run to check the progress of the invading task force. By this time, the detectives and plainclothes officers begin to tape off the scene as a crime has been committed. High-fiving in a bullet-riddled living room with a soiled floor covered in concrete-chipped bricks, Lieutenant Black and Detective Mayaz are excited about the tip they received of the home invasion. This could be the lead we need. Call forensics down here, Detective Mayaz orders, as he has found a large spot of blood searching the house for clues. Pointing at Lieutenant Black, once in charge of this situation, go outside, get some credible statements from everyone. I want to know who lives here, who they run with, and when the last time someone was seen home. Running out the front door with an itchy pen and pad, Lieutenant Black hands it to the highest-ranking officer he can find, relaying the message. Mayaz got me fucked up. Lieutenant Black grows weary of the promoted Detective Mayaz, who needs to be solving other cases. Squatting down, taking samples, and labeling the evidence, Detective Mayaz's mind is overwhelmed with his findings. Standing under a tree, heated from the wandering eyes following him, Lucky frowns from the burning sensation. Fuck! They got my shit, my dope, my money, and my choppers. Not realizing they also have bloodstains of a homicide, the stupid Hustler number 1 hunches his shoulders. Fuck it, man. We'll just move in with that bitch Deborah. We straight? Staring like Lucifer, Lucky growls in return. You ain't so bright, I see. Signaling to his pea-brained assistant to come over after seeing mobile forensics arrive, Lucky walks out of sight, guessing his next move. Damn, I can't call the GDs. They gonna want the money I owe 'em. I gotta keep this lame duck with me because I know he gonna tell something. Fuck it, give money to the end. I got straps and a little dope, it's on. Staring at the myth in the mirror, playing quick draw with his reflection, Travis J is armored up, half zooted out of his mind from stroking his mind-altering fantastic sticks. He plays with hammer-backed chambered weapons. Quoting known phrases at his image, he stares, pointing his two open barrels at his bloodshot eyes, worth $50,000 apiece. Go ahead, make my day. Pausing. I promise you won't make it. Pausing with a grin. Say hello to my little friend. Pausing with an aggressive point. You should like a great big pussy just waiting to get fucked. Pausing for his grand finale. Say goodnight to the bad guy. You'll never see another like me. Yo, Vicky, when the sun goes down, $1,000 in there for anyone dead. Click. Cocking another slug into his weapon, he points flashing infrared dots onto the head of his reflection. It's a new sheriff in town. Boom. Firing a live round inside the house at this reflected dome. Deeper into the afternoon, OG Rollo pulls up at Shu's house, blowing the horn like a madman. Yo, bring y'all ass on, the boss shouts. Jogging to the car, Shu jumps in the passenger seat and 2 seconds jumps in the back. Driving off, locking up with their gangster handshakes. Tell me you didn't touch that girl and I believe you, OG Rollo questions, as it is plaguing his mind. On growth and development, I ain't even see her. Noticing a bandage on Shu's arm, OG Rollo wonders, what happened there, gangster? Nothing for real. Nothing for real. Looking back at 2 seconds, OG Rollo searches for the missing piece of the puzzle. What y'all do last night? With an absent-minded response, 2 seconds doesn't answer. Hitting the brakes of his car, OG Rollo roars, Nigga, I said what y'all do last night. Don't let me ask you again. 2 seconds, finding himself stuck in a bad situation, admits, I was asleep at Shu's house. And where was Shu? Hunching his shoulders with a white streak growing up his back. I don't know. Catching Shu's wondering eyes, OG Rollo demands a clear answer. So where the fuck was you at? Baby mama drama, OD. Had to beat Tracy ass and she stabbed me. With a pointed finger, OG Rollo grabs Shu's collar. Don't ever let me find out you lying to me. I'm the only nigga that's gonna help your crazy ass. Wearing a sad puppy's face, Shu motions, pulling out his cell. Call her. Not fully believing the forced statement, OG Rollo nods. Dial the number then. Calling consecutive times with no answers, OG Rollo pulls up at the basketball court. Exiting the blacked-out Bronco, at least 25 soldiers blanket the grounds playing basketball. As the three approach, shouts of greetings repeat back and forth. GD, the soldiers chant. GD, the three flex with raised forks. Nearing the court, Shu in 2 seconds pull out their weapons, tossing them on top of stockpiles of ammunition laying on the grass surrounding the court. As the armed security covers the area, OG Rollo congregates with the awaiting Big Vic and GDBD, extending handshakes of trust. What up, gangster? GDBD smiles at the boss. I see the place is infested with the laws. Pausing. Fuck 'em. Now, I hear we got a rapist on the loose. Not good for business. We need to catch his ass and cut his dick off. With a smirk, OG Rollo adds, any leads? Yeah, it gotta be this mystery motherfucker everybody been seeing or you never know. Pausing to fire up a blunt, GDBD scans the area. That lucky and hustler number one nowhere to be found. The nation been looking for him. Now I see the police got their shit surrounded. Something ain't right. We gotta catch them. This gonna bring too much heat on us. What do you feel, Big Vic? Big Vic, standing arms folded in his cot diesel security position, replies with a stone face. If it was up to me, when the sun went down, I'd go house to house. Those bitches ain't going nowhere. Lucky and hustler number one still out there. This mystery motherfucker, and I be some LBs spread here and there. Fuck it. We'll post right here until dawn and take the whole army through this bitch. OG Rollo says, signaling for the basketball, resulting in an all-net jump shot. I still got it. I still got it. $200 on the next one. While the GDs play basketball, squad cars circle their location. OG Rollo in return holds up his middle finger. Fuck a damn cop. Pay no attention to those plainclothes pussy motherfuckers. Checking the time on his tiger striped Ice Jacob, Big C calls Double R. Double, what's the business? Shit all crazy, but I'm in the waiting room signing his release papers that say upon a patient's early release, that patient forfeits future treatment and medication, resulting in loss of benefits and financial responsibilities. Nigga, fuck that shit. Get that nigga out of there and take him to the hospital. Pausing to recoup his thoughts. And don't tell him about Maya. Call me. I tell him. AK reminds, okay, I got it under control. You just make sure you stay under control. I know you hot-headed right now. At least wait for me. You don't need to be solo. Double R speaks to his friend with backing. Man, what you gonna do? You ain't gonna bust a grape at a fruit fight. Whatever, I got your back before I got my own. Ending the conversation, Big Seed mashes the gas in search for a word. Blazing through traffic, wearing a migraine headache, Big Seed's phone rings. Yo! Big Seed aggressively answers, without checking the caller ID. Damn, G, you fired up, ain't you? Tempted to make a smile. King Service, what's going down? Big Seed is brought back to reality for a second. Underboss just hit me and said the flavor whatever. Yeah, on deck. But at this moment, I just found out my girl got raped. No, not Shorty Young Tender. Maya. King Service squints in pain. Yeah. Man, I'm on New Providence Island, bubbled back with two long-haired foreigns. But it's nothing to send the Massacre Posse, right to where you are. Nah, man, I'm straight, but I'll keep that in mind. You know I work solo, but what you trying to do? You said you was at 14 before. I'll put you at 12 now. That's what's up. Jump me in for a nickel. 500 keys for 6 mil. You know where I'm at. Click. Vic Seed hangs up the phone, hammering the brakes as he almost misses his turn. As the deadly day of no killings marches on, Detective Maez is astonished by all the info he has found. Speeding from the taped-off crime scene, he talks to his footy Lieutenant Black about the results of his findings. We got them by the balls now. Forensics has just confirmed a blood match from those two hoodlums, aka D-Knock and Gangsta Bill. They ran a sample, and they immediately popped up in the database. That's fucking great, Lieutenant Black celebrates, as he could care less about being the number 2 man at the scene. Scanning through his notes, the neighbor said that the boy that lives here goes by the name of Lucky. Rejoicing mentally, with an over-the-top grin, Detective Maez alerts. I know that punk. Straight bitch. Riding shotgun with no idea of the next move, Lieutenant Black asks with a scratching head. So where are we going now? We're going to shake up some things. I've been since received a report of all the rankings for the GDs congregating at the basketball court. I'm about to talk to the man himself. Cruising by the open walkways of the project houses, Detective Maez points. Look at them. It's about 30 of them. Pulling up double parking in the middle of the street, Detective Maez hits his flashers. Come on. Putting on his brand new mean mug, Lieutenant Black follows with his hand resting on his holster. As the two approach, they see one of the security lookouts gesture with a waving hand, identifying their arrival. Stopping to catch a glimpse of the unauthorized visitors, Big Vic throws a two-handed pass to his old high school mate, screaming, What up, Black? I see you came to shoot some ball. Noticing the scattered weapons on the ground, Lieutenant Black responds, Nah, but you know what? I might just confiscate all these illegal pistols y'all got laying around for the kids to get a hold of. Hearing the foul statement, OG Rollo appears from behind a shadowing GDBD. Stop it, nigga. Never in your life make the statement like we careless or hazardous to the children. If you want those guns, take them. I got crates of the motherfuckers. Anyway, what the fuck you want? Detective Maez steps in. I just came to see the big man who can't control his hood. The same big man that don't know the business that's being conducted behind his back. Quickly massaging his left nostril cocaine snorter. Fuck the games. Either you came to arrest people, or you came to tell me something. And before you ask, I don't know who raped Maya. She my people and I have zero tolerance for a rapist. OG Rollo assures. Nah, this not about no rape. I'm a homicide detective. Your runner, Lucky? Oh yeah. Taking off his black darkened shades to further explain. He's wanted for questioning. I just need him to explain 2 things. 1, why he has your dead crew's blood covering his floor. And 2, why did his home get kicked, doored, and shot to shreds? As his virgin ears are tainted with the new gossip, OG Rollo has to be clarified. What crew? D-Knock and Wild Bill. That's where they were killed. Bullshit. OG Rollo snaps, adding, everyone knows Bates did it. No, Bates wasn't even in this part of the world. Videotape surveillance shows him at the Super Bowl, setting him free. Like I said, it's plenty going on behind your back, and you're aware of none of it. Putting his glasses back on his smiling face, Detective Mayas tosses his business card on the ground. Call me if you like. Walking toward their unmarked vehicle, Lieutenant Black says with a shock, you know you just killed Lucky. No, they don't even know where he is. You still think like a rookie. I'll catch you up to speed, though. It's like this. OG Rollo thinks Bates killed D-Knock and Wild Bill, so they're retaliating on the LBs. But as we found out, for some reason, Lucky probably with an accomplice or two actually killed them. That's why OG Rollo doesn't know about Lucky's home invasion. And the proof is known by Lucky not calling for help. Lucky's on his own, you feel me? Not really. How do we know OG Rollo didn't shoot up the house? Come on, Rook, only an outsider would do a thing like that. With a puzzled look, Lieutenant Black says, I'm still lost. Just get in the car, Rookie. I'll brief you on the way to the office. Until then, tell your man I want a dragnet surrounding my Maya's gardens. They lead us to Luck, and Lucky will snitch on the entire projects to get a day knocked off his life sentence. Watching the officers drive away, OG Rollo looks at GDBD. Did you hear that? Loud and clear. GDBD nods. Licking his lips, OG Rollo orders GDBD. You bring that unlucky motherfucker to me alive. I'm gonna torture his ass. I want that hustler number one dead. You think that has something to do with Maya? Big Vic asked. Who cares? All I needed to know was they had something to do with killing my man. Observing the information on the sideline, Fat Folk steps to the forefront. What about the LBs? They've been missing all day. I know they plotting. He brings to light, ready to move his men. Looking high in the air, seeing rain clouds, OG Rollo answers, fuck them bitches. If they want some, let them come get some. As the night skies begin to flood with tears, a brief strike of lightning illuminates the streets, showing a grimacing figure stalking the walkways of the projects, skipping from dark spot to dark spot, ducking from the brightness of the streetlights. The dark man approached a common crackhead walking his turf. Hey man, who got it? The man of no face asked. As the crackhead does not know the stranger, he plays the dumb role with silence. Hey man, the stranger calls again, adding, hey, I got that loot. Let me get some rock. I'll cut you in on a sack or two. Intrigued by the offer, the crackhead asks with a satisfied smile, you got a phone, player? Yeah, right here. Retrieving the phone, the crackhead becomes hospitable. What's your name? Asking the stranger of dope fiendish eyes. My people call me Vicky. I'm really just trying to come up on whatever this nigga named Lucky served me earlier, but my high ass lost the number. Laughing, the crackhead says, dialing, I know Lucky. Ooh, you done saved the day. Me and you gonna have a blast. Peeping the crackhead punching in the code, replying, he gonna call me right back. 2121, that's the code, baby. Signaling for his phone back, the crackhead snaps out. Damn, gangsta, I ain't gonna run off with your phone. I know. Grabbing the phone with his one left hand, then raising his right with a flame on the end of his wrist. Boom. Huh? I ain't no motherfucking gangster. Blowing his brains out over the sidewalk, the promised blast just blends in with the oncoming lightning storm. Stepping over the corpse, the phone rings back. Yo, what the business? A voice from one of the sought-after asks. What's up? I got a hunt done, Travis J. reveals. Alright, man, meet me on 6th and P Street, the middle of the block. Only a block away from the designated area, Travis J. replies with a thirst. I'll be there in 60 seconds. Ready to take on an entire army, Travis J. agrees not to strike, unless both Lucky and Hustler number 1 are in scopes. Waiting under the crackles of the clouds, Travis J. stands in plain view under a streetlight. Noticing a hooded male approaching, Travis J. confronts him with a tempting large bankroll. What up, Luck? Give me 100 piece. Pulling his hood halfway from over his face, the unknown person responds, I ain't Lucky, I'm the number 1 hustler. Pulling out 250s from his sack, Hustler number 1 says, shit, with a knot like that, you might as well save yourself a trip and buy me out. Taking the 250s, Travis J promises, "Don't worry, I'm about to hit you right back if my man and them happy." Shooting the shit under false pretenses, Travis J walks away into the darkness, with hustler number one yelling, "Aye, gangster, get with me." Suddenly turning around with a maniac shine twinkling in his eyes, Travis J catches himself and laughs it off. "Yo, just call me Vicky." Jumping out of sight, Travis J backtracks following hustler number one to his hideout. Being gullible as an immature kid, hustler number one leads Travis J straight to their lair. Stalking his soon-to-be victims, Travis J circles every in and out to the single-floor project flat, but is unable to see through the covered windows. Scanning the area, Travis J sees convoys of police and rides slowly creeping through the streets. Quickly learning to be an obedient good old boy, Travis J posts up under a tree, ducking the pressing drizzles of rain. Dialing AK on speed dial, "Yo, Rain, put Almighty on." Answering the phone, AK softly speaks, as he's under the influence of black tar heroin. "Vicky, what up, Lord? I've been waiting to hear something. I want to hear their cries. I want our fallen soldiers to hear their screams." "They will. I got them. I got both of them," Travis J hisses. AK, sounding as if he's in a hypnotic trance, says, "I'll be reading the morning paper." Clicks. Clearing the line, Travis J pages Lucky's pager again, leaving the code 2121-500. Sitting in a dimly lit living room, naked as jaybirds, the threesome, Lucky, hustler number one, and Deborah the Debster, engage in oral sex, passing around a fully loaded crack pipe. Unable to hear the beeps of the pager over the moans of the Debster, Lucky sees the blinking light of his pager, reflecting off the TV screen on the opposite end of the room. "Hustler number one, get that money." Exiting his doggy-style position, Lucky lays back, enjoying grade A head. "Who that?" Checking the number, hustler number one exclaims, "Oh yeah, this big bucks. This dude Vicky I was telling you about. His bankroll's so big he could stand for a robin." Knowing every dope fiend personally, Lucky questions, "Do you know this nigga?" "Oh, gangster, he legit. I know him from somewhere. It's on the tip of my tongue. His face so familiar. I wanted to call him by name," hustler number one states with a smile of greed, slipping his pants on. Phoning the number back, "Yo, Vic, that what you got?" Referring to the texted digits after the code. "Yeah, man, 500. "Okay, same spot, 60 seconds. Glancing over at the huge, round, sexy, sweaty booty of Deborah, hustler number one signals, "What up, Luck? What up, man?" Lucky can't concentrate with hustler number one calling, "You want to do it?" "Do what, nigga?" Signaling with a pointed finger toward Deborah, who was slobbing over Lucky's bob. "Hey, baby, go freshen up. Let me see what this nigga talking about." Watching Big Thickness glide away, with her pussy lips dripping with cum, hustler number one blurts, "Let's rob this fool." With a negative reaction, Lucky says, "Gangster, maybe next time. I'm chillin'. He'll be back. They'll all come back." Simultaneously, the GDs are gearing up for action. GDBD has since found out through some dope fiends that Lucky and hustler number one are seeking haven in Trick City, Deborah's house. Already in motion, Shu leads a two-vehicle hit squad to the location, but is unaware, blinded by the light storm, that they're being tailed by detectives staking out the area. Communicating with OG Rollo, Shu was briefed on the phone with fat folks driving the tail car close behind. "OG, it's on and cracking. I'll holler back." Pulling up, flanked up the street by armed men, all exit the vehicles. Fat folks leading his old heads parks 2 car lengths in front of Shu's party, while he and his younger gangsters stump from the rear, with high-powered weapons drawn. At this time, the detectives request backup. "It's getting hot out here. We have visuals of 8 to 10 suspects, armed and extremely dangerous. We need immediate assistance. 634 Polk Street." Smiling, exiting the back door, a barrel is shoved straight into hustler number one's face. "60 seconds, nigga. I've been waiting in the rain damn near 5 minutes," Travis J yells, flicking the light switch. Seeing a naked, strange man on the floor hiding his private parts, Travis J asserts with a strange, "I've been looking for you" look. "You must be Lucky." Quickly IDing the armed bandit, Lucky excitedly startles, "I know you. You Jeffrey Travis that killed those federal agents." "Yeah, and I've come to kill the both of you," Travis J says, a half a second from squeezing the trigger next to Hustler Number One's temple. Then suddenly, a burst from the back room charges, firing round after round. Not my house, nigga! Deborah breaks out with a mini cannon. Bloom, 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 bloom. Sending all parties to the floor for cover, Travis J, for a split second, forgets he's bulletproofed with armor and is carrying the artillery to stop an army. With an inner growl of defiance, Travis J stands up, spreading consecutive wall-to-wall fire. Releasing an entire 100-round clip, he stands in the smoke-filled space, searching for another clip. Struggling to reload as his vision is hampered, Hustler Number One dives out the front window, startling the approaching gunmen, ducking themselves from the hellfire of Vicky's Brick Eater. By this time, the police have the place surrounded, with their riot pumps cocked. However, only seeing their target Hustler Number One, the armed GDs let their bullets rain down on his position, engulfing an all-out war with the police, who are outmatched by fully automatic warfare, but brings the match to a deadhead from their expert marksman shooting. Hearing the gunfight outside, Travis J checks his heavily breathing victim. Damn, Lucky, you don't look so lucky, Travis J says, seeing his torso practically split in half. Kill me, kill me, Lucky cries, as he lays paralyzed in a pool of his own blood. No need to waste a bullet. You gonna get there. Proceeding to the next victim, the thirsty Travis J cries, Damn, you gangster bitch, you almost killed me. Seeing the bare skin and sweating body of the glowing Deborah, Travis J is uncontrollably aroused. Turning her over, he finds her helpless, but pretty much alive. Rubbing her soft skin to her breast, he sees a bullet hole in her shoulder and her arm ripped. Travis J then seductively whispers, I smell you, so lovely. Sticking his hand inside of her, he moans, Ah, love to taste. Licking his fingers, staring into her panicking eyes, Travis J climbs on top of her, stroking to the sounds of the outside gunfire. Pumping harder and harder, he wraps his hands around her neck as he becomes turned off by her moans of tension and pain. He pounds her hips, ejaculating in long random sprays, stripping her last breath with each penetrating motion. Finding himself locked into a deep trance, he is soon revived when a loud voice yells, Come out with your hands up. This the police. You are surrounded. Arising with the glare of a madman in his eyes, Travis J takes flight, back and forth from the front and back door, checking which is easier to maneuver. Noticing the front is heavily lit from the streetlights, he constructs a plan. Rapidly flirting shots out of the front windows, he jets through the back door, unloading an overwhelming 100-round armor-piercing clip toward anything moving. Opening his path like Moses did the Red Sea, Travis J unloads clip after clip, deterring the police assault as their weapons only bounce off of his armored suit. Unable to fully track the bandit due to the harsh night weather conditions, along with the rain of Travis J's deadly tactical assault, the police cut their losses and become content with those they have caught. Pooh, we'll catch that nigga later, one of the officers cries, wiping his forehead while he hides behind a cracked brick wall. As a few of the gangsters escape with their hats still on their heads, Shu leads the retreat party to GDBD's low spot. Alerting GBDB of the situation, Shu goes into radio silence as their phones are not considered the safest. Arriving at the spot, Shu and the crew are escorted in, where Shu is then separated and led to GDBD's master bedroom. What happened? GDBD asks, offering a tray of cocaine to Shu. Shaking his head side to side, Shu declares, It's all bad, gangster. It's all bad. Chapter 5. As the smoke blows over from a night of bloody feuding, the triangulation of the three main parties simultaneously read the morning's headlines. Bloodbath ravages through the projects, leaving 8 unknown dead and 5 unknown wounded. Folding up the article with a big smile on his face, AK braggingly tosses the paper at King John, Prince Hamid, and Phoenix. Is that Vicky Lou the illest nigga you ever seen? On the other hand, OG Rollo tears his paper in half. Get GDBD on the phone. In that same instance, Big Vic replies, All the phones off. They're on radio silence. We should be expecting them momentarily when the coast is clear. Meanwhile, Detective Maez is in a rage, checking the status of all the gangbangers. Don't let them die. No, Black, don't let them die on me. I'm planning judge, jury, and God for these bastards. I'm on my way, the now purple-faced detective warns the lieutenant. Arriving at the emergency room, Detective Maez finds news reporters staked out in the waiting room, demanding details and an explanation of what occurred. The news crew bum-rushed Detective Maez's position. Slightly knocked backward, the detective incites a one-man riot. Pissing him off now past the highest point of, Detective Maez pulls his gun. Yeah, y'all just fucked up. Arrest them all. Charge them with assault of an officer. Staring with a crooked eyebrow toward a uniformed officer in command, Detective Maez confirms his order. You heard me. Lock their ass up. The officer then orders his unit to follow the direct order. Marching past the screams of chaos, Detective Maez enters the elevator on the first floor, exiting on the third. Being met by Lieutenant Black, Detective Maez asks with a worried look, "Where they at?" Turning around to lead the way through the highly secure hallway, Lieutenant Black asserts, "It's a madhouse downstairs. How'd you get up here so quick with those pesky reporters everywhere?" "I arrested all those motherfuckers," Detective Maez responds. "I won't even ask," Lieutenant Black counters with a confused glance. Quickly looking in each of the guarded rooms of the suspects, Detective Maez finds a doctor, ordering, "None of those punks are dying, so they're coming with me." Pointing at the doctor, he adds, "You make sure you put your John Hancock on the necessary paperwork, or I'm gonna arrest your ass for harboring cop killers." Staring at a random gangster flick on television, OG Rollo impatiently sits in his mink love seat, drinking a glass of Chandon. Hearing the doorbell ring, he screams for a member of his immediate family to get the door. "Will someone please get the door?" OG Rollo talks with respect, since he's now in the suburbs. Looking to his right-hand man, he asks Big Vic, "Who do you think the unidentified men are?" With a shallow stare, Big Vic hand covers his face. "We'll find out in a second." Standing to get his blood flow circulating, OG Rollo cracks his neck, taking a glimpse of a family portrait he has worked so hard to provide for. "Let me get loose so I won't snap off and have a heart attack." Pouring into OG Rollo's comfort zone when the street business comes to a halt, GDBD, Shoe in 2 seconds, all take their shoes off, finding a place to sit, preferably away from OG Rollo. Looking at the three men, "So who's the spokesperson?" OG Rollo asks with his head high. "Well, it goes like," cutting off GDBD's short-lived speech, OG Rollo declares, "You weren't there, were you?" "No, I wasn't there," GDBD confesses. "Okay, I need an eyewitness account." Shoe then steps to the plate. "OG." Signaling with an open palmed in Shoe's directions, OG Rollo points to 2 seconds. "Gangster, you tell me what happened." Taking a deep breath, 2 seconds nervously stands up to tell his side. 2 seconds, not in fear of his life, however, does not want to appear as a dim-witted character with no brain. "OG, we went to the spot as we was told to. It was dark and the rainstorm hindered our vision." Bursting into laughter, OG Rollo looks at Big Vic. "Hindered our vision? What the fuck is that? Gangster, you went to grammar art school or something?" Attempting to answer that question, OG Rollo states, still laughing, "Don't answer that. Forgive me, just continue." Taking back off where he ended, "I think we had to be followed by the police because, as we approached from up the street, we all heard loud, muffled gunshots. Then Hustler number 1 came diving out the window. Since he was running the opposite direction, we started busting at his ass. All of a sudden, it's like police had surrounded us busting back. If they met us there, the phone's got to be tapped." 2 seconds ends, seeming to be an expert on phone taps. Standing up, staring eye to eye at 2 seconds, OG Rollo cries, "Fuck a tap phone, nigga. I want to know, did you kill him? And where's Lucky? The paper didn't say no names. It just said 8 dead and 5 wounded." Pounding his fist, OG Rollo yells, "Y'all came to my home where my loved ones rest their heads. If you got followed once, you better not have gotten followed again. You still ain't told me shit. Who missing? Who dead? Don't tell me y'all just ran away and ain't talked to no one." As Shoe in 2 seconds stare blankly into space, GDBD assures OG Rollo, "No one followed us. About last night, they got the cars. We know Jig and Fat Folks didn't make it." Caught off guard, OG Rollo cringes. "Fat Folks didn't make it? You fucking kidding." 2 seconds, The one to actually see fat folks gunned down blurts out, "Yo, G, fat folks was killed by the police." In a blinding instance, a wet slap echoes through the room. Smack! Damn near pulling the skin off, 2 seconds falls to the floor. OG saves his energy, yelling with a high pitch, "Nigga, you had your turn to speak, and you didn't feel it was important to say we lost 2 of our heads? Speak when fucking spoken to." As OG Rollo slowly cuts the rest of the information out of Shoe, back on the other side of town, AK has been searching for Travis J all morning. Coming up with nothing, AK's cell phone rings with Travis J's number appearing on the screen. "Yo, Vicky?" "Hello?" A soft voice answers. "Who the fuck is this?" AK ponders. "This Belinda. Vicky is at my house. He needs help. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I don't know what to do. I'm so scared." Beginning to break down in a teary-eyed frustration, AK tries to calm her, resulting in her giving her exact location. "I'll be there in 15. Everything will be okay." Operating in the middle of a shitstorm, Detective Maez dissects his patients in the interrogation room like Dr. Kevorkian, having been since escorted paid witnesses to identify the decapitated Lucky's accomplice. All fingers point to Hustler number 1. "That's our man," Detective Maez confirms, looking through the two-way mirror at the handcuffed shot-up punk. Looking at his colleagues, Detective Maez assumes with a promise, "He's going to bring down the GD's entire operation. I'm going to break him." While Detective Maez consults with his rankings, his superiors burst into the room. Worried about their jobs and protocol, a high-ranking sergeant tries to check Detective Maez. "What is the meaning behind you locking up your own city's news crew? Have you fucking lost your mind? Do you know the type of lawsuit that could be hanging over our heads?" Known for running his own show, Detective Maez looks at the sergeant with a cocked lip. "Hold the fuck up. You don't tell me who I can arrest. That's one thing I'm going to get straight with you. And two, next time you run up on me with that bullshit, I'm going to throw your fat, jelly-eating donut, pencil-pushing, desk job-having ass out." Responding with an overranking position, the sergeant declares, "If you ever talk to your superior like that again..." Quickly cutting him off, Detective Maez points directly into the sergeant's face, warning, "Fuck that, you heard what I said." Adjusting his necktie from the verbal explosion, Detective Maez tells all, "I've got a suspect to break." Walking out the door, he gives a last look at his superior and the sergeant. "You got money? You bail their ass out." Appearing along in the room with Hustler number 1, Detective Maez wastes no time. "So, you're called the number 1 hustler. I've heard a lot about you. Do you need anything? Are you comfortable? I know 3 bullet holes can be painful." With a tough guy attitude, Hustler number 1 says, "Man, I need a cigarette." Reaching into his pocket, Detective Maez places the cigarette in Hustler number 1's mouth. Watching the cigarette hanging from his lip for a second, Detective Maez smiles. "Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you need me to light that for you." Pulling out a lighter, Hustler number 1 puckers his lips as Detective Maez brings the lighted torch to the end of the cigarette. Suddenly, in one fell swoop, Detective Maez smacks the dot shit out of Hustler number 1, sending his frail ass across the room. Shaken and in a daze, Detective Maez grabs him one-handedly by the collar, slamming him back into his mounted seat. Refocusing his eyes on the white spinning walls, Hustler number 1's face is placed in focus. "I'm right here. When I ask your hoe ass something, I only want the truth. Why did you kill D-Knock and Wild Bill?" Hesitant to answer, Detective Maez smacks him again, and then sits his loaded 40 cal on the desk. Looking into Hustler number 1's broken eyes, Detective Maez swears, "You can make this hard, or I can make it harder. For the record, 2 police were killed last night." "Huh? Everybody mad at me because I let the headlines go blank. First of all, I thought it would be an injustice to those great men's families to notify the public before loved ones. Second of all, I didn't want to put the names of the scum that was killed just in case I need to add a body or 2 to the morgue. You know I'm violating your rights, but so what? If you don't tell me what I want to know, I'm killing you," Detective Maez says, handling his weapon, cocking a live round into the chamber. Sending off the vibes of an executioner, he adds, "So, what are you going to tell me about the 2 police killed and the 2 officers you wounded?" Or what about that lowlife Wild Bill and D Knock? Forced to make a decision with an actual gun to his head. They had a hit on us. Hustler number one mumbles after breaking down. So y'all killed them? Lucky killed them. Both of them? Detective Maez checks for the record. Yeah. Oh, so I guess you just helped. Yeah, I helped. Receiving the statement clearly and recorded, Detective Maez moves on. Who was the shooter in the house with the armor-piercing rounds? That's who killed my men. That's who killed your boy Lucky. That's who I want. Staring like an innocent child, Hustler number one panics. I don't know. Grabbing his own face, he repeats his words, remembering. I don't know his name, but I know his face. I think they call him Vicky. I guess he came to kill y'all too. Yeah, he did. Hustler number one eye pops open like headlamps. Yeah, well, I believe you. It took 2 bags to carry your boy Lucky to the morgue. He on ice. So, the GD's assassins? Detective Maez tries to figure whose side this Vicky is on. With a negative head shake and a sudden spark of brilliance from added pressure, Hustler number one remembers. He one of those dudes that's wanted on TV, reminded by Luck's last words. He ain't no GD. Pondering in thought for a minute, Detective Maez turns toward the two-way mirror, signaling with a come-in gesture. On his business, but still with the mind frame of assassinating Detective Maez, Lieutenant Black comes in with a stack of pictures. I'm way ahead of you. Dropping the mug shots of the city's most wanted, Hustler number one assures them. None of these, this dude famous like. Famous like? What the hell does that mean? Lieutenant Black asks. Still observing from the monitor room, the sergeant has an idea. Bursting into the room, Detective Maez rises in fury. I got this under control. The sergeant simply brushes Detective to the side, showing a picture of who crossed his mind to Hustler number one. Is that him? Barely looking at the picture, Hustler number one cries in pure fear. That's him. Not knowing who the picture is of, Detective Maez asks, Who? Well, boys, the notorious Jeffrey Travis is on the loose in our city. That would explain the hike in the random violence. He's a cold-blooded killer with nothing to live for. He has to be stopped. He already has a $100,000 reward on his head. As the sergeant puts the word out about Travis J., Detective Maez, the ex-leader of the drug task force, squeezed Hustler number one for every piece of information pertaining to O.G. Rollo's enterprise, promising Hustler number one no jail time and witness protection. Speaking of O.G. Rollo, he stares in deep thought, stricken with grief about his close comrade, Fat Folks. Damn, folks. I don't know what to say. O.G. Rollo softly speaks out loud in the privacy of his family's home, where he and his wife live with their 3 kids in an undisclosed location. Picking up his cell phone, he calls Schizo, Fat Folks' bride, who has no idea of the devastating news. Wanting to keep it like that until the time is right, O.G. Rollo dials her. Hello? The Bowflex-built mistress answers. What up, Schizo? O.G., you only call a motherfucker when it's a problem. Taking a deep breath, O.G. Rollo changes the strategy. Schizo, I need a favor. Go to the West Tower and watch Shorty. I don't want him leaving because he'll try to gear into action, and he's one of the heirs to the throne. Can you do that for me, like ASAP? Don't worry about nothing else. Maximus is holding down everything. Yeah, I got you. Schizo, most dependable, assures. Another thing, so any info won't leak to him, cut all the phones off. Until I arrive, I don't need him to receive any mind-altering gossip. And you cut your phone off too, okay? It's whatever, you can depend on me. Schizo jumps into quick action, not knowing she's the one to be kept in secrecy while the streets are talking. Driving down the highway, Double R has been trying to contact Big Seed, but hasn't been successful because of bad reception. Finally receiving a call in return from him. Seed, I've been blowing you up, Double R states with fire. Yeah, man, I decided to take back off and drop another load, 'cause I ran out the first time. I won't miss nothing 'cause I'm flying back. I went through the heats first. Police were everywhere. Okay, that's cool. I got somebody who wants to talk to you. Having an idea of who it is, Big C grinningly states, put him on. Hearing a voice he has not heard in a while, he smiles as the familiar voice talks with a southern accent. Player, Slim Jim back. I feel like a new man and I done picked up some weight. I owe my life to you. At first I was going through so much, I wish I could have fucked you up, but I'm better, and I thank you. You're a scholar and a gentleman. Hating to break good spirits with bad news, Big Seed unconsciously rips the business. Slim Jim, I hate to spread bad news, but there's no time to waste. You're on your way to the hospital. It's Maya. Somebody broke in on her and raped her. Drowning in a pool of silence, Slim Jim is speechless. Continuing, Big Seed states, I'm gonna catch this motherfucker, but I need you to hold it down at the hospital. Wiping the wrinkles in his long face. Oh my God, I feel like I let the girls down. Slim Jim grieves, taking a second look at his attire, along with a long stare in the passenger mirror. I don't want the girls to see me like this. I'm still wearing those filthy clothes I came in. Changing any minor thoughts of negativity in Slim Jim's mind. Small things to a giant. Double R will take you to buy you a new suit, shoes, and to get a shave and a trim. You straight? Put him on the phone. Big Seed says, building his confidence. Ordering Double R of his needed-to-do task, Double R responds with doubt. Man, you know that party tonight. I was thinking about canceling it. Are you crazy? Bullshit don't stop no show. But you out of town. Charging back with defiance, Big Seed snaps. First of all, if I don't come back, you got my business to run. And second of all, I'll be first class right back shitty sharp when I step off the plane in my limo. Shit, I need to be cheered up. Fuck you thought. Sighing a breath of fresh air, Double R energizes. I'm on it. Before hanging up, Big Seed orders. Don't let Yvette try to cancel at the last moment. I'll meet you guys there. Love. Click. Meanwhile, AK and his immediate mob are gathered at Iowa's law office. As an unconscious wanted Travis J lay in a deep sleep, AK, with nowhere to turn, has trusted his loyal friend Iowa. Knowing everyone along with an old favor, Iowa has made calls to a doctor he fully trusts, who tends to Travis J's medical emergency. Soon being revived by smelling salt and a makeshift IV in the comforts of Iowa's private study, the doctor, MD Mason, states, your friend Vicky was suffering from blunt trauma to his chest in 2 places. He has fractured ribs and his blood is loaded with an overdose charge of drugs. His heart rate is what's affecting his fatigue, mixed with his accident. He's basically had a delayed reaction, something sort of like a boxer receiving a devastating blow, but doesn't fall out until he walks back to his corner. He'll be okay, but he needs much rest and he needs to stay off his feet. Keep his shoes off and make sure his feet stay elevated in the air. Sending Rain and Wrath to take Travis J to a safe location, AK stays back with Iowa and MD Mason to take full responsibility for the dreaded emergency. As the coast is cleared, the 62-year-old light-skinned doctor hopes, I hope I just didn't do something I'll regret. Taking his glasses off, he adds, I wear glasses, but my vision is not blurry. I've seen that man before. That's Jeffrey Travis. Yes, this was the big favor, but nothing compared to what I did for you and your 2 sons. However, I'll call us even, and I'll also donate a large sum to your retirement fund. Ira promises to make things up. Pulling out a checkbook, Ira waves a pen. How much should I make this out for? Cash has always been more untraceable to me, MD Mason says with a smile. How much are your services? AK questions, listening from the side. Oh, well, I don't know. I guess about, Pausing, searching for a fair and reasonable price, MD Mason blurts, how about 20,000? Looking into the eyes of the life-saving doctor, AK turns to his right-hand man. King John, go to the car and get this gentleman $25,000. With a grand smile, MD Mason extends his hand. Never hesitate to ever call me. A friend of Iowa is a friend of mine. Wrapping up the formality of business, AK settles his affairs by ending, Iowa, just bill me. Walking out the door, AK, surrounded by King John and his sidekick, Phoenix, states, pulling out the stunner sauce. A nigga need to get loose tonight. Ain't nothing gonna be moving in the projects. We might as well go shopping and get ready for that party. Jumping in the driver's seat of his 760 BMW, King John looks at the smaller Phoenix. Yeah, boy, we gonna show you how we do it in the Midwest, homie. Nigga, just fire that shit up. I'm ready to get high. The desperate Phoenix says, waiting to have his chance to prove his worth. Sitting beside her comatose-induced little sister, Yvette rubs her hair. Feeling chest pains and stomach aches herself, due to not eating along with digesting the mental anguish Maya's going through. Yvette stares teary-eyed toward the ceiling. Oh, Lord, please help us in our time of need. First my son, then my mother. Please not Maya. Closing her eyes, she feels a gentle touch on her shoulder. Startling, looking over her shoulder towards the surprise contact, the blurry-eyed Yvette sees a character of an all-white image, but not a ghost. Catching her off guard, her uncle, Slim Jim, stands with a cream-colored suit with a bouquet of white flowers. Everything'll be okay, Slim Jim assures her with a comforting pat. Looking into his eyes, seeing the night-to-day transition, Yvette leaps to her feet, smothering him with the biggest hug ever. So how my little Missy? Slim Jim asked, referring to Maya by her family nickname as a child. Squeezing him like a child would do a cuddling stuffed bear, Yvette weeps into his arms, having a trusted shoulder to lean on. Oh, Uncle Jim, we missed you so much. Don't leave us. Rubbing the back of her head, Slim Jim swears, I ain't going nowhere. I'll never leave my girls again. Standing in the background, humbled by the overflowing of emotions, Double R becomes moved, pointing and approaching in a forward motion. Maya's eye is open. Double R signs as her left one is patched with a gauze pad. As Maya's eyes cracked, I'll celebrate for this, the first sign of recovery. Seeing all the smiles surrounding her bedside, she fights to secure Slim Jim's hand. Without saying a word, she only squeezes it tight and tighter with a smiling eye. Kissing her on the cheek, Yvette lets her know. Big Seed has been waiting for you to wake up. He said tell you he loves you and he'll be here. Ending that thought, Slim Jim bends to her ear. Missy, I'll never leave your side again. Thus promise. Chapter 6. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Enterprise function by none other than your host, me, Double R. Extending open arms to his invited 500-plus guests and other patrons paying $50 to get in, Double R impresses at the all-dressed to impress event. Wearing an all-white tailor-made Don Majestic suit with orange big block gaiters, along with a matching orange tie and handkerchief, Double R exits the mic toward his VIP table. Waiting on him, looking as gorgeous as any high-class model to walk the runway, is Yvette, wearing an orange handmade dress and high-heeled gaiter boots accented by her orange French-tipped manicured nails. As Double R sees his attractive escort, he yells in the air from feeling the good vibrations. Let's party! First round's on me. As all the biggest ballers in the city were alerted about the exquisite ballroom celebration by word of mouth, radio, and email, all came. Sitting next to the grand band comprised of 10 musicians, playing a list of requested oldies but goodies, Double R and Yvette are greeted by familiar faces. What's up, Yvette? I hope Maya's well. Standing up, engaging her longtime friend in a sentimental hug, Yvette answers with a drop of strength in her voice. She's doing better, O.G. Rollo. Thanks for asking, she says, also receiving condolences from Big Vic and GDBD. Looking at Double R with pure amazement. Man, you outdid yourself. A big old band, waterfalls, ice carvings, champagne on every table, and all female barmaids? Yeah, you a bog hog for sure. Extending a hand for the kind words of respect. I hope you and your entourage enjoy yourselves. Don't hesitate to ask for anything. Double R proves himself to the host of kings. As business usually cannot wait till the next day, O.G. Rollo whispers, Man, I need some more chirps. They got the projects on lock, but the city is mine. I'm really only telling you because Big Seed ain't here, and it ain't no secret you his man. Standing up, walking out of the view of others, Double R strolls with O.G. Rollo. Well, I guess the cat is out of the hat, but Big Seed is on his way from the airport. I expect to see him momentarily. By the way, I never told you I do real estate. Handling O.G. a business card. Hit me up sometime. After chit-chatting for a second, the men go separate ways, leaving the lovebirds ample time to show off their outfits. Feeling under the weather, soiling in her personal sorrows, Yvette soldiers it out wearing a glad expression, but she's really very sad. Ironically, listening to Tears of a Clown by Smokey Robinson, playing by the Iron Horse Band. Beginning to sharpen up networking skills, Double R briefly explains the real estate game to Yvette as her dope boy connections are introduced to him. If these brothers got dope money like that, You can push the houses and the bricks. That's a win-win situation. Watching the crowd of 350 quickly creep close to 550, Double R grabs Yvette's hand. Come on, baby. Let's touch the dance floor before it gets too packed. Pulling his lover along the plush-driven carpet, Double R summons the band conductor with a loud Phil Jackson whistle. Yo, maestro, after this, play Al Green for the good times. Meanwhile, marching through the banquet doors wearing all-black suits, like a gang of undertakers, the infamous Almighty King John, along with their security Wrath and Rain, turn heads, as most know of them in their reputation. Kicking up dust in the background, they are followed by Norman Bates and Phoenix, clothed in the usual underdress fashions, paying the same $500 donation used to bribe the doorman to allow in the all-white gym shoe-wearing thugs, working with the promise of buying 2 bottles of champagne apiece. Dividing into packs of 2, one consisting of 4 and the other consisting of 2, AK yells at the departing Norman Bates, "If you start anything, know you gotta answer to me and know you're responsible for Phoenix." Understanding the full consequences of AK's verbal threat, Norman Bates grabs Phoenix's arm. "Playboy, this ain't the place to start no shit." Knowing Phoenix is fiending for a gang-banging scuffle, Bates asserts his authority. "Peeps, I'm cool. Let's get our drinks on." Approaching the bar, Phoenix grabs a thick tender's wrist. "What's up, mommy? I see you got that body." Sparking a full-blown incident, the hottie snatches away. "Nigga, don't be grabbing on me. I don't know you." "Fuck you, bitch," Phoenix screams back, feeling a taste of embarrassment. Quickly, Bates rushes Phoenix out of the jam-packed area. "Damn, peeps, we ain't been here 5 minutes and you causing a scene?" On the offensive, Phoenix cries, "Man, that bitch disrespected me. Fuck her." "Damn, you can't be grabbing these hoes like that." Walking over, always interrupted by child's play, AK plays daddy. "Don't have me lock y'all in the parking lot. I'm almost starting to feel shamed I brought y'all out the house," AK says, popping the collar of his black silk Versace. Trying to explain, Phoenix begins to speak, but AK walks away, finding other matters to tend to. While bulb exposures lick through the dimness of the party, like chasing sirens, the one and only Big C lets the wannabes know what it is to be a baller. Stomping through the door wearing a one-piece, light blue bodysuit with offsetting navy blue gator boots and matching tie and hanky designed by Don Majestic, Big C sails through the crowd, flickering with hundreds of blue and yellow carrots wrapped around both his wrist and his neck. Gliding with his suit draped over his shoulder, he snaps his finger at a barmaid. "Give me 10 bottles of champagne, Krug Rose, and a box of Black Pearl cigars. I'll be at the picture booth hollering at your boss," Big Seed says, arrogantly pointing at the photogenic Double R and his female double. Sneaking up on the 2 lovebirds, all hug, as Big Seed is given money for the pictures to keep rolling. Looking at the gaudy ice-like superhero, the spectator stands in awe at the fashion design tail. "Nah, they ain't from here," a female patiently says, waiting in line with her friends. When the barmaid comes with a case of cherry-flavored Krug, Big Seed snatches a bottle, popping the cork. After taking a long 8-ball swig, "Drinks on me. I'm buying the bar out for the next hour." Suddenly, those waiting in line for pictures descend to the ends of the lines of the bar stations. Also standing in the tides of rolling shoulders, Norman Bates notices the eye-catching antics of Big Seed. While the LB's entire group is now behind the VIP ropes, toasting bottles of Dom P, Norman Bates points. "That's that dude with that white Infinity truck that killed those GDs." With the bottle at a 90-degree angle against his lips, AK lends a lurking eye through his Lori Rockin sunglasses, as he's always fascinated by the sight of a cold-blooded killer. Placing his bottle down on the table, "How do you know?" AK questions with a dripping mouth. "Peeps, the nigga drove down the street every day, going back and forth to Maya's house." Taking a second look, AK says with a low whisper, "My enemy's enemy is my friend." Looking at the staring eyes of his circle, AK adds, "I bet that nigga got that cheese, too." "Hell yeah. I know for a fact he's supplying OG Rollo," Norman Bates says with an aggressive nod. Pausing in an instance of sheer panic, AK shouts, "Hold the fuck up. How's he a GD killer? Now you saying him and OG Rollo doing business?" Interrupting the two, King John declares, "Man, Bates drunk. OG would be in violation." Snapping back at the comment, Bates raises his voice. Fuck your fat ass. You don't even be in the projects. You just ride in on your golden blood-stained chariot, drop off, and I do all the work. Lord, you a worker. King John laughs, wasting champagne over himself. Damn, look what you made me do. I ain't make you a fat slob or a fucking hater. Bates counters his superior. Getting back to business. Enough with that bullshit. Bates, that shit don't make sense. AK declares with a cocked chin and puzzling eyes. Well, y'all wouldn't know because y'all don't sweat the gossip. Anyway, that nigga Shoe got violated for making the gunplay on him. The heads now follow as they remember the incident. He's supposed to be some kind of made man or ex-boss or something. Bates breaks down what he knows to be fact, taking a snort of his royal potion. So what's his name? AK needs to know. I think it's something like Big City or Big Seed or something. Continuing to discuss the issue, Rain grabs everyone's attention, slamming his fist to the table with a pointing finger to follow. At the same time, Wrath rapidly leaves the VIP booth without warning. Following the tip of Rain's extended finger, OG Rollo appears with Big Vic on his right and GDBD on his left. We come in peace, old friends, OG Rollo states, offering a handshake of momentary truce. Hesitantly accepting the shake, AK responds, It's funny how the ones who start the bullshit is always the first to ask for a breather. With a sarcastic laugh, OG Rollo fires back. What can I say? Give one an inch, they take a mile. Give them a piece of rope, they want to hang themselves. I gave you one spot, and then it went to 4. No more. I have to even the playing field. With a straight face, AK counters. It is what it is, but first of all, you didn't give me nothing. I'm a gangster. I take what I want. Ending the brief, unexpected conversation. Well, I just came to let my presence be known. No need to be in such a small place of confinement without acknowledging my enemies. No need to ask when the truce expires. The war is never waged between the kings, just the soldiers. Anyway, you already know the parking lot overflows with my killer disciples. Lose one, replace them with 2. Lose 22, I'll call in 222. What's your numbers looking like? Ending on that note, OG Rollo turns away. GD, throwing a pitchfork in the air. Standing up quickly, reaching into his pocket, King John calls, Big Vic. As Big Vic turns around, King John adds, Think fast. Tossing an object in Big Vic's direction. That's 5 stacks, we even. King John stresses, paying off his Super Bowl debt, resulting in no ties between the two. Sitting back down, AK fires, I wouldn't have paid that bitch shit. Playboy, I'm rich like Dave Chappelle. 5 G's ain't nothing to me but some weed. King John puckers up, blazing one at the party. Frowningly observing the entire situation, Phoenix growls with an unsavory comment. Man, let's do 'em. Coming back to the circle, Wrath replies to that question. OG off limits. Before a boss of his magnitude is struck, a motherfucker gonna know where all the chirps, deeds, and artillery at. For sure. AK seconds that motion. I'll toast to that. After sips of the bubbly and snorts of the sauce, AK and his entourage parade through the new faces, searching for the feminine one with the big booties. Upon mingling, AK notices Yvette, a longtime friend. Seeing her looking more beautiful than ever imagined with an added dope man's touch, he approaches. What's up, girl? AK asks, reuniting the relationship with a big hug, adding, How's Maya? I ain't seen neither of you in a while. With a frustrated look, she exhales the pain. Maya's in the hospital. She was raped. I'm only telling you because I need the streets to talk back. What, no clue? AK unknowingly asks for devious reasons. Right now it's just assumptions. Yvette has a list of faces. If I find out, I'm gonna kill that nigga. I can't stand none of these bitch-ass niggas in y'all jets. I'll kill all them bitches, AK declares with a solemn oath. As the two talk, Double R and Big Seed approach with drinks. Introducing the new faces. AK, this my fiance, Double R. He threw the party. And this Big Seed, my man. Yvette does not hesitate to network. Eyeing down the 2 sharp suitors, AK extends a hand to Big Seed. I've heard a lot about you, Playboy. I like your style. I'm pretty sure I will hear some good things about you, too. Big Seed only adds a smile, restricting his choice of words to the stranger. As the group is on a networking mission, Yvette puts it out there. AK, my man got the best cheese in town and the best ticket. With a nodded positive head shake, she assures each one is safe. We need to get together sometime. AK wants to meet anyone with money and large quantities of dope. Why put off later what we can do now? Seed says, strong on his game, as he will chase any cocaine dealers down knowing he has tons and tons to move. Shit, holla at me. But first, I want to keep it 100 with you. I heard you deal with OG Rollo. Me and that cat are sworn enemies. It's our beef that's got the projects on fire. So if that's a problem, I can step. AK hates to admit. Pulling out a leather personalized pocket cigar case, Big Seed offers AK a Cuban cohiba saying, ain't nothing about my money got a conscience. Feel me? Accepting the illegally imported cigar. You my type of businessman. Talking the night away, discussing quantity, quality, prices, and meeting spots, AK lets it be known. I got the exotics, fresh and fruity hazes of all colors. Being high-octane marijuana has always been of interest to Big Seed. He decides to work with trade after learning AK is his own connection, sitting on thousands of hydroponics. At least that's his rap. As the night clears, peace settles for at least one night. The GDs posse up, headed back to the outskirts of the projects to check their incoming dough. The LBs find some straggling females riding their imperial jocks. Big Seed hightails it up to the hospital with only one thing on his mind. I miss my Maya. Last but not least, Double R and Yvette wrap it up at the party, paying staff and collecting the night's staggering profits. However, as things seem to end on a good note, Detective Maez and his task force have staked out the parking lot of the party. With the help of Hustler Number One's cooperation, he identifies OG Rollo's entire group, along with AK's. Proceeding to take pictures and secure license plate numbers, the deceitful, still handcuffed snitch asks, how did I do? With a huge smirk, you did well. Great work. You showed us their houses. You gave us all of the GD's phone numbers. Detective Maez congratulates his mole. With a positive head gesture, Detective Maez adds, I'll make sure I put in a good word for you when I talk to the prosecutor. Relieved with the sunken facial expression of an injured puppy, Hustler Number One asks, so when you think I might get out? I don't know, Detective Maez blurts, tired of hearing his cries, then adds, get out? You don't even have a lawyer yet. Hustler Number One gets in a marked patrol car, heading back to lockup. Other officers hearing the comment suddenly burst into laughter, knowing Detective Maez has him one. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Black holds down the projects, being kept in the darkness of Detective Maez's workings. Feeling a bit tedious, Double R strokes the gas pedal of his brand new black Volkswagen CC, since its prized Benz is occupied by Big Seed. Speeding in the early hours through the deserted suburban off-streets, after a day of roller coaster high and lows of emotional torture, Double R holds the steering wheel, as steady as he can. Damn, baby, I'm tired as hell. Yvette, do you feel like driving? Responding with a straight back recline in a snug leather passenger seat, feeling like a tempered posturepedic, Yvette just yawns, adding, wake me up when we get there. Funny. Pausing. Damn, boo. I forgot to tell you my lawyer received the documents from the state about your son, David. It looks good. And he said the chances to get your son back has even tripled the sooner we get married. Pulling up at a stoplight on the corner of a dark intersection, Yvette's eyes gleam from her lowered position. You really want to marry me? For better or for worse. Double R proudly smiles, grabbing Double R's thigh tightly from a deep feeling of harbored love. Baby, the light green. Tapping the throttle. Crash! The car spins out of control from another vehicle, colliding directly from the back, knocking Yvette to the floor, and the Volkswagen slams into a street lamppost. Shaking off the sting, Double R looks to the floor. Baby, you all right? Then suddenly, bang! The driver's side window explodes, with Double R being pulled out head first. Help! Help! Double R yells blindly, being handled like a rag doll. Positioned out of sight, Yvette sees the shines of Double R's pistol glistening under the driver's seat. Grabbing the weapon like a reckless Billy the Kid, Yvette glances out of the window, seeing a large, shadowed goon dragging her lover to a third vehicle. Doom, 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 doom. Ejecting, Empty shells ricochet through the Volkswagen as Yvette watches the villain fall like an acorn out of a tree. Yvette takes cover as the inside of the car is illuminated from the sparks of fully automatic rounds chopping through the tight space of the car. Pouring to the streets like suds from a wasted beer mug, Yvette rolls out of the passenger door. The tires melt in a radiating rotation from an evading Audi TT. Pop, 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 pop. Yvette steps over the dead cadaver, dumping at the fleeing dark-covered vehicle with her first true love held hostage. Arguing in the Audi, "Nigga, you said he was alone," the head man snaps. "I ain't seen no one in the passenger seat. Fuck, I man down." The head of the Mossberg Mafia maniacs mumbles in a state of shock. "Hey, let me go. What do you want?" Double R begs with the eyes of innocence. "You punk." Second in command of the maniacs declare. Bam! A dark object is the last thing Double R sees as he is knocked unconscious. Watching the eluding Audi springboard into the darkness, Yvette exclaims, "Damn, baby!" Wiping her forehead, feeling a burst of exhaustion, her perspiration overflows her face. Looking at her hands for what was thought to be sweat. "Oh shit! That bitch motherfucker shot me!" Taking another step focused on her blood-drenched hand, Yvette collapses in the middle of the intersection as wailing sirens are heard howling in the midst of the night. Chapter 7. 6 o'clock a.m. On the outside of the projects in the West Tower, young Shorty surprises Schizo while she sleeps on the guest bed, covered with blue patterned needlepoint pillows serving her breakfast. Bursting in her room, the mannish little man hopes for a peek, as he has always admired her beauty and tossed flirtatious hints at her. Opening the door, he flashes on the bright light. "Schizo, I made you breakfast. I bet fat folks can't do it like me." Shorty races to her bedside, with a cute little boy's smile placing the tray of food on the Mayfair nightstand. Stretching, unaware of the time, Schizo's eyes slowly adjust to the soft, baby blue and earth-toned room. "Shorty, what time is it?" "It's time to get this money. Whenever the bosses ain't here, I know what to do. We gonna surprise these sleepyheads and collect this money. 'Cause on my watch, I ain't having it." Remembering OG Rollo instructed her to not let Shorty have any contact with the world, she declares, "Everything's straight." Attracted by the aroma, covering her bare breast with a tug of the sheets. "Shorty, what'd you cook? It smells good." "Just a little something. Grilled salmon, scrambled eggs with pepper jack cheese, a ciabatta with strawberry cream cake, and seedless grapes I could feed to you." Laughing at the too cute 13-year-old phenom, Schizo tears a piece of the salmon with her fingertips. "I see you a chef, but Shorty, I'm old enough to be your mother. Why you always dallying with me? If you mean coquetting, I'm just concupiscence when it comes to you." Shorty always toys with Schizo in a language she does not understand. "Shorty, you better tell me what that means, and I'm not playing." Schizo blushes. "It simply means Cupid slipped a Carrara in his bag of arrows, and I'm sick." Shorty carries the conversation back and forth over breakfast. Warns from the tip of a higher power. What OG needed to say face to face must come on the phone, as no time is to be wasted. After countless times of calling Schizo with no answer, OG sends Maximus, who is in full control of everything from the West Tower to the streets of the city. Entering the building with a key of his own, he does what he's told, screaming for his friendly antagonist, Shorty. "Hey, cut all the phones on and call OG now." Slamming the door behind himself, Schizo simultaneously calls OG Rollo. "What's up, my gangster sister? How's everything?" "Same as usual, running from Shorty's mannish ass." Taking a deep breath, OG Rollo tries to show as much penitence as he can, considering the situation. "Schizo, you are one of my toughest soldiers, and what I'm about to tell you is too bearing to do over the phone, but y'all must evacuate afterwards." Pausing. "Fat folks has left us. I'm sorry. You know what you must do. The projects are about to be swept. My intentions were to come to you, but I had to be sure of the worst, and the worst has come." As silence lingers in the air, the battle-scared Schizo only asks one question. "Who did it?" "The police killed him. You and Shorty must leave now. He knows where everything is, money and dope." Click. Schizo hangs up with no further words. What seemed to be the start of a new refreshing day is knocked off its axis when the morning's headlines brings a reminder of the week's massacre. 2 police killed, 2 wounded in gang war, which leaves 6 dead and 3 wounded, whom now await capital murder charges. As randomized scan more informative front sections of the paper, the other side brings more alarming news. A full-color 5x8 wanted mugshot of Jeffrey Travis appears to the left. Wanted fugitive on the loose, responsible for countless crimes, including rape and murder, is believed to be held up in the projects. With the arrival of the delivered morning newspapers, follow a tactical invasion of a united federal task force led by DEA agent Brian Sweezer, who has been leading the nationwide search for the fugitive with the help of the FBI, ATF, local homicide detectives, and local drug units. Gearing straight into action, the project's ins and outs are cut off by unmarked cruisers. In the skies, 2 law enforcement helicopters circle the rooftops as 2 more news choppers float at nearby positions. Obtaining search warrants to key locations pertaining to Hustler Number One's statements cross-match with assumed high-activity houses of common nuisances. At the strike of 7 a.m., door hinges simultaneously fall down. Finding no suspects at the documented raided addresses, eye-raising, gruesome discoveries are stumbled upon. Calling the coroner, Detective Maez gags along with the other agents. "Oh, the smell! These guys had to be dead for close to a week." Another agent's voice in the background swears, adding, "Looks like they stabbed each other to death. We'll need help from forensics. These bodies have been totally ravaged by animals and decomposition," Detective Maez stresses. Receiving a call from the nearby raiding task unit, Detective Maez answers his 2-way radio. "Hello? Detective Maez, we need you to come to our location." Descending upon a different local, which Hustler Number One described as the House of Pain, the agents are at awe to find what seems to be a torture chamber. The location is actually one of GDBD's low-key apartments. Finding stains of blood from multiple DNA samples, the crime laboratories are now dispatched to 2 locations that are more different. Furthering the door-to-door inspections in search of Jeffrey Travis, the agents pass out wanted posters and question the natives. "Where the fuck is all these gangster motherfuckers at?" Detective Maez ponders, scratching his head with curiosity. Meanwhile, OG Rollo and the rest of his heads are monitoring the situation from his undisclosed place of residence that only the major heads know about. Being tipped off by his trusty dispatcher informant, he has sent his soldiers into safe hiding. Discussing his next move with Big Vic, "Gangsta, they trying to shut us down. My source told me Hustler Number One singing like a bird." Listening carefully, Big Vic asks, "What about Lucky?" With a negative head movement, OG Rollo informs him he wasn't so lucky after all. He got a raw deal. Those 2 were the ones who killed D-Knock and Gangsta Bill. "I want Hustler Number One dead. His mom, his dad, his kids. I want his entire existence wiped off the map," OG Rollo orders, with an iron fist, knowing Hustler Number One's testimony could be hazardous to the GDs as a whole. Also listening and grieving with anger, GDBD wonders, "What about these dope sales? I got plenty weight to push later." "That's cool. We gon' chill for a few days from the projects, though. All the spots are officially shut down. I had Shorty and Schizo evacuate the bricks. Just answer the wait calls." Momentarily glancing at his G1 mobile. "Matter of fact, don't even wait on niggas to call. Go and buy about 30 prepays. I don't want nobody talking on old lines that's coming or going. Change the codes and everything. Y'all cribs, charge them to the game." OG Rollo adds, pacing the mosaics under his beautiful carved wooden ceilings of his estate. Questionably looking at OG Rollo, "What about my apartment building?" Big Vic sweats. "Well, my sources tell me they won't raid there because they expect us to eventually use it for a safe haven. Then they plan to stake it out. Fuck them, just call some movers and have all that shit put in a storage unit," AK suggests. As the vapors of the morning dew are evaporating into the atmosphere, the sun's rays burst into the room, where Big Seed is uncomfortably resting. Awakened by the heat shining on his face through the cracks in the drapes, Big Seed yawns, stretching his arms and rushes to his feet. Opening the curtains, the room is bloomed to illumination. Looking over his shoulder, he sees his Maya crack her showing eye for the first time of his hospital stay. Maya, can you hear me? He says, slowly approaching her bedside. In a mumbled tone, Maya rambles, trying to escape dream world. Looking at Big Seed standing with his back to the window, a halo and a glow of light seems to appear over the upper half of his body. Seeing Maya is not fully awakened, Big Seed kisses her on the cheek, then licks her chapped lips, followed by the story-told kissing of the princess. Reviving from her trance, Maya takes a double look. Seed, Maya whispers with a smile of the ages. It's me, baby. I'm not going anywhere, he declares, grabbing her hand for support. Hearing the voices as the room door is cracked, Slim Jim walks in, appearing over Big Seed's shoulder. Taking a sigh of relief, knowing her loved ones are at her side, she closes her eye and comfortably turns to a snuggled position. Big Seed gently rubs her hair. Get some rest, baby. Looking to Slim Jim, Big Seed offers his hand. How you doing? I feel like $1,000,000. I owe you my life. Slim Jim bows. You owe me nothing. You just owe yourself to stay clean and take care of your girls. Relaxing in the deep cushions of Maya's room, both catch up on the old and discuss the new. Slim Jim wonders as he has news to reveal. So what's up now with everything? I'm gonna move Maya into my house. I think you should move into the Jets. Nodding his head. I could do that. What about Yvette? You don't have to worry about her. She's in good hands with Double R. What you need me to do? Looking into the more in charge eyes of Slim Jim. Just chill. Get your legs up under you. I'm gonna find out who done this to my baby, and I'm gonna start with Shoot, Big Seed says with murder on his mind. As Slim Jim has been roaming the halls for early morning coffee, he reaches under his armpit to hand Big Seed the morning's paper. I think you should read this. Slim Jim stresses having a different idea of who has violated his niece. Reading the disturbing news article, Big Seed stumbles across the picture of Jeffrey Travis, linking his name with the bold letters of rape and murder. Without a hesitation or doubt, Big Seed declares with a pulsing evil eye, That's him. Oh yeah, that's him. Memorizing the mugshot, Big Seed rises, adding, I'm coming to see your boy. With tensions already stretched into a knot, Big Seed's Motorola Motoro KRZ6M rings. Yo, Big C, what's the deal? Yo, who this? AK, what's up, peoples? You tell her we still on for breakfast? Most definite. Where you at? Wherever you need me to be. Okay. Meet me across from King Islands at the McDonald's in an hour. On my way. Click. Hanging up the phone, Big C looks at Slim Jim. Hold shit down for me. I need to make a hit. Holding out an open hand, Slim Jim assures, Do you. I got this. Locking with a handshake of love, Big C jets into the wind. Meanwhile, packed in like sardines mentally kept in the dark, Shu sits all the soldiers of his command at his baby's mother's house. Waiting on a phone call, Shu argues with Shantae. Bitch, shut the fuck up. I already knocked that bitch Tracy out for stabbing me. So don't you be next. My niggas gonna leave when I say they gonna leave. So don't ask me no fucking mo. Sitting on the bed eating a homemade brownie, Shu's phone rings. Oh gee, what's the word? I've been calling you. This ain't gonna work. It's getting crazy over here. OG Rollo, not concerned with any of that. I feel anyway the projects was hit this morning like I told you they would be. I need to relocate y'all till this shit blows over and find out if and who all they looking for. They getting real help from your guy Hustler number 1. With an I told you so attitude. That's what I've been telling you. Shu sarcastically rants, firing back in return. Yeah, but your ass didn't do nothing about it. He was in your grips and you let him go. That's the difference between a winner and a loser. We losing now. If it was me, I would have brought his ass in, but you didn't. It is what it is, Shu. Now leave it alone. OG Rollo disgustedly announces, deeply exhaling. So what's up now? Shu asks with a tighter lip. I'm working on something, and when I get the call to learn what's not, I'll call you. Until then, stay put, they rolling. Hanging up the phone, OG Rollo calls Yvette. Getting no answer, he then calls Double R. Still receiving no answer, except for an unknown return call. Hello? OG Rollo asks. only to hear heavy breathing on the other line. Click. The mysterious caller hangs up. With the final desperation attempt, he reaches Big Seed. What up, G? Where your people at? Hello? Big Seed does not catch the voice, as his mind is in bewilderment. What's up, man? Did I wake you up? Who this? OG Rollo. Damn, man, what's cracking? I'm going through one. I'm up. Man, I needed you like last week. Double R said he'd do real estate. I need some rentals close to the Jets. Yeah, we got something, but I can't have no criminal activities jumping off at mine. Call him, he got the keys. Defending himself of any assumed accusations. No, nothing like that. As for my guys, more like a respectable chill spot. Fuck, I'll rent to own with a big-ass down payment. Nothing to bring attention to themselves. The police raided this morning and shit wild like the Old West. I put it on the boss. I ain't gonna have no drugs there. I got safe traps for that. But anyway, Yvette or Double ain't answering my calls. Believing OG Rollo's sworn oath of his gangster's creed, and thinking the lovebirds are just tucked away under silken linens with no idea of time. Okay, when I'll meet you, I don't have a key, but I have a locksmith. Cool. I got cash on hand. We could work a deal on all if you want. Setting up the location to meet, OG Rollo interrupts Big Seed's directions. Hey, you know they got word on the rapist. Yeah, I just saw that. I thought it was your boy's shoe. No, it's all in the papers. The dude picture and everything. That Jeffrey Travis dude? The hit's out on that bitch. He killed some of my guys. OG Rollo says with a raspy broach. Yeah, he raped Maya too. Just don't get in my way when the flames start to spitting. He mine. But back to the business at hand. Meet me ASAP at the liquor store across from the Jets. I got 2 cribs behind there. You know the area, so you know they hoods. I'll call the locksmith now. I'll be there in 15. Click. OG Rollo hangs up. After meeting OG Rollo and leaving him to meet the locksmith, who was always running late, Big Seed breaks the sound barrier, arriving 40 minutes late to meet AK, who was always riding with his enforcers. Pulling up next to the party of 4, Big Seed is slowed again when his phone rings. Seed, O'Shea, where you be? The Nigerian asserts. Fuck. Big Seed hates himself, just getting to his first transaction adding. O'Shea, grab a room, I'll hit you ASAP. Clicking right over, he texts Double R. Hit me, nigga, I need you. Exiting alone from Double R's Zeke's TZ04 Bravos, Big Seed notices the 4 men split into 2 vehicles. Seeing Big Seed, AK exits his Chrysler rental truck. What's up, Seed? What'd it be like? You late to the motherfucker. Both men shake hands with smiles. Skipping the chase as murders plagues his mind, Big Seed questions. So what's the deal on the exotics? How many you trying to get? Let me see a sample. With a gestured come-on wave, Big Seed follows AK, jumping in the back seat, pulling out 2 samples of each Hydra-manufactured blends of Kush. King John hit a block, my nigga. AK orders to be driven. Seeing the hairy fibers of the crystallized buds. See, this the orange Kush and this the Kush. I'll see you the orange at 6 stacks and the Kush at 8. Taking a double look at the exotics, Big Seed knows he can sell the Kush all day for $9,000, but he wants to know if the market in the Midwest is also suitable. Grabbing his Motorola, he makes a call. Yo, Modi. Seed, I'm glad you called me. We almost out. Cash on deck. Cool. But what about that presidential? What can you do with it? With a hesitant mumble. Man, it gotta be all that. Nigga, I just said presidential sticky. I know my trade. I'm a connoisseur. Modi's demeanor climbs past ecstatic, knowing Big Seed knows the business. More money, more money. We looking at 10 to 11 stacks. Okay, I'll call you back. But contact the entire circle. What they want. Hanging up the phone, Big Seed unemotionally looks at AK. How many you got? Which one you want? Both. Big Seed waves his oval hot pinky across his face, like cash ain't a thing. Still posing as the connection himself, AK replies with the same look of flair. Thousands. Big Seed playing the bigger boss. All of them. Both writing checks their asses can't cash, without knowing an actual number come to an agreement. Well, how much you got on deck? Big Seed asks, as his phone rings again. Yo, Big Seed. King Cervus, what's going down? Playboy, I'm here. Here where? Big Seed asks, Not believing niggas have ever been punctual for anything. I'm in the city looking for you. Damn, Service, post up somewhere. We straight. That nigga Double R missing in action, so I'm behind schedule. I got you. Acting like he's calculating thousands. I got a few thousand more in my safe house across the state line, but here I got 500, half and half. Since I wasn't sure what you wanted, I put another 500 around the way. AK looking to sell everything. Rubbing the lower half of his chin, Big Seed wonders why Double R isn't answering. Drop it like it's hot. Big Seed has no time to play around, having bigger fish to fry at the moment. Tapping King John on the back of his shoulder. Gon' take us back. AK summons. Dropping anchor back next to Big Seed's vehicle, the transaction is said to be dealt blindly in the eyes of the public. About to retrieve his money, Big Seed looks at AK, with a plan of his own. So what you gonna do for me without negotiations? Keep in mind, I got what you want too. Knowing he is paying $6,000 apiece for the Kush, and $5,000 apiece for the Orange Kush. Believe me, I need you at a good price. Them raw ones, so I swear to you that's the best I can do. Looking at his phone, receiving a text message from OD, Big Seed reads it himself. We want them all. Sticking his phone in his Sean John's, Big Seed points his finger. I want all 1,000. Show me some place since I'm buying you out. No discount, we looking at 6.5 million. Work with me, Seed. Pausing. Man, I'll take off the .5. Is that cool? AK fights to make a deal happen without taking a beating. Playing the role of a conductor, Big Seed replies with a strong facial stare. If that's the best you can do, it's the best you can do. Now tell me what you're trying to do on the all-white envelopes. With great thought and promising desires, knowing he's only clearing 500 stacks. Give me half and half, A1 and big faces. Being a mathematician, adding with his fingers. So, you won't. Pausing during arithmetic in the air. 177 bricks, and that will leave you with about 2,991 cash, Big Seed says, as he is an A-plus calculus student. Whipping out his calculator, AK enters the exact digits with the final punch. Damn, you good. So you got them all with you? Nah, I got 100 now, and 2 million cash. Give me the 500 pounds you got, and meet me back at a couple of hours. Trying to wrap the deal up, as he is swamped with royal clients all over creation, he receives another call. Hello? Big Seed, my man, Cabron. Shit. Big Seed bites the air in frustration, not believing everyone is waiting on him. Looking in the middle of space, with only Double R to lighten his workload, as his entire staff is AWOL, Big Seed calmly says, I need you to lay somewhere. I'm getting everything together. Call you back in 5 minutes. Hanging up the phone wearing a mask of stress, AK looks at Big Seed. Damn, I see you got a hotline. Never letting anyone see him sweat, Big Seed asserts with a half-a giggle, it's nothing but a day's work. Sending another text to Double R and Yvette. Playtime over, fucking call me back, now. Watching Rain and Wrath unpack both vehicles, AK is filled with content at the auspicious opportunity, while Big Seed soils with malice until he sees Double R digits blinking across the phone. AK, this is important. I need to take this call outside. Stepping out of AK's maroon rental Chrysler Aspen, Big Seed gives business to his crony. Motherfucker, what your punk ass at? Drunken with reserve, Double R bewails in macabre distress. Fee, they got me. Snatching the phone from the bloodied ear of Double R. You bitch ass nigga. Double R bitch ass been holding out for you. I was about to let him go, but I knew you'd finally call back if I held him long enough. A familiar voice broadcast, retracting an expression from wrath to melancholy. Who the fuck is this? This the nigga that's gonna cut off another finger until my $1,000,000+5 gets back to me. Cool say? Big C growls, recognizing the entity and reason adding. Okay, do not hurt my friend anymore. I will pay you 10 times and I'll pay you now, but he's innocent. Innocent? Innocent? Looking at one of his mercs. Cut another finger off. Pausing, listening for metal to bone. Ah! Double R repeatedly screams in a piercing pitch that is heard echoing through Big Seed's phone like a Walkman radio. Game's over. Bring me my money now. Kusei roars with the upper hand. Staring into the sky for a split of seconds, which seems like a millennium, Big C grabs the back of his neck, rubbing to his forehead like he's trying to cure a blistering migraine headache. Where? When? Big Seed asks, as he will never give in to the payment of terrorism, only being one to fight fire with the flames of infinity. Let me speak to him. Big Seed blasts. Hell no, Kusei says, being done with the games. Well, kill him then, bitch. Click. Big Seed hangs up the phone. Seconds later, Big Seed's phone rings. Yeah. Big Seed answers, holding his breath. Seed, I don't want to die. Double R cries in agonizing suffering. Where you at? They didn't get her. Double R speaks with a dry tongue. You know where you at? Big Seed asks with a listening ear. Snatching the phone, Kusei yells, meet me tonight with 5 million cash, and maybe I'll let the both of you live. Click. Making 2 calls with brief holdouts, he alerts O'Shea and King Service. Little problem on the math. You know my word is good. Just chill out. Your expenses are on me. Click. Ending with a 3rd call, with none other to immediately turn to. Cabron, where you at, baby? Me downtown at cruising traffic. Go to the Cincinnatian. I'm on my way. Tell the tall, light-skinned manager at the front desk you with me. I'll phone her now to let you in. Big C then grabs his share from AK. I might need a little longer than expected, but my word is my bond. With a peace sign and a trusting nod, AK smashes off. Chapter 8. Meanwhile, still wiping on Double R like Mexicans at a piñata bowl, Kusei calls Fari to inform him about the striking news of events. What? What's up, Kusei? Unc ain't out of there, vet? Fari speaks in a low tone. Yeah, he's leaving tonight. Good, what else is new? We caught up and snatched one of those problems. Kusei says the good news, hating to say the bad. Me tell you, me problem solvers are the best. We lost 3rd in command of the Triple M unit, Mossberg Mafia maniacs. What you say? Fari awakens from his hibernated high. Miscommunication. Miscommunication? Yeah, that be 1 milli for me soldier, and your miscommunication. I want those involved balls in a salt jar brought to me. Click. Hanging up the phone, Fari flames in thought. Never caring about the expendability of a soldier, he boils from the idea of one testing his. Seeing he has another call. What? Fari answers, still under the heavy influence of his crystal meth addiction. But Fari, man, what you do? O'Shea, your ring means you're ready for me. Jean, I close me, man. Me and Cincinnati wait for the white envelopes. Cincinnati? That's where the twins be. Me bring you to your party. Me just got off the phone with him. Fari states, wishing he was closer to the aid packages to ease the bleeding of the drought, which still has gaping wounds. Devising a way to get first-hand access on the goods, Fari shares. It be 5 tickets, maybe more on the table, if you want exchange. I trust the twins. Besides, me young there. Okay, I only wait now. Text your man with me number. I be waiting, running up me other man's tab. Click. Hanging up from O'Shea, Fari texts Kusei. O'Shea be there. Call him 305-492-1515. He awaits by the midnight hour. Hanging up, he sends a similar text to O'Shea. Twins number, 513-382-1415. Rolling downtown like a bowling ball staying away from the gutter, Big Seed strikes into his second home 5-star resort. Barreling towards reservations, he briefly pauses at the front desk, blowing a slow-motion kiss to the hotel manager, who wears a Dolce & Gabbana black suited skirt with the smells of Vera Wang pampering the atmosphere. Seed, your guest awaits you in your suite like you asked, and you have plenty messages. The executively dressed queen hands him a business envelope. You look tense. Never hesitate. She spins off with a gestured fingered phone to her ear. Jumping onto the elevator, Big Seed exits his lavish floor, walled with ornate Italian castings, scanning through his personal junk mail and messages. Reaching the end hall of his inspired presidential entrance, Big Seed rolls the double doors, open-faced with a huge baronial fireplace. Cutting his eyes to his left, Cabron. Rushing to his Mexican comrade's side, Big Seed stands in fumes of wrath. Cabron, these motherfuckers snatch my mans up and they gonna kill him. Explaining the situation to its overlooked dean of merciless vengeance, Cabron pulls out his Verto cell phone, holding up links to various databases. Do you have a number either party calls from? We track them GPS. First giving Cabron double R's cell number, Big C gives Kusei's number, then watches as Cabron goes through random dialing of the functions on his phone. 5 minutes later, Cabron looks up with his henchman, Joaquin, in the background. Do you know address 324 Exclusive Boulevard? Flaring with raised nostrils. That gotta be the estate double R sold the twins. Well, both phones are at this location. Looking at Cabron, Big C orders, y'all stay here. I'm going to get my friend. Patience. Cabron grabs Big C by the shoulder of his Gucci silk long sleeve. Me, Joaquin, are sicarios. Broad daylight, police station, churches, they die. You call, make place for ransom drop. Joaquin, go kill them. Me and you go to home and kill until your friend is found. We hit this location now. Working out the kinks in the plan, Big C calls Kusei on double R's phone repeatedly until Kusei decides to answer. Man, I got 5 million. Where you at? Back in the projects, door to door like Jehovah's Witnesses, Lieutenant Black leads plainclothes with a list of names and a photo album of pictures. Running home base from a mobile command center, Detective Maez is overseen by DEA Brian Sweezer with the snitch, Hustler Number 1, thinking he can gain a free ride with the 5K1 plan. Standing at the whiteboard attached to a short leash, Hustler Number 1 arranges the picture board of mugshots. Like I said, AK is the leader of the LBs. His lieutenants are King John and Norman Bates. Their soldiers are Blood, Ra, Hussein, Stuntman. OG Rollo is the boss of the GDs, and his lieutenants are Big Vic, GDBD, Shu, Maximus, Fat Folks. They all live at 2 seconds. One of the assassins killed. You don't even have a picture of Big Seed. He started the war. He killed Lee Baby, TP, and Jim Shoe. He's supplying a whole jets. Vicky is working for AK. Find the LBs, Vicky will be right there. Clinging to Hustler Number 1's side, DEA Brian Sweezer promises, you find the LBs, I'll make sure I find you a pardon. Handing Hustler Number 1 a cell phone, DEA Brian Sweezer authorizes, dial away, we are recording. What about the GDs? Hustler Number 1 asks, knowing they are much easier to catch than the LBs, adding, the GDs will come wherever I say, because they want to kill me, but the LBs will have to see me. Call the GD first. Ask them, can you make things right? Detective Maez blurts, prepared to round up the entire projects. Calling Shu's cell, he answers on the first ring. Who is this calling my phone private? Pausing. Man, it's me, Hustler Number 1. Where you at, dude? I need to holler at you. Shu, I don't want to live this life no more. I just want to give you everything Lucky stole. Will that buy me a pass? Signaling to his killers, Shu speaks aloud standing in the crowded living room. Yeah, Hustler Number 1. I'll give you a pass this one time. Where you at? If it's any kind of tricks, I'm gonna kill you myself, nigga. No tricks. Where you want me to meet you? Nigga, meet me at the liquor store in an hour. Click. Hanging up the phone, Shu calls OG. But by this time, all phones of the GDs are being recorded. OG, where you at? Sending GB to get you off that hot-ass phone. Don't call me until you see him. Click. Back parlaying at AK's stadium-sized condo, he relaxes with a rejuvenating massage in his cushioned lazy boy while he talks to one of his new suppliers. I told you I'd be ready, Sergio. I'm sending my nephew back down with the money. I'm amazed. I like your work, but I also knew your jewels would make you extra hard. Sergio laughs. My people's leaving me tonight. You met him. I'm not going to say any names, but he'll cash out with you first. All I want is my jewelry in that pack. Hanging up the phone after working out the specifics, AK points at Bates. I want you and Rain to go back. AK orders, inhaling a Gurkha cigar burning from the tip of his lips. Meanwhile, Shorty and Schizo, along with the GD's shipment of drugs, are hiding awaiting the next move from OG Rollo. Laying low at a Super 8, Shorty rubs Schizo's feet while she's curled on a lumpy queen-size bed as she is too discomposed and rattled for words. Disturbed emotionally, Finally being aware of fat folks' death, she sheds tears and cries for hours, mumbling to Shorty, "Oh me." She begs of him, needing a shoulder to cry on. Not having one sensitive bone in his body, the phenom consoles his companion of creed and warfare. "I'll take care of you." Shorty holds her tightly, stroking his hand through her braids like OG Rollo always does him. Battered and still being bruised, Double R is tied to the rack of a king-size bed frame, forced to give the locations of he and Big C's collateral wealth. Quarter restrained in the familiar highly lit basement, floored with plastic coverings, Double R fights the torment while facing the creamy white carved wooden ceilings, splattered with blood specks. "Where's the money, motherfucker?" Uday interrogates, as the second in command of the Triple M unit pulls the left fingernails out of its cuticles, being all of Double R's right fingers have been dismembered and duct taped to stop the bleeding. "You're running out of fingers, champ. Next gonna be the toes," Uday interrogates with his fiery drunken tongue. Overlooking the chop shop session, Kusei calls Big Seed, as he has been ignoring his outpouring calls, thinking he could gain more information out of Double R. Receiving the transmission from Kusei, Big Seed's party singly sits in a 3-car caravan directly up the road from the twins' incognito 12-room palace. Talking on the phone, trying to find out Yvette's location, Big Seed urgently presses, "Yeah, bae, I know you don't need me to pay you, but I need you to locate her. Her name is Yvette Anderson. Call the hospitals, police stations, and even the morgues." "Okay, Seed, I do it now. I'll never let you down, and I'm never seeking payment, 'cause you know what I am," the inveigling hotel manager asserts, ready to give her all in any way. "Just call me." Receiving a call from Kusei, "Bae, I'll call you back. This important." Click. "I'm ready to do this now. Broad daylight. Meet me at the riverbank under 7175. You gonna have 5 million? I'll have 5 million bits and pieces of your boy floating in the Ohio River. 30 minutes. Click. Looking at Cabron as the conversation on the speakerphone ends, Cabron responds with a thumbs up, pulling out his Virtu cell phone. "Joaquin, I expect a car or two to leave the house ahead," Cabron says, swapping transmissions as their party sits directly up the street from the twins' incognito 12-room palace. "What then? When we finish? Come back to the note or wait on pickup if you're unable to travel in silence." Meanwhile, less than 100 yards away, inside the spiral-built 3-car garage 4th-floor complex, "Uday, whenever I call you, that means I've collected the 5 million. Put 2 bullets in Double R's forehead," Kusei orders, walking toward the door. "I'll take care of Big Seed," the head of the Triple M unit vows, cocking his Tech 9 with extended cooler following Kusei. Stretching his baby smooth lace, Unc stresses, "Yo, Farid said he wants that motherfucker you going to meet nuts in a jar. What you gonna do about that?" "Pfft, what the fuck you want us to do?" Kusei stares with a raised eye. "Do what you fucking told." Link snaps as he stabs Ladon P. "Yeah, well, if the situation presents itself, and if not, guarantee we won't be tugging no dead body and 5 million. We knocking them and leaving. 5 million going to the bank," Kusei responds, signaling for his backup who will be traveling in a second vehicle. "Straight pussy, order your backup. That's what he for." "I got it, Unc, just for you," the head of the Triple M unit swears, knowing when Farid says that's how he wants it, that's how he gets it. As the estate is staked out by the trigger-happy oblique sicarios of Big Seed, the left and the middle garage doors raise, with a brown Nissan GTR and a black Audi TT zooming away in a single-filed line. Pulling the phone to his face like an infantry radio dispatcher calling in for an airstrike, "Go get him," Cabron bellows to his sycophant Joaquin. Watching as Joaquin burns off to play tag, Cabron looks at Big Seed. "Stay close. If you blink, it'll be too late." Cabron steps out of Big Seed's vehicle, going to a mini Astro van Big Seed purchased in a bogus name. Starting Double R's Black Brabus, Big Seed follows close behind as Cabron kicks shift in passing at 60 miles an hour, making headway directly into the twins' doorway. Kaboom! Cabron's vehicle stops as it sits inside the twins' garage with the middle garage door still crashing down. Big Seed slams his brakes, blocking off the middle entrance, exiting with the silent snub-nosed AK-47 with 100-round drum. Simultaneously thinking an airplane has crashed into his house, What the fuck was that? Unc screams, still holding his fifth. Sporadic assault weaponry chops through the walls, towards Link's voice, leading the two-man team kick-dooring over his dead, smoking body. Frozen like Jack Frost has made a visit, Uday sits bubble-eyed, pointing at second-in-command of the Triple M unit. Get him! He releases his words with a stomach-wrenching fart, snatching up a riot pump with 12-clip magazine. Boom, boom! Come and get me, motherfucker. Second-in-command straddles across the basement floor, witnessing the counter-invasion of his two-spurt blast. Dozens of rounds are returned from both opposing forces, weapons leaving gaping holes into the doorway of the once bird's-eye views. As the firefight ensues at the sprawling estate, Joaquin hasn't been able to strike his targets in traffic, but seeing the riverfront ahead, he pulls his machine gun out, parallel to his own neck. Watching both targets' vehicles park, Joaquin parks 4 car lengths from the head of the Triple M unit. Still pounding the walls out of the twins' mini-mansion, second-in-command offers a truce with $5 million in heroin on the tip of his tongue as he has fired his last shot. Stop your fire or give! Second-in-command yells with the burning sensation of the hot ones melting into his skin, touching his conciliate. Stepping through lead-made entrances through the walls of the basement, infrared beams shine through the midst of floating powdered drywall. Bring your bitch ass out! Big Seed grunts, with his passion burning, seeing Double R in the distance, stretched out. Don't shoot, don't shoot! Second-in-command pleads, appearing on the floor with his hands up. Who with you? Cabron races to the enemy with his torch aimed high. Uday here! You killed Unc! He says, seeing Unc buried. Stepping to the forefront also, Big Seed blinds second-in-command forever. Elk! One to the dome, Big Seed sends, adding, We don't need you if Uday here. Searching the basement, Uday's leg is seen stretched out under layers of falling debris. There we go, Big Seed says to Cabron, pointing for him to check on his comrade, Double R. Dragging Uday from under a mountain of destruction, the powder-white once terrorist now whimpers with the victim's cry. Where my $5 million at? And I won't. They are upstairs on the table. If it ain't there, you won't be here, Big Seed assures. Meanwhile, Joaquin sits with his door ajar, but hesitates as Kusei walks to the driver's side of the leader of the Triple M unit to exchange words. As Kusei makes his way in another direction, Joaquin moves in stealth action, with his banana clip creeping like a shark's fin. Sitting in the Audi TT breaking down fine heroin shake, a knock taps on the passenger's window. Startled by the beats on the door, the leader looks and is met by 2 silent floating hollow point tips. Walking toward the edge of the pier, Kusei looks at the beautiful falling sunset and the red-laced Ohio River as he dials. Where you at, monkey-ass nigga? Kusei blurts at his sworn enemy. I'm at your house, taking my $5 million in heroin, and I'm coming for your ass as fast as Flash Gordon. Where my brother? Kusei asks, with his nerves off track. He right here. Want to talk to him? Holding the phone, Kusei hears his brother's cries. Kusei! Uday, you alright? Yeah. Boom! A loud blast then sends distortion through the phone, with Big Seed adding, and screams never left his mouth. Click. Feeling a hot sense datum draping over his body, Kusei becomes weak, thinking we gotta go back. Turning around in an attempt to go get the leader of the Triple M unit, Kusei sees an Hispanic approaching with a pointing muzzle in his direction, wearing bedtime eyes. Realizing what fast as Flash Gordon means, Kusei, out of runway and real estate, jumps off the pier, with echoes of tranquil thumps chasing his carcass. Bloop, 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 bloop. The water bubbles as hot lead penetrates its currents, ensuring Kusei's demise. Positioned in the corner of Shantae's bedroom, with a small 20-inch TV, shouting Jerry Springer in the backdrop, Shu surveys the outside strip. There you go. Bolting through the noisy house filled with soldiers, Shu exits the domain, diving in the passenger seat of GDBD's blue Dodge Challenger. Come on, Shu, I ain't got all day. Here's 10 phones. OG's number's programmed in yours, and we have 2 new safe cribs. You and your soldiers take the one at 781 Evergreen, and the second one is around the block for Maximus's party. I'm about to drop his key and phones off. Retrieving the T-Mobile bag filled with merchandise, Shu blasts from being pretty stirred up. I found hustler number one. What's up? Posed with the million-dollar question, GDBD's rattling eyes stare with a penetrating vision. Kill him. Pointing in Shu's face. Not you. Send your best. Now get out and switch locations. Rushing the chilled, bloody, unconscious Double R to the emergency room of the same hospital Maya's in, Big C carries his friend through the door cradled in his arms. I need a doctor now, he repeats in anger. Covered in red liquid lineage, aid rushes to his distress calls. Coming in the nick of time, a staff of nurses arrive, placing Double R on an all-white emergency cot. After focusing on loading the injured man, I need you to fill out these hospital forms, the head nurse says aloud, turning back around, fighting Big C long gone. Searching with a gooseneck, take this man, he's in critical condition. Not thinking all is safe with Maya, Big C storms straight to her room, punching Slim Jim in the shoulders. He is dead asleep. We out. Reaching over to help him revive Maya. Come on, baby, we checking out. Grabbing a wheelchair and the rest of Maya's items, Slim Jim follows Big C to the elevator, as he is now covered in a surgeon's apron to hide his bloody garments. Swiftly exiting the emergency room, Big C sees the Sicarios, whom are firmly standing guard assuring his safety. Loading up in Double R's black Benz, the vehicle blasts off with Cabron and Joaquin close behind. Gearing into action, selecting his hit squad, Shu appoints 10 men, checking the time on his pseudo Breitling. Hustler number one at the liquor store. Knock his ass off. Bujo, you in charge. At the same time, a damn near drowned crippled Kusei, facing hypothermia, manages to cling on to the post of the dock, working his way to the bank with 3 bullet holes in his shoulder. Limping to dry lands with a wet phone, an image in his mind of his pistol leaving his grips, the thought of his brother to be dead, 5 million in heroin purloined from his possession, and the death of all of Farid's assassins along with his uncle, Unc. Kusei stumbles to a payphone, with only one in mind to call. Standing on the corner, wired for sound. Testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me now? Hustler number one sweats with tennis match eyes. Calm down, my men have you surrounded. Quit talking. I hear you loud and clear, Detective Maez promises. Suddenly, Hustler number one, who is camouflaged in the midst of pedestrians, sees GD singly approaching from 8 different directions. Squirming around like a duck at the ring, they hear, man, they hear. Who's there? Surveillance questions, as they're looking for a group of members or identified described vehicles. Walking straight up to a curling hustler pulls out a .38. He's got a gun! Move, move, move! Surveillance sends the troops in. Take out the shooter. As the circle of GDs is breached by the rapid response of the identifying tactical squad. Freeze! Police! A slow-motion standoff is ignited to match, when the itchy-fingered young gangster follows up with his intentions. Bang! Hustler falls, resulting in an all-out shootout, injuring and killing innocent civilians. Spitting like a skipping CD, bullets rain through the air and shells fall to the ground, until a high-pitched cry of a female sob is heard. Oh, you killed my baby! An older lady kneels over her 3-year-old granddaughter, staring at the clouds. Why? Why? Hanging on the phone for dear life, Kusei exhales into the mouthpiece of the answering party. Hawthorne, I need to come in. They're trying to kill me. Kusei, where the fuck you at? I've been looking for you and your brother. Who they? Ted. They killed him. I'm under the bridge of 7175. I've been shot. I'm dying. Sending an ambulance for the AWOL undercover informant, Agent Hawthorne is airlifted across state lines to meet Kusei at Jewish Hospital. Walking through the football-stitched-up Kusei's room, Agent Hawthorne shadows over him. Open your eyes, you're not dying. Slowly opening his eyes, Kusei's sticking lips show enamel as he mumbles with a slight drain. I'm ready to come clean on everything. I have millions of dollars set to be dealt tonight, ranging from Florida, Houston, and even the Maya's Gardens. Cogitating out loud pens on it, Agent Hawthorne and Detective Rotwell both deviously grin, looking at Kusei patched up laying on the bed. What do you need me to do? Detective Maez asks, as he is filling his police report on the apprehension of 5 GDs and 2 who were not lucky enough to be taken alive. We're at Jewish Hospital. Detective Rotwell confirms. I'll be there in the mobile headquarters less than 20. Click. Detective Maez hangs up. Chapter 9. Pulling up the driveway of his 8-room custom-finished exorbitant domicile, Big Seed opens its doors, first getting Maya situated in the nesting of his Louis XV imports, then orders, Slim Jim, call a medical agency. I want Maya to have a 24-hour nurse at her every beck and call. Getting back to the business at hand, Cabron and Joaquin retreat into the only furnished room, which is Big Seed's music room, to sing his priceless Story and Clark baby grand piano, surrounded by custom-made pony skin chairs, with an original 1/513 painting of Night, Death, and the Devil by Führer Albrecht Dürer. Highly stressed, Big Seed reaches to his display for rare occasions, finding none more dedicating than this day. Grabbing his $20,000 Methuselah, a 6-liter bottle of XO cognac housed in a custom-made lambskin leather traveling case, he pops the cork, downing the antediluvian grapes. Passing the bottle to his 2 sicarios, he wipes his mustache with his forearm, retrieving his Z6M cell. Making an anticipated phone call, the phone rings. 10 seconds later, a blithe voice answers the call. Big Seed, thought you forget me. Never that move, O'Shea, it's been one. Where are you? Where do I need to be? Meet me at Monumental Wheels. I know the owner. The best directions is just punch it in your navigation. That's off I-71. I'm on my way. Click. Hanging up the phone, Big Seed scrolls from O'Shea's number up to services. Farid, what's going down? It's going down in 2 hours. Meet me at Monumental Wheels off of I-71. Just punch it in your navigation system. Leaving his mini Caesar's palace with a kiss from his dainty Maya, Big Seed departs, taking on his life's profession, dressed in a black suit and tie designed by Ermenegildo Zegna. Being wheeled to the mobile police headquarters, as he has been ordered to stay off his feet, Kuse is helped aboard by Agent Hawthorne and Detective Rotwell to the hospital-side government facility, teaming with all the heads of various law enforcement agencies. Assisted past fax machines, computers, and printers, Kuse is faced with an all-white unfinished storyboard designed by Hustler Number 1, along with a folder containing the heart-wrenching photographs of the 3 victims at his bullet-riddled estate and the crime scene at the riverfront he has not seen. Glancing at the ghastly, horrific, bloody sights left by cold-blooded executioners, a tear of gloom rains down Kuse's left cheek. Looking at the whiteboard, with an unknown missing picture labeled Big Seed, Kuse points. That's who killed my brother, and put hits on everyone. He's the drug connection supplying the entire state, and I know his drug connection, but I want my deal back in writing or I ain't giving y'all shit. Kuse plays his trump card. Barking like a full-grown Alaskan husky, DEA Brian Sweezer intermeddles. And if you don't, I'll make sure you get 50 years. Fuck you. Kuse stares with a look of trepidation. Death is a lot longer than that. For one, I got a deal set up tonight to purchase $11 million in drugs, plus more. So either give me my deal now or take me to Florence, Colorado, ADX. As the men of power glance amongst each other, Agent Hawthorne reaches in his Paul Smith overcoat, retrieving a pre-filled 5K1 letter from the Attorney General of the United States. Sign here. But know this. Pull another stunt like you and your brother did? Not a chance in hell you'll see the lights of daylight again. Agent Hawthorne promises, having DEA Brian Sweezer, Detective J. Rodwell, and Detective Maya sign off as witnesses. Standing up with an eye of the unfinished whiteboard, Kuse fills in the blanks with phone numbers and names, as he is not new to snitching out illegal organizations under the radars of the federal government to save his own ass. Check this out. Big Seed's number is... His connect is Farid from Houston. Farid, his hitman, and his uncle were... His number is... They both have a Nigerian connect who's in the city now, O'Shea. I witnessed him killing a foreman on his yacht. Now, AK's number is... He has 2 mercenaries, Rain and Wrath. They killed... More lies. Impressed with Kuse's well-documented knowledge, Agent Hawthorne assumes command of the entire operation, as his informant holds the key to unlocking all doors, vigorously sliding the bait phone to Kuse. Call everyone and move on your command, the agent says. Dialing away, Kuse leaves no rock unturned, starting with Fari. Meanwhile, standing on the steel grounds of precious, colorful high-end vehicles, Big Seed and CJ, the number one salesman of Monumental Wheels, stroll, discussing replacement of Big Seed's fleet. Pick up my 600, Infinity Truck, and 300 from our storage. I want the three. I showed you the black Lamborghini Murcielago to replace my 600. I want the new Pertley Brooklands model, since it's only 550 built. And I need that Audi Q7 SUV. Will this complete your order? Big C takes another long stare. I was going to let her pick, but I'll surprise her. Pointing over the extravagant gifts of speed, Big Seed smiles at his choice. I want that CL coupe for my baby, Maya. Pointing at the red-on-red drop-top, Big Seed sees an overloaded 18-wheeler with yellow-ticketed escorts carrying a yellow Caterpillar mega tractor squeezing down the narrow turns of the chariot's paved way. Watching the vehicle being escorted front and back by two Nissan 350Zs, Big Seed's raised flag senses catapults as the caravan nears. I wonder what they're doing, CJ asks aloud, having no idea what could be going on. Then suddenly, a flagman waves from the passenger seat. Big Seed! Big Seed! Recognizing the Nigerian's accent, Big Seed squeals with a pinch of excitement. That's my man I told you about. I didn't know he was traveling so big, though, Big Seed says, beginning to wave the 18-wheeler onto the grounds, telling CJ, go open the warehouse. I need him in and out. Watching the lead Nissan speed over, the passenger of the all-white vehicle with yellow overload flashers exits, wearing a white construction jumper with the tie underneath. Big Seed. O'Shea. The two men hug, embracing the love of great friends. I see you. You tell me it'd be all good, and me tell you I come. More relieved to know this transaction will be over soon, Big C gives O'Shea a pat on the shoulder. Yeah, it's going down forever like this. Signaling over Cabron, who waits in one of the FEMA trucks, all descend upon the warehouse, shutting the door behind themselves. Climbing high atop the tractor, O'Shea reveals, pulling out cases of currency. It's the shoes. O'Shea shows that the jumbo rubber tires are actually hidden compartments concealing 15 bags each, with $2 million of compressed $100 bills. With a straight face, Big C gives the thumbs up to Cabron, who radios for Joaquin to come in, also while exchanging shares. On the other side of the country, Fari laughs as Kusei primes the conversation, bragging about the Jack move. Kusei, you a damn fool. Fari laughs nonstop. Inspiringly with thumbs up, Agent Hawthorne encourages, more. Yeah, Fari, I got those preserves in the jars for you, and I got your extra million since third in command got knocked off. So what's up with O'Shea? I got 11 million on deck. Go meet O'Shea. Day him everything and have Unc bring me product here, Fari demands. Okay, where does that leave me? I have clients all over. Well, you make sure me see the money first. Anything extra? You play with. Me call O'Shea now and prepare him. As O'Shea wraps up with the last load, he stands atop his trailer, igniting and securing his magnetic locking wheels, receiving a phone call. Hello, Fari, talk to me. It's all good. Good. Everything is good on my side. I see 11 milli. Okay, have Kusei call me. I meet him, O'Shea says, retrieving 11 million worth of cocaine, loading it into one of his Nissan 350Zs. Seeing everything is okay, he makes preparations to be elsewhere. Let's roll out, O'Shea orders with a farewell hug to Big Seed. As quick as O'Shea rolls out, King Cervus rolls in his 2008 stretch Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Stepping out dapper as usual, with enough swagger to poison even the flyers such as Jay-Z, King Cervus, always rolling solo, wears a black Donatello Versace tuxedo with a black silk turban disguised as the chauffeur of the ages. What's acing down, Big Seed? I hope you took care of that problem with Maya. I hate some bullshit like that went down. Hugging with brotherly love, Big Seed declares with a mean mug. Oh, I got his ass. I just ain't looked him in the face yet. Changing the subject, not wanting to bring up any sour feelings. Man, there's some badass whips out there. If you want to snatch one up, I'll make you the best deal in all the states combined, CJ says, willing to deal in cash. Check this out. I'm gonna catch you on the rebound. I just ordered one of the first electric cars designed by Porsche for Maluas Ruff's factory in Pfaffenhausen outside of Munich. If you familiar, Is known as the E-Rep's first electric 911 204 HP, and 11,000 pounds of lithium-ion batteries on board, 96 sales totaled. It even has an Intel inside. After I tear that up, I might come holla. King Service smiles, brushing off his shoulders. After handling the business at hand, King Service ensconces his quarter ton of Peruvian flake up under the levitation power lifting floor of his custom for secretly importing contraband C-Class limousine, bandying his 4 Emporio Armani goatskin suitcases filled with an estimate of $6 million. Big seed, till we meet again. You can keep the luggage, give it away as a gift from a true king. Pulling out a Carlos Tirano imported cigar, King Service fires it up with his Zippo blue rose gold lighter, mashing off with his personalized music romping through the sunroof. Vroom, vroom, vroom. 600 EP. I'm a motherfucking beast unleashed on the streets. Watch me growl Jaguar 150 Roadster, 6 milli Class C, single me like a bird. Touchdown in your city, spread my words like a germ. Traffic poppy, a one coke. Go to war, World War III. Cruise leak, slaughter sheep. I'm the myth, King Service. Need a fix? Got to serve 'em. Ain't no Jezzy, 17.5. Call my line, 21.9. Mix my potion, you stay focused. High potency, rub like lotion. I'm a lover, love to fight. Infrared, blink all night. Bulletproof, tailored suits. Bulletproof, Bricklin coupe. Feel my presence, I'm ether. Drink me down, 1,000 proof. A philosopher, I'm a teacher. Hate on me, I'm a reacher. American gangster, not no prankster. When I plant you, sink like anchors. I'm a boss, pause, you soft. Fuck niggas, inhale my exhaust. You lost, pause, gon' retire. Y'all can suck my dick till your hair catch on fire. Posting up in the new remodeled HUDs, Shu and his soldiers stretch out on the floors of wall-to-wall bareness. Hearing the onslaught of full metal jackets, coordinating with the mood of the ghetto, Shu impatiently waits for the word of the outcome. Answering his vibrating cell phone. Yo, you get him? Shu questions with authority. No, gangster, it was a setup. Hustler number 1 had the blue coats with him. 3 of us got away. They got about 5 to 7. Knocked some of them off, Mako warns, being Shu's next in command. Looking to his security, Shu cries with a Halloween face. 2 seconds? Hustler number 1, 5-0? Hopping to his Lexanis, now pointing out the next hit squad, Shu breaks out the steel. I'm going to make a house call. 2 seconds issues out the military issues. Giving 2 seconds a paused open hand gesture, Shu rethinks, as half of his battalion has already been hit. Finish the job. Make that house call, Mako. Shu calls 2 seconds off, as he doesn't want to be vulnerable himself. During reconnaissance of his own, Lieutenant Black prowls as the lone rider, looking for his much-hated enemies, the GDs. Talking to their sworn adversary, Lieutenant Black pleads his worth. AK, I'm telling you, Detective Maez has just pushed me off the case. I don't know what he's planning. You got info? Tell me where I can find one of these main targets. OG Rollo, Big Vic, or GDBD? Motherfucker, grow some nuts. You know where OG Rollo ass at. If I knew, he'd be my bargaining chip to get back in the circle of information. Lieutenant Black alerts. Nigga, I pay you for information. I told you to take my ass out. I got that. Just tell me where the head's at. They're at OG Rollo's house with his family. Give me an address, Lieutenant Black blurts, eager to make the game-changing sting. Looking at King John, AK charges. Man, what's that address you got from Big Vic that time? Hesitating, King John confesses. 14275 Oakdale Lawn. Repeating the address, AK threatens. If you raid his family's house, I will kill you. Catch his ass coming out, Shock. I pay you and I'll put you where you at. If you don't take my ass out, I'm taking him out. And you're next. Click. AK growls, having all the intelligence he needs to strike at Lieutenant Black, who has promised him a free ride, receiving $20,000 monthly from extortion plus perks. As the recall of backup echoes to supply individual sting operations set to take action, Kusei talks to O'Shea. O'Shea, I got the 11 for you. Fine. I'll be awaiting for you to call. Where do you want to meet? Under the bridge on 7175. How long? It's a low-key spot. O'Shea asks, as he is ready to leave the state. 30 minutes. How many bricks you got for me? Click. O'Shea hangs up expeditiously, as he does no talking on the phone. He hung up. He ain't gonna do no talking on the phone. Kusei spits to the listening Agent Hawthorne. Never no mind, our men are set up to bust that 11 million. Agent Hawthorne smiles, looking at his comrades. Let's go. Detective Maya signals the driver of the mobile headquarters toward its closely awaiting 2 helicopters and 30-member SWAT unit, AE. Sitting in his 5x8 solitary gray-walled holding cell, Hustler number 1 is kneeled next to the door, speaking on the phone which is extended through the beanhole. Yes, ma'am, I do believe in God. After this, I'm gonna start going back to church with you every Sunday. I didn't raise my baby to be no gangbanger. Cutting his mother off. Ma, y'all might want to go somewhere until things blow over. Son, I'm not leaving my house. The Lord will make a way for me and you. You got a baby over here to raise, and Kenyatta's here too. It's time for you to grow up. Pausing. Here, speak to Kenyatta while I see who's at the door. Lingering over the empty receiver, Hustler number 1's baby mama answers. Hello. Hey, baby. I love you. Hustler number 1 sobs. Whatever. You always love me when you in trouble. No, I mean it this time. I want us to get married. Boy, stop it. Who you fooling? I'm only here because your mother wanted to see your son. I'm leaving you. Punch drunk with silence. What? Hustler number 1 exclaims, at the same time hearing 2 loud bursts through the phone with a scream to follow. Boom, boom. Ah! Kenyatta screams. Boom. Hello? Hello? Answer me. Hustler number 1 panics, alarmed with a stooped heart, embracing seconds of silence. Yo. An unidentified voice screeches through the placid airwaves. Who is this? Hustler number 1 questions in fury repeatedly. You next. Boom. The line disconnects. Sitting in the passenger seat of a black Chevy Suburban watching the moon in full bloom, with its tiny little friends sparkling in its backdrop, Kusei looks at his driver, which is one of the SWAT members posing as an affiliate of his organization. That must be him. Kusei points at the white Nissan approaching. Exiting the Suburban slowly, Kusei flags down the white vehicle. As the Nissan 350Z comes to a complete stop, the driver's side window lowers with the Nigerian's accent echoing, Kusei, Kusei. Noticing the driver is not O'Shea. Where's O'Shea at? Kusei exclaims with searching eyes. O'Shea no here, but the product is, where the money? Knowing O'Shea's vicious ass needs to be locked up, instead of on the loose after the bust, Kusei questions again. My deal is with O'Shea, I don't know you. Me and brother, 11 million I need to see. Sensing something is wrong, the Nissan backs up. Looking at the undercover driver of the Suburban, Kusei witnesses the call. Take him down. 10 seconds later, cherry flashers illuminate the skies and seals off the entrance of the parking lot. Meanwhile, sitting back in his Egyptian leathered Cirrus-designed SJ-50 jet, clocking out at about 345 miles per hour, O'Shea sips shots of Butte du Siècle cognac when his phone rings, as he has been awaiting his brother's call. Brah, what's up? Screaming hysterically, oh shit, it's a setup, I'm surrounded. Bra cocks his weapon of mass destruction. Me no go back to jail. No, Bra. O'Shea yells, hearing rapid gunfire. Hanging up the phone, slowly closing his eyes, O'Shea's chin drops to the left. Silence for a few minutes by defeat, O'Shea rises to his feet in furious anger, ordering on the intercom to the cockpit. Change course from Miami, Houston Hobby. Snarling like a rabid wild animal, O'Shea speaks out loud to himself. Fari, I shall bring me vengeance upon these, and when I strike you down, you shall hear my name with the crackles of your flesh being burnt for eternities. Radioing the call to OG Rollo, GDBD warns, done deal. Hustler number 1 got the message loud and clear. Good. That'll show that snitch motherfucker. Anyway, where the fuck you at? Checking on things. And I know it better be over the phone, 'cause I ain't hearing you still on the streets in the time of war. That's how Ghostface got killed. OG, I got this, GDBD assures, feeling he's untouchable. Fuck that. Sit it down. That's an order. At the same time, Big C calls AK after sending his Sicarios away with over 32 million in cash. Yo, where you at? I'm waiting on you, AK asserts, flooding his nostrils with his wonder potion, adding, Man, shit tight. I can't move, but my man's Bates gonna bring the rest of the hydroponics and just give him the loot and the cakes. 2 hours later, after the swap, Big Seed arrives back at his estate, driving a brand new candy apple red drop-top CL coupe, along with his now highly trained and very missed blue Nigerian bred twin mastiffs. Sailing through the gated security coupe, Big Seed parks in the driveway, ordering the obedient pups one by one, get out. Wanting everything to be a surprise to his princess, while he rubs the twins, Hitler and Gaddafi, with playful love, he feels a watching eye over his shoulder. Maya, what you doing out of bed? Big Seed approaches the crystallized double doors of his brick fortress, opening the door. The private nurse just left and said move around as I feel. Suffocating Maya with a gentle bear hug, Big Seed holds her latching arms. Baby, I missed you. Staring back with a patch on her eye, I missed you too. Who's pretty drop top? It was a surprise, but since you like G Wiz's 640, I knew you'd love the CL. Big Seed smirks, handing her the keys, adding, and I want you to meet your new security force, Gaddafi and Hitler. Rubbing the breed, sniffing her feet. They're so cute. They like me. I might like them more than the car. Pausing with a straight face. Dumb shit. Maya laughs, never offbeat with her sense of humor. Unloading the red CL, Big Seed carries 2 big bags to his locked vault room, where he keeps his drugs for the meantime. Entering the crate-filled room with Maya at his side, Big Seed takes a recount just for kicks, to let Maya see, as she has always been fascinated with his nationwide networking operation. Writing the cost and selling price on paper for her to be the second holder of the valuable information. $5 million worth of heroin is 100 kilos at 50,000 each. They sell for 80,000 a key. 500 pounds of Kush Presidential at 6,000 apiece sell for 9 to 10,000, and 500 of Orange Kush at 5,000 apiece sells for 7,500 or 8. Then 100 kilos left at 9,000 apiece sells for 20,000 plus. And you met Cabran and Joaquin. They'll be back next week. Looking at the list, Maya questions, You give me this list like you're not coming back. Nah, baby, this business. Inventory of this magnitude must be in the hands of 3 trusted people. The connects, phone numbers, and addresses. Anything can happen. Hugging Maya's worries away, Big C dares to tell her of Double R's situation and Yvette's disappearance. Simultaneously locking the vaulted room, Big Seed receives a text from the manager of the Cincinnatian reading, I found Yvette. On the other side of the highway, on an esplanade-like strip along the Ohio River, the corpse of O'Shea's stepbrother is tagged and bagged, along with the $11 million netted in the cocaine bust. Rushing 4 officers to the emergency room, Agent Hawthorne still loves his odds, having O'Shea on tape, and is sending the troops immediately to bring down Faree, who can shed more light on O'Shea's affairs. Making a final call after fueling up for the long-haul trip. AK, we just dropped the last of the bricks off at Shorty Spot, so me and Rain about to take off to Arizona. Any messages you need me to give Sergio? Bate inquires. Nah, just holler at your bitches and tell them to come back with y'all. Other than that, just call when you touch down, Almighty. Click. Creeping on the outskirts of the projects, as the midnight hour passes with a lusting bloodthirst, the LB's wolf pack searches for any GDs lurking as the war wages on, riding shotgun while Wrath drives with numbers and stuntman in back. Fuck the police. If they get in my way, I'm murking their ass too, Blood says, cocking his .32 clip magazine, watching the night streets glaring with sporadic red and blue flashers. Hey, look, ain't that GDBD? I know he worth 1,000 points. Number snaps in an aggressive rage. Unaware of the new GD's trap spots, the LBs follow at a safe distance until they see GDBD parking in his blue Dodge Charger, always having security meet him at the door. Yo, this GDBD. Tell Maximus open up. Swiftly exiting his vehicle, the porch swells with blanketing security, when suddenly, one looks up the street seeing 3 gunmen approaching with pointing straps. LBs! LBs! Aiming at GDBD, the LB's attention is directed to the cloaked alerting GDs on the porch. Get GDBD, I'll hold down these suckers. Blood yells, showering the front porch with hollow point slugs. Automatic fire disintegrates the bricks of the facade. Arming himself, GDBD does not get a shot off. Bam! Stuntman takes GDBD out with a 45 slug to the dome, then assists his fellow assassins, pumping cum dams into the swish dwelling. Hearing the close-range gunfire, "Shoot, they shooting outside," 2 seconds warns, leading his troops to the streets to aid Maximus's trap spot. Flooding clip after clip into the GD safe house, the LBs are overwhelmed by the initiating GDs from the other direction. With the exchange of gunfire sounding off like a Chinese holiday, all police units are sent to the area. Retreating to their vehicle, Wrath awaits, revving the gas pedal. "Come on, motherfuckers!" Stepping curbside, in the middle of the fire spree, Maximus takes aim with his scoped AR-15, focusing on the fleeing individuals, along with their getaway car. "I'll teach you." "Peach, peach." Psh, 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 psh. Maximus shoots, riddling the getaway car with a bombardment of armor-piercing slugs. Hightailing it to Wrath's position, the LBs slow down from the whizzing of passing slugs. Kaboom! The getaway car explodes in their faces, releasing an inferno of radiated heat. Taking minor casualties, the 3 LBs disappear through the neighboring houses, with the GDs also retreating to Shu's trap house, from running smack dab into a wall of police sirens. All at once, the cell phone towers receiving and distributing communications picks up 10 decimals. "AK, they killed Wrath. We on foot in the hood. We need a pickup." Blood exhales, out of breath from running. "OG Rollo, they killed GDBD and 2 others." Shu radios in breaking silence. "Detective Myers, I'm not sending my man in until the shooting ceases." A uniformed officer calls, therefore sending a call in return. "Lieutenant Black, where the fuck you at? A war is sparked in the projects while you're twiddling your thumbs." Detective Myers shouts with a foul temper. Finally fed up with Detective Myers' antics. "Fat man, watch how you talk to me. While you sitting in a position you gave me, I'm taking a unit to bring down the masterminds. It's called real police work. You wouldn't know nothing about that." Click. Lieutenant hangs up with his eyes on the prize, followed by a squadron of marked cars. As the seesaw communications fire back and forth like a Venus and Serena tennis match, OG Rollo and Big Vic gear up to put some heads to bed, walking toward the front door. "If it's a war he wants, it's war that'll burn him out of his foxhole," OG Rollo vows, dusting off his flamethrower. Simultaneously, Big Seed skates across the ice rink surface of the Cincinnati Hotel's grounds, glancing toward the guest services desk. Not seeing the pulchritudinous face he is searching for, he hears a mating call over his right shoulder. Psst, followed by female's giggles. Mind blown for a second, Big Seed sees the hotel manager, having drinks at the bar with a Coca lookalike model. Both high yellow pageant queens, wearing glistening dinner body dresses, stands revealing no flaws or panty lines. "I knew you weren't expecting to see me relaxing, but I'm off having a nightcap with my girlfriend, Eve." The seductive hotel manager introduces her female lover, looking both women up and down, trying not to lust over their showing pedicure toes, long silky ponytails, firm biceps, raised calves with backs out, and round W-shaped calipigians. "Come on, let's go to my suite." Leading off with a high strut, Big Seed hears, "Ow, girl, you could be the father of my baby any day," Eve blurts. Turning around chasing the comment, Big Seed sees the stallion's muscular thighs step out of the high split of Eve's dress. Damn. Big Seed refocuses, needing to keep his mind on the situation at hand. Entering into the plush, extravagant room of a king. "So where's Yvette?" Big Seed questions as he pours a drink for himself and the ladies. "She at the hospital. She was shot in the stomach." Big Seed melts. "I said I was her sister. They're holding her for questioning of a murder. She's okay, and she's at Methodist General. I talked to the doctor. He said there was no major damage. She'll probably be in pain when her medication wears off." After hearing the hotel's manager's blessed information, Big Seed calls Pete McKay, his lawyer. "Yo, Pete, man, it's Seed. I have a big problem. My sister Yvette Anderson is at Methodist General. She's been shot. Find out if there's a police hold on her and what's the deal." Hanging up his cell, Big Seed stumbles to the leathered single seat, filled with matching throw pillows. Collapsing into the seat, spilling his drink over his hand, the hotel manager removes his drink from his right hand, wiping his glass off with a Clot M inner towel. Placing the dry glass in his left hand, she massages his right hand, licking the liquor off of his fingertips. Working her way up to his arm, she gives a deep shoulder rub, working out his anxiety. Taking a deep breath of relaxation, Big Seed hears wet kisses smacking in his ear. Looking high over his shoulder, he sees Eve massaging the hotel manager's body, with their tongues buried in each other's mouths. Hitting the nerves with a baseball bat-sized erection. Y'all doing too much. Big Seed drops his head, trying to fight the feeling. Eve, honey, relax, Mr. Seed. Circling around in front of Big Seed, Eve slowly squats, but is restrained by her body dress. Standing back up, she grabs the bottom of her body layer, pulling it over her head. Posing with a better-than-10 physique, the light-skinned younger half of the hotel manager re-squats, wearing black pearls around her neck, with black silk spade bat bra and thong on. Pulling off Big Seed's shoes and socks, Eve sticks her fingers between his toes, inserting the big toe in her mouth with a slow, wet back-and-forth drag against her tongue. Ow, Big Seed moans, as the hotel manager then pulls his head back, looking on his earlobe to his neck. Working her way around front side, she unbuckles Big Seed's Ralph Lauren black label pants, unleashing his beast. Wow, he must have missed me. The hotel manager smiles, with her pearly whites reflecting the ceiling chandelier. Thinking about Maya, baby, this gonna have to be the last time. Big Seed hates to say. Don't worry, it will be. I just wanted you to meet my girlfriend, because after tonight, she and I are moving to Paris to get married. This will be our last encounter. Have fun. She then drops her head into his lap, with a long, deep-throating gargle over his cock, which is already releasing. Tasting the flavor, the hotel manager winks at Eve. Girl, you should taste this. Exchanging positions, Eve starts with his balls, while the hotel manager grabs a chair facing it in front of Big Seed. Sitting opposite of him, she kicks her cocked legs and ankles up into Big Seed's shoulders, while Eve buries Big Seed's penis into her dripping wet pussy. Curling into an acrobatics position, Eve pumps on his dick while eating her lover's cock. Feeling ejaculations on the tip of his dick, Big Seed realizes his arms are handcuffed between the two legs of the seductive lesbians. Oh shit, I'm coming. Oh! Helplessly watching Eve's donkey pumping in its expanding orifice, he also sees her thirsty pussy lips drinking up his white shots as the lubrication of semen covering the walls of his wonder stick magically disappears to the beat of grinding cries from both females. Meanwhile, marching inside of OG Rollo's garage, armed like two armor-backed razor-teeth gators, he and Big Vic jump in OG's low Lexus GS400, filled with ammunitions while he speaks agitatedly over his Sprint 3G. Shorty, tell Schizo we on our way down. GD was just killed. Tell Maximus he is now third in command. While Shorty talks to OG, he signals Schizo. Call Maximus, he is third in command. Hitting the remote control to the garage door, Big Vic drives out into the wee hours of the night, being welcomed by Cincinnati's finest and congratulatory party flashers led by Lieutenant Black. Get out with your hands up. This is the police. Ignoring my commands will result in loss of life. Lieutenant Black tosses the bullhorn, approaching the dynamic duo with the cocking riot pump being aimed. Shorty, you will not believe this shit here. The police got us. Click. Looking away from the phone with a hardened expression, Shorty stares with a spooked look as Schizo hangs up from alerting Maximus of his immediate promotion. What's wrong, Shorty? The police just got OG Rollo and Big Vic. Fuck! Schizo cries in frustration as she is about to call Maximus back. Feeling the crown is passed to him, Shorty snatches the phone from Schizo as the call is made. Maximus, this Shorty. The police just captured OG and Big Vic. I'm assuming command and cut off by a fury of disrespect. Nigga, play with toys, don't play with me. I'm assuming boss. Only thing I expect of you is the books and all the bricks. Now beat it. Click. Maximus blasts by right sword cool. Feeling like he's just had the shit slapped out of him, Shorty drops the phone. What is it now? Schizo cries, looking into Shorty's eyes. Maximus just said, fuck me. Actually, being the oldest ranking member not in line to be crowned, Schizo doesn't want to see in-house blood spilled and warns. Shorty, don't jump the gun. Wait for OG to appoint someone. You can't battle the gangster tycoons if it's a problem. Listening to the cries of the GD queen, Shorty points in a demanding demeanor. Schizo, I beg you to be my bride. Startled by Shorty's request. Your bride? I'm old enough to be your mother. Not taking no for an answer, Shorty straps up, grabbing his Tech 22 and 2 machine guns. I won't ask you again. I may be young, but I'm the next king. I've always loved you, and I want you to rule by my side. If I'm not the man your heart truly desires, I don't want you. Taking one look at the long-haired, chocolate-complected Schizo, Shorty tosses his baggage over his